Hi, good morning, task force members. This is LK Nandam, FDOD District 1 Secretary and your task force chair. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you, your families, and communities continue to be well and safe. I want to express my appreciation for your continued participation in these meetings, as I know that you are all very busy balancing your professional and personal lives during these unprecedented times. The work you are doing as a task force is a critical element for this project. And on behalf of FDOT and our entire state, I want to say thank you for your continued commitment. This event is streaming live on the Florida channel and on our program website, floridamcourse.com. We also have provided 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area at Charlotte Harbor Event and Conference Center in Punta Gorda and Bert Harris Agriculture Center Auditorium in Sebring. As always, public input is an important part of our process. We will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of the meeting. If you wish to address the task force and have not registered to do so already, you can sign up by registering at floridamcourse.com by 4 p.m. this afternoon. We will hear from all members of the public who would like to address the task force today, first from those who registered to comment virtually, and then from the 2 remote locations. Additionally, we have a community open house scheduled for August 27th at LaBelle Civic Center in LaBelle, which will be conducted in a hybrid format. This community open house is another opportunity for us to share project information and receive comments from the public. I'm sure you have noticed that today's agenda is longer than our previous meeting based on your feedback from last month. We have expanded the time for task force member discussion and we have shortened the time for lunch. Right now, our plan is to run from now until 12:30 p.m., resume at 1:30 p.m., and work until 5 p.m. before we go to public comments. We appreciate your commitment on what will be a long day. We have built a few stretch breaks into the agenda so you can get coffee and attend to our families or businesses, and we appreciate everyone working with us to keep on schedule throughout the day. This morning, you will hear an initial report from the department's work to begin to narrow the study area to potential illustrative paths and courses to guide future planning and project development. I know many of you have been asking to see potential routes of the paths and courses. I do want to emphasize that what we will show today are simply illustrative graphics to show the process we will be using to move from your recommendations into corridor development. These illustrative graphics reflect your guidance during the past few months on high-level needs, guiding principles, and avoidance and attraction areas. As you complete your work in the next meetings, we will be able to take your recommendations, use them to finalize these analyses. The Florida legislature charged each task force under the MCourse program with providing recommendations and evaluations in a final report, which will guide the FDOT in its subsequent study phases through the implementation of high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions developed by you. Our primary focus today continues to be on drafting key elements of your recommendations, which includes the guiding principles and instructions for project development and beyond. We appreciate the robust discussion we had on this topic at your last meeting, as well as the many comments we received from you via email following that meeting. We integrated all the comments into a revised draft, and you all received the draft language via email last week, and I hope you have had an opportunity to review. Our goal today is to develop initial consensus on the guiding principles and then have a more comprehensive discussion on the instructions for the project development and beyond. As a reminder, when we talk about refining guiding principles today, we are looking for intent and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments as your report comes together. Today, We are hoping that the task force as a group could provide direction on how to adjust the current draft and be comfortable with leaving this revised version as a working draft so we can focus on future discussion time on the instructions. We also will take a few minutes towards the end of the agenda to review the drafts of the early sections of your report that staff had pulled together with focus on the high-level needs section. The goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you need. We anticipate 2 more meetings from now in October to complete your work. Given the continued uncertainty about timing of resuming large gatherings, we will continue setting dates and designing meeting formats with a combination of virtual and in-person ways for both task force members and the public to participate, and remain nimble in adapting our format over time. At this time, we are targeting the week of September 21 for meeting 8 and the week of October 19 for meeting 9. We will be in touch as soon as we have finalized dates and other details. I'm looking forward to a robust conversation and wrapping up our draft guiding principles and moving on to instructions in this meeting. So now let me turn the program over to our facilitator, Karen. Karen?
Thank you, LK, and good morning, everyone. I hope you're looking forward to the day and are in your comfy chairs, but not too comfy. So for today, I'm going to briefly cover the several topics this morning. The public comment period, the logistics for the meeting, today's agenda, objectives, and materials that are available, and then we have a brief sunshine reminder again. The public comment period will begin at 5 p.m. or as soon as the task force is done with its member discussions. We'll receive comments virtually and then subsequently from the 2 physical public viewing locations in Punta Gorda and in Sebring. Requests to provide comments virtually received by 4 p.m. will be addressed during the public comment period in order that they be received. If you have not yet registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need the link emailed to you, please use the raise hand function right now, and one of our team members will email that link to you. Requests to provide comments in one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card on-site at the registration area. The meeting is being recorded and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. Task force members will remain muted for the presentations, and once we get into member discussions, we'll shift to a more interactive format. Similar to task force meeting number 6, our discussion today would be more like an in-person meeting, and instead of putting up your tent card to indicate that you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, you can use the raise hands feature of the GoToWebinar platform. We ask you to remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce the background noise. I generally will recognize people in the order that they raise their hand, although as we do in in-person meetings, I may manage the flow at times to allow other members who have not yet had an opportunity to make comments to speak, or to wrap up one thread of conversation before we begin with another. If you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. And as always, as a quick reminder, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call, as we'll hear your hold music. And as you have noticed throughout these meetings, we have adjusted your username to readily identify you as task force members for when we unmute and mute your line. Please do not make any changes to this username so that we can readily recognize you. Today's objectives: 1 is to discuss how task force recommendations will be used to identify and narrow paths and courses. Provide an update on the recommendations framework and work plan. Establish initial consensus on guiding principles. And discuss draft instructions for project development and beyond. Review the task force report sections that LK mentioned with a focus on high-level needs. And of course, receive public comment. Just a quick recap of today's agenda. We'll have a Government in the Sunshine video, and then we'll take roll call. Will Watts, FDOT Chief Engineer, will highlight the task force work on guiding principles and instructions that will be used by the department to develop initial potential drafts, paths, and courses. The presentation will address issues such as potential termini, environmental sensitive avoidance areas, and attraction areas. Then we'll have a presentation by Wei Shen, FDOT Chief Planner, who will discuss how needs will be evaluated moving forward, how guiding principles and instructions will be used in future phases, and also discuss an advisory group concept. We then will begin reviewing, refining the guiding principles and instructions for what will be the bulk of the day. We will take a stretch break at 10:45 and then break for lunch at 12:30. We'll return at 1:30 to continue reviewing guiding principles and instructions. Then at 3:15, we will have another stretch break, resuming at 3:30 to continue guiding principles and instructions, as well as review the draft task report sections. I want to remind task force members of some materials you received ahead of time. You received 2 worksheets, the high-level needs worksheet and the guiding principles and instruction worksheets. These show revisions from the last meeting, as well as a synthesis of comments received in writing from task force members. You have draft sections of the task force report, which includes the introduction, the task force overview, and a study area overview and high-level needs. And the high-level needs section in particular is one we will discuss later in the day. And the needs evaluation in this section will also be covered by Wei in her presentation. And then we will have a template of the last material you received was a template of guiding principles and instructions that will be used on screen today. You also received public engagement materials as well as task force member comments. At 4:55, we will briefly touch on next steps and then turn to public comment, which is scheduled to begin at 5 p.m. or as soon as the agenda items are completed. We hope all task force members will be able to stay in line. Our goal today is to keep the agenda schedule and time breaks as they are set so that we can have time to get through all the guiding principles and as well as the task force report. As such, I'm going to ask task force members to state their comments as succinctly as possible, although we do want to hear from all task force members. At the first meeting of the task force agreed on a set of rules for engagement during task force meetings, which boil down to being respectful and understandings of other task force members and staff. This task force also has shared many of its perspectives throughout earlier meetings and has learned more about other aspects and other implications and perspectives on topics in the study area. I ask that you please keep both of these in mind throughout our discussions today. With that, we'll go to the Sunshine video.
Florida's government on the Sunshine Law. Access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels. In the absence of a statutory exemption, it applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Scope of the Sunshine Law. Board members may not engage in private discussions with each other about board business, either in person or by telephone, email, texting, or any other type of electronic communication, such as Facebook or blogging. While an individual board member is not prohibited from discussing board business with staff or non-board members, these individuals may not be used as a liaison to communicate information between board members. For example, a board member cannot ask staff to poll other board members to determine their views on a board issue. The Sunshine Law applies to advisory boards created pursuant to law or ordinance or otherwise established by public agencies or officials. Staff meetings are not normally subject to the Sunshine Law. However, staff committees may be subject to the Sunshine Law if they are deemed to be part of the decision-making process, as opposed to traditional staff functions like fact-finding or information gathering. Board meetings. While boards may adopt reasonable rules and policies to ensure orderly conduct of meetings, the Sunshine Law does not allow boards to ban non-disruptive videotaping, tape recording, or photography at public meetings. Public Records Law. Florida's Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida Statutes, provides a right of access to records of state and local governments, as well as private entities acting on their behalf. If materials fall within the definition of a public record, it must be disclosed to the public unless there is a statutory exemption. The term public records means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, sound recordings, data processing software, or other material, regardless of the physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This includes electronic communication like text messaging and emails, made or received pursuant to law or ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of official business, by an agency, including a private entity action on behalf of a public agency, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Providing public records. Public records cannot be withheld at the request of the sender. A requester is not required to show a legitimate or non-commercial interest as a condition of access. A request cannot be denied because it is overbroad. Unless authorized by another statute, an agency may not require that public records requests be in writing or require the requester to identify himself or herself.
So with that sunshine reminder, I just want to let you know that we do have, as always, have a representative from the Attorney General's office with us to answer any sunshine law questions that the task force may have. And today, Diane Guillemette is with us, and her cell phone number is here should you have any questions. With that, we'll move into roll call. So as task force members and the attendees are aware, when people checked in this morning, we took attendance. I'll be reading who is here and note the names and organizations that are represented. We have nearly all organizations represented today, and with a few substitutions and some excused absences. So representing Polk State College is Tamara Sakagawa. The Florida Southwestern State College is Bob Jones. South Florida State College is Glenn Little. The Florida Public Service Commission is Mark Futrell. The Lee County MPO is represented by Don Scott. The Charlotte County Punta Gorda MPO represented by Chris Constance. The Heartland Regional TPO has an excused absence for the day. The Polk County TPO is represented by Nat Birdsong. The Southwest Florida RPC is represented by Bill McDaniel, and the Central Florida RPC is represented by Pat Steed. The Florida Chamber of Commerce is represented by Katie Worthington Decker. The Florida Trucking Association is represented by David Ravitch. The Florida Rural Water Association by Jerry Burr. The Florida Internet and Television Association by Bill Ferry. The Florida Economic Development Council by Sherry Ambrose. The Florida Farm Bureau Federation by Gary Ritter. And Maxwell, Hendry, and Simmons by Matt Caldwell. The Nature Conservancy is represented by Wendy Matthews. The Florida Wildlife Corridor is by Jason Lauertson. The Everglades Foundation by Shannon Estenos. The The Defenders of Wildlife by Elizabeth Fleming, Audubon, Florida by Paul Gray, 1,000 Friends of Florida by Andrew Dickman, who will join us a little late, the South Florida Water Management District by Melissa Roberts, the Southwest Florida Water Management by Brian Starford, who will join as soon as his commission meeting ends. The Collier County Commission is represented by Penny Taylor. The Lee County Commission is represented by Dave Murphy. Charlotte County Commission by Ken Doherty. The Hendry County Commission by Mitchell Wills. The Glades County Commission by John Ahern. The DeSoto County Commission by Elton does not have a representative today. The Hardy County Commission is represented by Mike Thompson. Highlands County Commission is represented by Clinton Howerton, and the Polk County Commission by Rick Wilson. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection is represented by Jennifer Carpenter. The Florida Department of Economic Opportunity by Pam Johnson. The Florida Department of Education by George Bartholow. The Florida Department of Health by Stephanie Vick. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission by Tom Grafe. Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services is absent with excused absence today. Enterprise Florida is represented by Eric Anderson. The Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation by Tim McGrath. Career Source Florida by Donna Doubleday. Volunteer Florida by Rochelle Johnson. And the Florida Department of Transportation by Tracy Hood, and of course our chair, L.K. Nandem, and the Collier County MPO by Mike McCabe. So with the roll call complete, I'm going to introduce Will Watts, our Chief Engineer from FDOT, who's going to speak about task force recommendations and concept development.
Hey, thanks, Karen. We are going to allow for questions at the end of the presentation, so just a reminder to use your raise hand function. And as a side note, I know Karen mentioned it, but we did send out some updated public comments links this morning from Tori to all the task force members, so you should have those. I know we missed a few attachments, so I appreciate you guys letting us know that, and we got those updated. But we did include any updates from yesterday as well. So. All right, so the agenda for this presentation, we got a few areas we want to run through and kind of refresh you guys on, and then we get a few new graphics to kind of share and discuss. So we're going to go through general definitions and the avoidance areas, example attraction areas, the environment, the study overview, example application of using guided principles to develop potential illustrative path courses, potential planning areas, the northern area, potential illustration of path and courses focusing on the north part of the study area, and then we'll do the same thing on the southern part of the study area, and then we'll kind of go over some next steps, and do want to highlight some of the financial, environmental, feasibility criteria as well. So just as a refresher, this is the study area. We will not impact and no new corridors through. Just a reminder, this is FDOT's baseline and a commitment for the avoidance areas. But it is just the baseline. So a potential illustrative path course is a broad geographic area for a multi-use transportation corridor connecting two or more locations. So it's a general definition. To develop or derive possible alternatives of potential illustrative paths and courses, the task force guiding principles and the FDOT planning process are used to minimize impacts and maximize enhancements. The first step in development and potential illustrative path courses is defining those areas to not impact or avoid, in which areas of no new corridor through. These areas are avoided and act as push factors. So here's some example of attractions. The task force work in developing guiding principles not only help define the push factors as avoidances, but also help define the pull factors, such as attractions as areas identified for economic growth or enhancement. The continued refinement of guiding principles will continue to define those push and pull factors and narrow the areas for potential illustrative path courses. In this example, the attraction zone used are opportunity zones, which are economically distressed communities eligible for tax incentives, shown in the green, and the industrial, commercial, and city centers, shown in the dark gray. During the planning and alternate corridor evaluation study, along with the PD&E project development, areas will be further prioritized, analyzed for avoidance and/or minimization and mitigation of impacts. Project development and analysis of push and pull is an iterative process with continued refinement now and in the future during later phases of the project. For example, potential illustrative path courses may be removed due to inconsistency with guiding principles or due to impacts to an environmental area. So now we want to talk about some of the key environmental areas in the study area. The study area has 5 distinct regions that have key environmental features that offer different characteristics that need to be considered in the planning and potential illustrative path course development, as well as how we do future coordination with key resource agencies as a part of the FDOT ETDM process. While these do not highlight every unique environmental area or consideration in the study area, such as Fish Eating Creek or the C43 reservoir, we use these 5 high-level examples to show how different the natural resources are in different parts of the study area. So the first area we'd like to highlight is the east portion of the study area, Kissimmee River and Lake Okeechobee, a system of tropical wetlands which flow into the Everglades. The second is the northern edge, the Green Swamp, also the heart of the Florida aquifer. The third, the center region, the Lake Wells Ridge, supports distinctive plant and wildlife species endemic to Florida. The fourth, the southwest region, which is the coast, beaches, barrier islands, and estuaries, one of the world's largest marine estuaries. Babcock Branch Preserve, 68,000 acres with diverse natural habitat and water resources. In the south, the Florida panther habitat. Its habitat is almost entirely within the study area. Big Cypress National Preserve, home to important wildlife corridors as well. So one of the opportunities we discussed in previous meetings is maximizing the use of existing facilities. So using the work of the task force and listening to the task force comments about maximizing the use of existing facilities, the areas around the major north-south routes offer opportunities as potential illustrative path courses. As examples, they would include State Road 29, US 27 on the east side of the study area, and State Road 29 to State Road 82, to State Road 31, to US 17 on the west side of the study area. These options would directly address and be consistent with other guiding principles, such as consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions, as well as supporting expansion of rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer. Looking at other guiding principles like improving transportation connections between communities and the regional network, the roadway network, we see major east-west routes like State Road 82, State Road 80, County Road 74, State Road 70, State Road 66, State Road 64, State Road 60, and US 92, among others, are opportunities for potential enhancements as well. So this is a new graphic, kind of trying to lay out potential planning areas or segmentation. So establishing the example planning areas based on similar environmental characteristics and potential termini. These termini may offer potential as connections or future interchanges, but other interchanges may be considered within each of these planning areas as well. Future PD&E segments will be developed within each planning area. These limits may also lend themselves to setting the project up for future coordination with the Environmental Technical Advisory Team and setting the project up for future planning screens in the efficient transportation decision-making process. The segmentation of these areas allows for better input from the resource agencies and focused discussions on the specific sensitivities of those regions of the study area. All right, so turning our attention to the northern part of the study area. Let's take a closer look at the northern area. Using the work of the task force and listening to the task force comments about maximizing the use of existing facilities, the areas around major north-south routes offer opportunities as potential path courses. As examples, these will include US 27 on the east side and US 17, the planned portion of Central Park Parkway, and the Polk Parkway to connect I-4. Additionally, the studied path courses of the Central Park Parkway, Polk Parkway may offer opportunity to avoid these push factors and address the pull factors. Looking at other guiding principles like improving transportation connections between communities and the regional roadway network, we see major east-west routes like State Road 60 for potential enhancements in regional connectivity as well. As we address other guiding principles related to economic development, revitalizing rural communities and improving interregional connectivity for major freight flows, additional potential path courses like the shown in green may be developed to address those opportunities as well. All right, so let's focus on the southern portion of the study area now. Using the environmental set of guiding principles for conservation lands, wildlife, and water management, we may see very constrained areas. As an example, the number of potential viable path courses may be limited and constrained as shown on this example of State Road 29. Using the work of the task force and listening to the task force comments about maximizing the use of existing facilities, the areas around the major north-south routes offer opportunities as potential path courses. As examples, these would include State Road 29 on the east and State Road 31 on the west. As we look north of Immokalee and we address other guiding principles related to economic development, revitalizing rural communities, and improving interregional connectivity for major freight flows, additional potential path courses like the one shown in green may be developed to address those opportunities as well. All right, so next steps. As a reminder, the task force work will directly impact the push and pull factors and narrow the opportunities and areas for potential illustrative path courses in the study area. In future meetings, we'll discuss additional steps that could address preserving and serving communities with and without bypasses, as well as how new potential illustrative path courses could relate to additional economic development, revitalizing rural communities, and improving interregional connectivity for major freight flows. During the later stages of project development and the alternate corridor evaluation, as well as the PD&E studies, we'll further prioritize, analyze, and refine the avoidance and/or minimization and/or minimize and mitigate the impacts. Coordination up front with resource agencies through FDOT's ETDM process will be one of those key next steps. Two of these next steps is economic and environmental feasibility. So let's go over those two key areas like we did back in March. So Florida statutes, Florida law requires the MCORS corridor to meet both environmental and economic feasibility. The statutes also identify potential funding source options for the MCORS corridor. Just as a reminder, the pie chart on the right kind of gives those options of state funding, turnpike revenue bonds, local funding, private funding, as well as other funding. So the task force report will be the foundation of the project development and environmental phase. Environmental feasibility is determined as a part of the PD&E phase. Field work and resource-specific technical reports completed as part of the PD&E study will help to provide details concerning the impacts and enhancements to the natural, physical, and social environments. The goal of PD&E phase is to document that the project can be structured in a manner that minimizes environmental impacts to the extent possible. During the PD&E phase, there is an extensive coordination with regional, state, and federal agencies, including water management districts, regional planning councils, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the U.S. Field and Wildlife Service, just to name a few. In addition, during the PD&E phase, multiple opportunities will be provided for input from the public and local governments throughout the study area. As with any project FDOT undertakes, the results of the detailed environmental analysis from the PD&E phase will be documented consistent with the policies outlined in FDOT's PD&E manual. The second part, economic feasibility, is determined during the full design phase when a detailed cost and estimate is prepared and an investment grade traffic and revenue study is conducted. It cannot occur prior to the design phase since the major project features will not have been determined and the accurate project cost estimates and revenue forecasts are not known. The economic feasibility evaluation can also consider other funding sources beyond the project's total revenue. So there are generally 3 steps to the economic feasibility process. The first step involves identifying the estimated net revenue as determined from an investment grade traffic and revenue study. The next step is a determination of the turnpike funding contribution based on the turnpike bonding capacity for the corridor. In many instances, the turnpike bond funding cannot cover the entire corridor cost. Thus, a funding shortfall will exist. The final step includes the development of a funding plan for the corridor based on the total project cost. Other funding sources will be considered to address any funding shortfall. If there is a funding shortfall, the project is prioritized through the work program, just like any other project. So with that, we will open it up to questions, Karen.
Great. So I'll ask task force members if you have any question on the process that Will laid out or other things. We can take a handful of questions now. We'll discuss a lot of the specific paths, courses, elements when we go into guiding principles later on. So I'm seeing Chris Constance has a question. Chris?
Yes, thank you, Karen. Will, I appreciate the presentation. And I guess the very last comment that you made, that if there's not enough funding available, then the entire corridor would not be built, but you would prioritize segments that made the most sense. So we potentially might not see the entire roadway built within 10 years. Is that correct? And then I have a follow-up.
So you're correct, Commissioner. We've got 2 statutory requirements to the maximum extent possible, both the start of construction and the end of construction out in 2030. The way I would address that question is we would certainly complete the corridor and finish all the needs of the corridor by 2030. Does that mean it's the same typical on the north side of the corridor as the south side? Probably not. We're going to prioritize the segments, as you mentioned, and everything will be need-based and prioritized just like any other project we do in DOT.
Okay, and my quick follow-up is your very last statement was, so if adequate funding is not available to complete the entire project, then the segments that are not funded would be placed into the work program as all other FDOT projects are. And so then at that point, would it be up to the respective MPOs to decide whether to prioritize the corridor over other projects?
That'd be a correct statement. So that if the total revenue does not fund the complete project and other funding sources have to come to play, then the other projects that depend on those funding sources are also in the mix, and everything gets prioritized through the MPOs or any other prioritization process that we have. So it becomes, right, it doesn't take precedent because it's MCORs. It becomes part of the prioritization process of any transportation project.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your answer.
Shannon was next, but I'm going to let Don Scott go next because I think he's also from an MPO. We'll have similar follow-up questions. Don?
Is the investment grade study on all 3 corridors at the same time or corridors separately? Like the Southwest, the Turnpike extension?
Generally, we plan to study the full corridor, and it makes the most sense probably from a traffic modeling standpoint to have the full corridor modeled. The exact time frame, that's a hard question to answer. The intention is to run about the same schedule, resource dependent, and how quickly we can develop those path courses and get through the alternate corridor evaluation process.
Okay with that, Shannon? And then Jason? Shannon, you self-muted?
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. Don actually asked my most important one. Let me just follow up with that first then,
Sure.
Which is related to how the financial feasibility of all 3 MCORS corridors are going to be added together, particularly given the requirement of the statute that allows quite a considerable period of time to pass before these roads begin to start becoming revenue generating sufficiently to cover their costs. So just want to clarify what you just said, was that the financial feasibility of all 3 corridors will be evaluated simultaneously so that we have a total picture of the fiscal impact to the state is added together. Is that correct?
Well, Shannon, we're certainly going to study the full length of each corridor. Now, each segment may look a little different, so it's modeling. Now, we plan on modeling the full length because that's going to be the most accurate of origin and destinations. But each segment may be a different final cure. So that's still yet to be determined as we move through the alternate corridor evaluation process and the PD&E process. And then we'll move into design. And then PD&E will certainly set the foundation of needs, and then the design will further up all those details needed for that particular model that's needed for the investment grade study.
Okay, and then just 2 quick follow-ups. So you don't do any kind of preliminary financial feasibility analysis similar to the level of analysis you guys did for the Heartland Expressway, where you sort of take a big picture look, particularly you're looking at the kind of giving us a better sense of what the potential fiscal impacts. I mean, by the time you get through design or get to design, there's been quite a significant investment that's been made in PD&E, this task force process, and the like. So you don't even look at financial feasibility until you get to design? That seems odd.
Well, there's 2 things going on here. So the financial or the investment grade financial feasibility, which is what we determine the bonding capacity of the project is what I'm talking about. Now, can we do preliminary cost estimates? Sure, we can do that at any point in time, but we need to know exactly what the look and feel of the corridor is going to be as we move through the study area. So we need to get to that point before we can do even a preliminary cost estimate.
Okay, and maybe perhaps we can talk in more detail when we get to the guiding principles discussion about what the task force might say about financial feasibility. Last even quicker question. You had a slide, I'm wondering if you could put it back up, Will. It had, because I just missed it, it had a new corridor in Hendry County. I think it was one of your last slides.
Southern
corridor.
Let's go back to the,
or new segment, I should say. It was after the existing roads. You had a green line going through. I thought it was Hendry. Maybe I was wrong.
So Wendy, go back one more. Oh, she's got it. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we just have to get the
Okay.
animate.
Yeah. Could you say again what you said about this green line? I missed it.
So just, as we look north of Immokalee and we address other guiding principles related to economic development, revitalizing rural communities, and improving inter-regional connectivity for major freight, additional potential path courses like the one shown in green may be developed to address opportunities as well.
Okay, is there a document that I can go to see where this idea came from, or is this a random example you've thrown up? I mean, there must be some basis for why this is the example to go over the Caloosahatchee River like that.
Well, I think just like the previous northern slide where we show existing corridors, we just want to show there is an option, maybe an opportunity for other opportunities as well.
Okay, thank you.
So Jason Lauritsen, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Right. Will, you had a slide up there describing some of the process with going through the work plan, the task force developing the work plan, and then the project moving on to the PD&E. And within that process, that's where the environmental feasibility and the economic feasibility would be undertaken. So as we go through this good faith effort to provide guidance and develop this report, the FDOT has described a little bit of the way we can engage after the task force is concluded. And let's just assume theoretically that we go through the guidance and the PD&E process gets underway, and some of us determine in that process that the environmental or economic costs don't reach the level of acceptability with the guidelines that we put in there. Could you describe again what our capacity is to engage in the system and say, this doesn't live up to our standards?
Yeah, there's a couple pieces to that, Jason. So, statute lays the foundation of what we've got to do to make sure the projects are financially feasible. And that's dealing with the bonding capacity aspect, as well. If the project doesn't meet full bonding capacity, then we have to fund with other resources, which includes, work program or turnpike funding. But as I mentioned to the commissioner, it then kind of goes in the mix of all the work program projects and gets prioritized. Now, as far as the involvement from the task force after the task force report, I think Wade did mention we're trying to put together an advisory group that would stay engaged after the task force report. Just to, just like as we move through PD&E and we have public engagement activities, it would be a separate focus area for the MCOR corridors. So we're hoping that you guys will still be engaged after the task force report, so we can keep track of and share as we move through the production process.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question from Ken Doherty.
Good morning, Will. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to your northern area potential paths and courses slide, that would be helpful. Put the lines populate in there. There we go. Several different options to connect to the area to the north, the turnpike extension. Has the task force to the north of us identified anything yet as to their preference? In other words, what I'm trying to get to is utilizing 17 on the westerly side versus 27 a preference, or is there any understanding of that detail at this point?
Good question, because all roads lead to somewhere, don't they? So I think the intent here, we were just really trying to show that we were thinking beyond I-4. And so that beyond I-4 discussion still needs to happen, but, connecting everything to I-4 certainly would help in certain cases with I-4, but it may not in other cases. So this was just illustrative saying, hey, we need to look beyond I-4.
Okay, sir, thank you very much.
So Will, that's the questions that we have. Appreciate you sharing with us, and you'll be with us for the guiding principles throughout the day, right?
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's aware we've got Jason Watts with us today as well. So Wei, myself, and Jason Watts. So Jason will be chiming in too as we get into the guiding principle discussion. So he's a valuable resource to you guys as well.
And he comes from the environmental aspect of environmental
Yeah, he's the director of environmental office, yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to move on to Wei presentation.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning. As your chair had mentioned earlier today, the primary focus of today's meeting will be to continue refine your recommendations with regard to guiding principles and instructions. Before we get started, I would like to take a few minutes to cover a few overarching topics in response to some of the questions and comments we heard at the last meeting, as well as in your written comments. So we would like to discuss how needs will be evaluated moving forward, talk about how guiding principles and instructions will be used during future planning and project development phases, provide an overview of changes to guiding principles since task force meeting number 6, and also discuss the anticipated process for agency and partner engagement in implementation, including a proposed corridor advisory group. We had a lot of conversation at your last meeting about the task force's role in identifying and evaluating needs. Because we're in pre-planning phase now, our focus is on identifying high-level regional needs that are consistent with the statutory purposes for MCORS. Many of you pointed out the need to conduct a robust analysis to determine the magnitude of these needs and the feasibility of the proposed corridors. We recognize the importance of these questions, and we have been giving lots of thoughts to how that will occur post-task force as part of planning and project development. There's language in your draft report to reflect how this needs analysis will take place. You'll see, we'll have a discussion of that draft report later this afternoon. Some of the highlights are here. Evaluate both conventional transportation needs and broader regional needs or co-benefits, such as the impacts on economic development and quality of life. Consider a full range of alternatives, including a no-build option. Evaluate economic, environment, land use, and emergency management impacts. Assess the financial feasibility of the potential alternatives, including the economic feasibility standard required in statute for turnpike projects. Make sure we address all statutory requirements and industry standards for a project of this magnitude. Support this needs evaluation through extensive public input, including a corridor advisory group. More on that in a few moments. We'll have a chance to go through the language later today, but we wanted to acknowledge that this has been added to the needs draft, so you can have that in mind as we begin the discussion of guiding principles. We also wanted to respond to your questions about how the guiding principles and instructions carry forward from your report. As noted at the last meeting, the MCORS statute stipulates that to the maximum extent feasible, FDOT will adhere to the task force recommendations in designing each corridor. The guiding principles and instructions function as a set of directions to FDOT and partners in implementing your recommendations. and the statutory direction to adhere to the maximum extent feasible applies to both. Guiding principles would provide high-level values to apply in all decisions, and the instructions would provide detailed, specific commitments and actions. As we work through the language today, I want to encourage you that both principles and instructions matter, and though they both carry forward. Let's focus today on making sure that the right guidance is being developed for the guiding principles and the instructions as a set, and recognizing that there may be some differences in perspective on whether the appropriate level of details for each. We've also had some questions about how to respond to changing conditions or additional information as the needs assessment and environmental analysis are completed. It is possible that refinements to specific instructions may be needed over time. However, any such refinements will be guided by the guiding principles and the intent of the task force as documented in the report. And again, the Corridor Advisory Group can help in these situations. Your guiding principles are updated based on your discussion at your last meeting and your input in writing since. We'll be working through these changes over the course of the day, but here are some highlights. We've eliminated the qualifier languages such as to the extent feasible. And we've worked on the cross-cutting principles to update them on your discussions. The principles about consistency with existing plans now specifies the statutorily required plans that are part of this process. And the principles about maximizing existing facilities has clearer language about the priorities for working through these options, which we'll cover later today. The principles and instructions related to environment and community resources have been revised. At your request, a more direct linkage to the areas identified for avoidance has been added. In some cases, this is in the principles, and in others, it's in the instructions. As noted, they both carry weight moving forward. There also are expanded instructions to document future analyses, commitments, and coordination activities. Other principles have been revised based on your discussions and input as well. Finally, I want to take a moment to discuss our thinking regarding how to continue to engage the public, agencies, and other partners moving forward after the task force completes its work. The intent is for public and agency involvement moving forward to exceed requirements of planning and PD&E. A key element would be to create an ongoing corridor advisory group, an idea many of you have raised in the past few meetings. We anticipate the corridor advisory group could include many of the organizations around the virtual table today, local governments, state agencies, regional agencies, such as MPO and RPC's environmental groups, and industry partners. This advisory group would advise DOT on implementation of task force recommendations, help track FDOT and partner commitments, review and provide feedback on needs evaluation, PD&E, financial feasibility analysis, and other documents, assist with a robust outreach process. We'll have more time to discuss the makeup and the charge of this group, but for today's discussion, we wanted you to keep in mind that there will be an advisory group in place to help implement your recommendations. Today, our plan is to keep making progress on your recommendations. Our focus will be on refining guiding principles and instructions as a set of recommendations. We were focused on columns at your last meeting, but today we're looking at the entire row. We have a lot to cover today, but this language is important because they'll direct future planning and development decisions. Toward the end of the day, we will also review the revised high-level needs and other initial sections of the task force report. Let me close by providing an update on your work plan. Meeting number 8 is tentatively scheduled for September 23rd. We're going to work on prepare draft recommendations for public comment. And we have additional community open houses scheduled in September and October. And we also have a public comment period for members of the public to comment on the recommendations of the task force. And meeting number 9 is tentatively scheduled for October 20th. And by November 15th, we'll submit final report to the governor and the legislature. The original work plan anticipated 7 task force meetings. By the time we finish, we'll have had 9 task force meetings and 4 webinars, virtual meetings. We appreciate everyone's commitment to Florida's future. We also appreciate the extensive public input that we have received. By the end of this process, this task force will have held public comment periods at all our meetings, plus at 7 standalone community open houses. We have received a total of a little over 12,000 written public comments as of this weekend. We provided you an update of all these comments on Monday, and we'll provide another update before our next meeting. So Karen, with that, I'll turn it over back to you, and it's time for us to roll up our sleeves and start working on the guiding principles and instructions as the core of the task force recommendations.
Thank you, Wei Wei. So comments on Wei Wei's talking points, as well as Elizabeth, I see your hand was raised. We can bring those back up again when we talk about the task force report at the end of the day or in the appropriate guiding principles. So please be aware that you will be able to ask questions then. Right now, we're going to move into the to reviewing the guiding principles section of it, our key part of the day. I'm going to introduce the team that's going to help us today. You know Beth Kegel. She's presented before. She'll be helping with the guiding principles, as well as Marlon Becerra, who's our production lead. We will have a on-screen note taker, who is Brandy, will be helping to edit ideas, and then we have off-screen note takers that are also taking down all the instructions that are noted today. Will, Wei Wei, and Jason Watts are available, along with a series of subject matter experts. We're going to focus on major comments today and items that are unclear or missing or as of a major concern. And members will be able to send editorial comments or other comments to Marlon within a week of today, so that's by September 1st. That can be reflected in the next draft. The mentioned materials received, and that you've received the worksheets that can show you the revisions, and then the on-screen piece, on-screen elements that we'll use this morning and later today. Unless it substantially alters the intent of our meeting, the objective is not to wordsmith or provide alternate language. We request that you provide these types of comments in writing. We will also be talking about guiding principles and instructions together, but the emphasis is on guiding principles for the priority for today. And then we're going to ask task force members to raise hands and to make comment and suggestion, and we'll try to follow up the conversation as best we can. And bear with me as we go through that, and we'll look to move the conversation along based on direction from the chair. As was mentioned, this is the third to the last meeting, so we ask everyone to make sure that your thoughts are getting across, and that your perspectives are shared, and that what you want are included in the recommendations report. So with that, well, Wendy, you could show the list of guiding principles. So these are our 15 guiding principles, and they are included in the same order in your worksheet if you're going by the worksheet. The green items are the items that we have already discussed and taken edits on. You'll see that and then the black items are the items that we have not discussed as fully as the others. So we will be starting with the black items. Agriculture is put in there because we had so many substantial comments from the meeting number 6 that we're bringing it back as a totally revamped guiding principle. And so I put it back into the not seen category. We're briefly going to start with emergency evacuation and resilience, and then move into the agriculture and environmental, the 3 environmental related guiding principles. The reason we're going to start with emergency evacuation is that we have brought in Don Lewis, and a subject matter expert on emergency evacuation, emergency management. That includes all the angles, all the perspectives of emergency management, and we're going to allow him to do his presentation now before we walk through the guiding principle. So with that, Don.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Well, good morning, Task Force. I really appreciate you letting me speak about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, mainly because I've spent almost a 40-year career working with emergency managers all over the coastal United States and United States territories doing emergency planning. Most of it has been involved in hurricane evacuation, although I have done evacuation planning for nuclear power plants, urban catastrophic planning, and a number of other things. I've been very fortunate to be able to focus on this area. It's an interesting one. I'm sure all of you will be glued to the Weather Channel tonight to see what's going on with Laura, and I'll be there with you. I also have served for, a couple decades leading the evacuation planning part of the National Hurricane Conference. We basically set the topics and the speakers each year, and that's been a great assignment. I've also gotten to work in the local areas that the MCORS projects revolve around. So I'm very familiar with the vulnerability of the counties and some of the key issues that you face. So for those of you who have been involved with emergency management, you know that there's basically 4 phases of emergency management. And those of you who have not been as involved, let me just very quickly mention what those are. The first one is mitigation, then preparedness, response, and recovery. Mitigation has to do with taking actions now to prevent future damages, lessen the number of evacuees, whatever we can do to minimize what the impacts might be. Preparedness has to do with developing plans and tools that can help us to respond to an event. Response is what we do during the emergency, the messaging that we give evacuees, the communications that go on between different levels of government. And then recovery is returning to normalcy, involves things like reentry, debris removal, getting resources as fast as we can back into the communities. I believe that MCORS will impact all 4 of those areas. Next slide. Also, those of you who have been involved in emergency management know full well in Florida that there's different levels of responsibilities. At the state, implementing the state emergency operations plan is obviously essential. I would say activating the Florida Highway Patrol and all of their responsibilities is quite important. But also communicating, bringing the counties together on conference calls, working with the federal partners on things that they can impact, and monitoring the congestion on state highways is really something that's important. At the regional level, the state, is broken up into 11 or so regions, and those 4 or 5 counties that make up those regions talk to each other during the emergency. And you might not know that the hurricane evacuation studies that define the clearance times, the sheltering locations, and the things that go into the regional studies are done at that level. The real heavy lifting, though, occurs at the county local level, because that's where the decision making is done to decide which level of evacuation is going to occur, what zones are going to be evacuated, what shelters will be opened, coordinating with state and regional partners, and then the unenviable task after the storm, if you get hit, resource storage, and then debris removal. Those are all just really enormous tasks. Next slide. So let's talk about the needs in Florida regarding evacuation. And we don't just do this from a theoretical level. We do this looking at actual events. And it's pretty clear that more north-south capacity is needed for evacuation, and not just evacuation, but reentry. Hurricane Irma that happened within the last couple of years was an emergency scenario that gave us a glimpse of what can happen. It was, you know, it was the kind of storm track that initially got southeast Florida's attention, but then southwest Florida began to evacuate in earnest. Tampa Bay, not so much. The storm track made it possible for Tampa Bay to have somewhat of a muted response in terms of evacuation. But what I would tell you is if that storm track had been another 25 or 40 miles to the west, we would have been looking at evacuation congestion levels that made Irma look like a picnic. I've looked at the traffic count information, and US 19 and I-75 were jammed even for the Irma event. You can only imagine what US 19 would have been like if Tampa Bay had been evacuating in earnest. So there is some possibility that MCORS for certain scenarios could provide some major I-75 relief, and it also could make reentry and resource movement a little easier after an event has happened. One thing I would point out is that so much of what happens in an evacuation is a behavioral event, if nothing else. And what we found is that stronger events lead to more out of county evacuation, whether we want that or not. Next slide. One of the areas that's been mentioned, and this is an area that's really in flux right now, just be honest with you. It's policy-wise, it's a tricky area, and that is the role of public sheltering, local public sheltering. We know that public shelters play an absolutely critical role for those that don't want to leave their home county and that don't have the home of a friend or relative they can go to out of the surge areas. So public sheltering is very, very important. But what I would also tell you is that what we've learned behaviorally after actual events around the country is that for some reason, over the last 20 or 25 years, the actual percent of evacuees going to local shelter has actually dropped. I remember when I was doing this work back in the late 80s and 90s, I mean, I would literally assume 20% of the evacuees going to a local shelter. Well, that number in post-storm studies we found is actually only about 4 or 5% of the evacuees. So I would say pretty definitively that you know, less than 10% of the evacuating population will go to a local public shelter. So that puts us in a situation where we have to say, well, how can we provide for the needs of those that don't go to local public shelter? A lot of people have asked me, well, what about COVID-19, you know, messing up some of the shelter capacities? And certainly short term, that's the case. Longer term, I would hope if these MCORS projects are developed, by then we would not be dealing with COVID-19, but certainly people will be much more germ conscious, that's for sure. The designation of shelters locally, that's a big task for county emergency managers, and they take a lot of effort to make sure that the shelters are as safe as they can be. And so we will definitely pay attention to the public shelter element. Next slide. I also want to mention to you, task force members who have political decision making and responsibilities regarding emergency management during a threat. One of the things I recognize is that in a state like Florida, there are scenarios where we have long traffic clearance times, and basically that forces you to make decisions about evacuation before you're confident of the track, or you're not even confident of the intensity, quite frankly. I'm sure the people in Houston right now are really weighing, whether that storm is going to come to them, and if so, what will be the intensity, because it has profound implications for the response. We also recognize that better control of evacuee egress out of your storm surge areas is important. And we also recognize that through traffic coming from other parts of the states can really impede that. So if there are opportunities in planning and design of the in-course projects to help with that, I obviously would be very excited about it. Preservation of local shelter space for local needs. Some counties are more adept and able to handle evacuees from other parts of the states. I would think that with the implementation of MCORS, there will be electronic messaging to evacuees, real time on the network, that will tell them whether there's available capacity and where they're able to stop. Next slide. The last slide I want to show you, and I can't emphasize this enough, and that is that evaluating MCORS corridors and alternatives and future phases of the project will be very much scenario specific. What do I mean by scenarios? What I mean is that certain scenarios involve obviously a specific hurricane track and intensity. And that obviously tells us which counties and what level of evacuation are they going to be doing. Public participation. The percent of people that actually will participate obviously is very much dependent on what you tell them to do, but also their perceived, threat level, whether they need to relocate or whatever. What we find is that not only do people evacuate from the storm surge areas, but they also evacuate from areas where we would just assume they stay put, and that is called shadow evacuation. So we need to take that into account. In-county versus out-of-county destinations, this is really a behavioral issue. Lower categories of hurricanes produce much less out-of-county evacuation, and the converse is, obvious, that stronger storms produce more out-of-county evacuation. Traffic control and messaging, if there are any special things we're going to do there, using the shoulder on I-75 or whatever, we'll take that into account. And then tourist populations, what tourists are ambient in the area that we're evacuating. Did they fly in or did they drive in? That's a big deal when we're evaluating traffic congestion. I do need to mention to you that evacuations, if you ask any emergency manager at the local level, they'll tell you that evacuations are conducted before the arrival of pre-landfall hazards. And what I mean by that is sustained tropical storm winds, which is about 39 miles per hour, and then flooding of roadways occurs after that. So we're not evacuating people as the roads are flooded. That's the goal. We hope that the implementation of new projects will mitigate the long evacuation lead times, where track and intensity is poor. And then the last thing I want to say to you before I open it up to questions is, I've given presentations at the National Hurricane Conference several times about the top 10 most difficult areas in the country to evacuate. And I will just tell you that Southwest Florida to Tampa Bay corridor is one of my top 3 areas in the entire country for the most difficult area to evacuate. Two other things that I would ask you to pay some attention to offline and outside of the meeting. One is the recent simulated Hurricane Phoenix exercise that Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council did. It shows some very significant impacts, not only in the Tampa Bay region, but traffic-wise coming out. That's an important thing for you to pay attention to. And the other thing is what's going on today, and that is to look tonight at what's going on with Laura. If it really turns out to be a Cat 3 or Cat 4 threat, and the track shifts to Houston, which looks like it's very possible, you need to pay attention to what happens from an evacuation standpoint, because they have some major problems there, and they are very applicable to what we might see in Florida in the future. So with that, I'll open it up to questions and answers, and I'll do the best I can to help you with whatever question you might have on your mind regarding emergency evacuation.
So Don, we're actually going to flip over into our guiding principles. We're going to put those up for folks to have in front of them. So
All right.
if you want to transition to our note taker, that would be to Brandy here, that would be helpful. That way, as people ask questions, they can look and see how that relates to the guiding principle and instructions to help them do that. So give us a second here.
Sure.
Bring that. So there, task force members, you now see that the draft guiding principle and instructions associated with emergency evacuation and response. So we do have some questions and thoughts. Elizabeth, I know you've had your hand up for a while. I don't know if you wanted to comment on emergency evacuation or something else. You're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
I don't want to disrupt the flow of this at all, but I hit the wrong button the first time. I had wanted to speak at the beginning and ask a question about to Will and to follow up on something Shannon said. So you could put me at the end of the line in this conversation or something. It was my fault, but I hit that arrow thing instead of the hand raise thing. I thought I raised my hand immediately and then I did the wrong button.
Okay, so we'll bring that back up in the guiding principles. So great. I mean, the paths, courses, and that. So Gary Ritter, and then Shannon Estenos, and then Pam Johnson. We have quite a few people that do emergency evacuation as a living that want to chime in. So Gary.
Hey, Don, thank you very much for the presentation this morning. In my past life, I was involved as a liaison to emergency management with the South Florida Water Management District for Glades, Okeechobee, and Highlands County. And one of the things that you had talked about that kind of resonated with me was the lack or the small percentage of people that actually utilize shelters. And I'm kind of wondering if that comment is kind of saying, hey, you know, we need to look at spending a little bit more money in some strategic places, especially in those rural areas where you find that many people tend to evacuate through, that have very little shelter capability and very little economic, the dollars to build appropriate shelters to help provide those facilities for some of the people that are evacuating. I mean, Glades County really does it. It's a primary evacuation route. It really does not have many shelters. Okeechobee County, they utilize their school system, but I know they've also been trying to get funding for additional larger shelters to handle the capacity of and to me, if you had facilities like that, then you might get a higher percentage of people that would want to utilize them and get them off the roads. So do I hear you saying that, boy, it would be nice if the state would spend some money on some evacuation shelters in strategic areas?
Well, that's a great question and point. I would say, frankly, from a behavioral standpoint, and also just looking at the shelter capacities that we have around the state, that even, I mean, if you look at the hurricane studies that have been done by the regional planning councils, you know, the shelter capacities, they will accommodate, you know, 20 or 30% of the local evacuees, even for some major categories of storms. So it doesn't appear to be an availability issue. It appears to be more of a behavioral issue. And it may be that if we have different messaging, maybe we can get that 4 or 5% or 8% up to 16 or 20% of the evacuees going to shelter. And that certainly would help with the evacuation congestion, but I don't think it will help enough in those big events to really mitigate the kind of congestion that we just have not seen, but you know, is so possible. But I appreciate your comment.
So Shannon?
Yes. Well, first of all, Don, let me tell you how happy I am to see you. I think I requested an emergency management briefing at our first task force meeting, and I did that, and I've been asking for it since, because when the legislation was passed and a lot of legislators were expressing their support for this legislation, hurricane evacuation and emergency response was one of the biggest justifications for the MCORS program. And so I'm glad that we're talking about it.
Good.
Let me ask a real basic question, which is you were not really introduced. I went back to the agenda to see who you're with and what your job title is. I'm wondering if you could just clarify that, and then I'll ask a couple of questions.
Right. I've actually been hired as a subject matter expert through Atkins for this process. But I have to tell you that, you know, in terms of my career, most of my work was for FEMA and the Corps of Engineers, because they're the ones that do the hurricane evacuation studies for the majority of the states. Florida has taken a little bit different approach because of their growth management emphasis, and they did sort of a different thing. But my emphasis has always been public safety. Very few of my projects that I've done have been, you know, for or against a certain roadway project. That's just not what I'm about. You know, I'm really into public safety. So, you know, I hope I get to evaluate some of the alternative corridors, and if I do, I will definitely bring that same mentality to whatever I do.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. So let me first make a very simple suggested edit to the draft guiding principle. I suggest that, given the emphasis in the statute, that we delete the word support and add the word strengthen. MCORS represents a funding opportunity. It represents an emphasis opportunity, and we should be looking to it as a way of helping local communities cope with the threats that face us, which we know are going to be worse than they have been in the past. But let me say, so actually I should say but, and. So that's my first suggestion, is that we write the word strengthen instead of support. Fine. Also, and this isn't really, well, maybe you can respond to this, Don. This is why I wish we would have approached hurricane evacuation in this task force the way we approached in conservation and economic development, meaning that we could have devoted a panel discussion of perspectives on emergency management evacuation, because I think many would argue that we cannot, part of the justification for these roads is that 1,000 new people are coming to Florida a day. And the idea that we are going to be able to evacuate this state a linear state the way it is, sort of vertically, longitudinally, as longitudinal as it is. I think there are a lot of expert opinions out there that would say that sheltering, we've got to help facilitate a change in that those behavioral rates. We can't just accept a 5 or 8 or 10% shelter in place or go to a shelter behavioral response, because we're going to be chasing our tails for the next 30 years when those quote unquote 1,000 people a day come and you now have a new set of congested roadways. So what I would say is I want to underscore what Gary is saying, and that is that, and I'm going to offer this in the detailed instructions too, is that MCORs should look at funding for additional shelters, but also efforts to increase the amount of folks who feel comfortable, particularly in Cat 3 and Cat 4, comfortable evacuating and not getting on the roads. So taking a more modern approach to emergency response and evacuation, not a 1980s approach, but a 21st century approach. Last comment I'll make, I'm also going to be offering draft instruction language this week on making sure that DOT uses autonomous vehicles and new technology in its evacuation analysis. Because if we are moving to autonomous vehicles, then clearance times should come down. And if they do come down, then you might not need the same size road that you wouldn't have needed in 1985 or 1995. So, thank you.
So, Don, before I ask you to respond, let me pull in 2 more task force members that deal with emergency management.
Okay, good. That'd be great.
Pat Steed, if you want to weigh in, and then Pam Johnson. So Pat first.
Yes, thank you. In my role at Central Florida Regional Planning Council, we do emergency management. We work with the all the local responders and emergency management as well in what we call LEPC coordination on a regular basis. And we are really part of that pipeline of, I like to say, the study part of the pipeline. And Don and I go way back to even working in the same subset many decades ago in emergency management. But one of the important things I just want to point out is that the state has funded an update of what's known as the statewide regional evacuation study.
That's right.
That is in the pipeline. The 10 regional planning councils in the state of Florida are currently working on that. And there's a couple of things that are really important. Number one, it has not had a full update in a decade. It's had pieces of update, but not a full update. And the number one first thing that we are starting on is really 2 things. There's been a lot of new things that have been done in what we call surge models. And it tells us then where those evacuation zones are going to need to be and where adjustments might need to be related to sheltering. But I think the most important aspect is exactly what Don has said, behavioral. The behavior of everyone in Florida changes on a pretty regular basis because we get so many new people in and they haven't experienced the level of things that those of us that have been around for decades have. And so they don't remember what the last experience is and those types of things. So we are doing a major behavioral study as the very first part of this, and that is really critical to us understanding how it's going to be in the future. So really, one of the things that I think from our standpoint in MCORs that we need to do is that we need to, particularly perhaps in the instructions for this, closely tie the development of any additional MCORs work to the continuing and outcome basis from the statewide evacuation study. So I think by tying those 2 things together, since they're underway at the same time, we'll be able to effectively take the newest information coming through. And it also does look at a big part of this, also looks at clearance times and updating our traffic study mechanism called time that allows us to predict how much what the travel time situations are going to be under certain scenarios. And it's a very complex, different pieces of this, but because it goes on for a period of time, it's really essential that that coordination occurs. So whether that's in principle or probably even better in instructions, I think that would be the way to tie it together.
Yeah, so we thank you for giving us instructions,
Yes.
everybody going forward. And then Pat, at future, as people come on to add comment, if you could express whether you support Shannon's recommendation of changing the word support to strengthen, we can handle it at the same time.
I strongly do agree with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Pam Johnson from the Department of Economic Opportunity.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I believe my question may have been asked, and Pat may have clarified that. I was really looking for metrics in terms of what a successful evacuation will look like, and maybe that might be identified in these future studies that were referenced. So thank you, and I do echo changing support to strengthen. Thank you.
Great. So then we also had Donna Doubleday. We're kind of shifting gears now to Career Source. Donna Doubleday and then David Murphy. Donna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information, and perhaps this will be answered in the evacuation study, or perhaps it is buried somewhere in the wording here, but early on in our discussions in our beginning of the guiding the draft guiding principles, one of the concerns was, or one of the thoughts was, to minimize congestion through small rural communities, and I would like to see that still in there. Some of our smaller rural communities during evacuation are greatly impacted negatively in that local residents can't get across roads, they can't get to gas stations, they can't get to stores. So I would like to see that not get lost in looking at the evacuation components. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Murphy.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that, Southwest Florida, the Collier, Lee County, Charlotte counties are growing very rapidly. And obviously, Don, as you pointed out, I-75 just can't handle that. So I'm looking for the MCOR to be able to supplement that I-75 corridor and pull quite a few people off to be able to get to the north during a hurricane, and to keep it also convenient to those counties to use on a daily basis. So those the tollway can actually generate some money from this area to pay for the infrastructure and serve also as an evacuation route.
All right. And thank you, David. Next is Dave Rovich and then Jason.
Yes. I just had a quick comment. I mean, the title of the slide talks about emergency evacuation and response, and our high level need talks about disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And thereafter, and it seems like most of the conversation here today is focused on evacuation. I would add that I don't know if it's vital to the slide, but maybe a draft instruction to focus on the recovery part, something to the extent of maximizing the public-private sector to efficiently and safely restore, things back to operating status, or something to that extent, because obviously the Florida Trucking Association and our company, Cheney Brothers, plays a vital role in supplies, deliveries for the areas recovering. And for example, when Michael took out the Panhandle, we played an integral role of trying to get our supplies and whatever we could to help those communities try to recover. And so, the evacuation part obviously is very vital to avoid mass or catastrophic results. But obviously, we're all optimistic that at some point we're also going to recover and So I would emphasize that we should maybe add a bullet or two to that end. That's it.
Great idea. Great idea. Yep.
Thanks, Dave. Jason Lauritsen?
Yes, thank you. Don, thank you for your presentation. This probably fits in the category of comments. I'd love to see somewhere, probably in the draft instructions, addressing the need for a full and thorough assessment of capacity for shoulder plans and reverse lane plans to accommodate some of these emergency responses and evacuations to improve clearance times. I know we've had for a long time plans in the state. I understand they've not been implemented typically widely in most storm events and evacuation events, but I liken those shoulder plan and reverse lane plans to our approach to co-locate. And this represents existing infrastructure that has possibly additional capacity that we've not exercised. So as we move forward with principles and instructions, I just want to make sure that we capture the capacity of our existing infrastructure through those kinds of strategic approaches.
Let me say real quick, interestingly, during the Irma evacuation, the shoulder on the northbound lanes was used as an additional evacuation lane. And even in spite of that, we had a lot of congestion on 19 related to Irma. But your point is well taken, and we definitely will look at alternative uses of roadways in the analysis.
Thank you.
So we're off to a great start. We've gotten a lot of good instructions, and it's a recommendation on the guiding principles. So before we take our break, just a really quick check. There's been a suggestion and several members support changing the word support in the draft guiding principles to strengthen. Is there anyone that is concerned with that change? If so, please raise your hand. Donna, did you? Yeah, she took it away. Never mind. Okay, so with that, I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll
make the edit on screen.
Yep, go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so we'll go ahead. We're capturing this edit. I really appreciate all the task force members. There've been some really good suggestions on instructions. So we're going to take those back also for consideration in the next draft of instructions. Unless there are any further comments related to what has been proposed, we appreciate task force members for bringing those forward, and also Don, really for your engagement on the Q&A with our task force. That's been very, very helpful.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, we can provide written comments to Marlone on any additional instructions and guiding principle language that you think is needed by September 1st. But I'd like to think that we're okay on guiding principles, but you might think of some more additions to draft instructions.
Correct.
So with that, okay, I think it's time for our break.
All right. Hey, thank you for the great conversations, task force members. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. And we ask you that keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 10:55. We will have the program muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Ball. Thank you.
Turn on our screens now. Sorry.
All right, welcome back, task force members. So let's continue our guiding principles conversations. Good conversation on emergency hurricane evacuation. So we'll move on to the next guiding principles. So I will hand it back to Karen and Beth. Thank you.
So thanks, LK. We're going to continue on with guiding principles. We appreciate everybody's digging in and coming up with ideas on emergency management. We're going to switch over to our note taker to bring up the agricultural land uses. We have decided to make a little bit of a slight shift so that we can finish up the agricultural and then the 3 environmental ones, hopefully by lunchtime. So we're going to start with the agricultural land uses. Beth, do you want to kind of talk through what's changed?
Sure. As you all probably remember, we had some really great discussion about agricultural land uses, including breaking out a separate high-level need and retooling or revising the guiding principle language. Got great inputs from task force members, both at the meeting and also subsequent to the meeting through your emailed comments. Thank you very much. So if you take a look here, you can see the draft guiding principle language that we have. I'll read through it real quick just in case you need to process. So we have protect, enhance, and minimize impacts to productive agricultural lands and other productive lands with economic or environmental significance, and improve connectivity and maintain access between working farms, other resource-based industries, and their supply chains. I also want to direct your attention to the draft instructions because there were some details provided to us by task force members. So you might actually see those within the draft instructions context. So with that being said, perhaps we can start focusing on the guiding principle language now.
Right, so we wanted to check in and make sure that this was going in the direction that task force members had indicated last time. It was making sure we're kind of looking at both the agricultural pieces as well as the environmental natural resource associated components of agriculture. So I know we received improvement. We received a lot of comment to make these changes, and I guess I'll just ask, when it comes to guiding principles, no one's raising their hand. So I'm going to make sure, is this generally in agreement with what you said? And I see Gary Ritter has gone. So Gary, I know you were a big commenter last time. Gary?
No, what I'd like to do is perhaps use my phone call and get Bill Royce on as a subject matter expert and see what he thinks of the high level needs, the guiding principles, the instructions, and get his take on it too, if that's possible.
We can certainly,
unless there's other task force members that have questions right now, we can certainly do that, and then perhaps, because I'd be interested to hear what Bill's take is on it too.
okay, so yeah, as Gary's alluding to, we have a series of subject matter experts that are standing by, sort of like we purposely asked Don Lewis to come on. We have, is it Bill Royce? We've been calling him Ray.
Ray Royce.
Ray Royce.
Ray Royce, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
yeah.
Ray.
So you could
Sorry,
ask Ray.
We have Bill Royce here in Okeechobee.
Yeah, so we could ask Ray Royce to come on and weigh in on his perception of these guiding principles and make any recommendations he might have for the task force in terms of guiding the draft instructions.
Yeah, good morning, Ray Royce. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Obviously, I'm reviewing what's previously been done from participating or watching y'all's meetings. I think there's, significant improvement across the high-level needs, draft guiding principles, and the draft instructions. Probably the only thing I would suggest as we have an evolving, agricultural sector is, in your second bullet point of draft guiding principles, you may just want to consider adding the words "and their market destinations," because I think as important as supply chains are, as our evolving agricultural sector goes out. It is the market destinations that may make a lot of, may be very important as well. Thank you.
And I forgot to ask you to introduce yourself if you would.
I'm sorry, Ray Royce with Highlands County Citrus Growers Association and Heartland Ag Coalition,
Right.
located in Sebring.
So Elizabeth Fleming?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Starting through, I know we're working on guiding principles, but just, I'm going to run through this and then we can figure out how to do it. Starting with the high level need, I wondered if the end of it after environmental sensitivity, we could add and connectivity. And I know that some people raise concerns about what that would mean. I'm not meaning it to imply a decision would be made by someone else to keep it connected or not keep it connected, but just to recognize that these large blocks of connected land are becoming fewer and fewer in Florida, and they're really valuable on the landscape, along with wildlands and for water resources, all those different things. So if there weren't objections, if we could add connectivity at the end of that first draft high level need. And then for the draft guiding principles, we talk about connectivity for the other things, working farms. And I know we wanted to bring in the economic part, but I don't want us to lose the environmental part. And so maybe economic or environmental significance, just to get connectivity in here, addressing the environmental part of it as well. And then for the draft instructions, I know we said in future, it was for future discussion in that worksheet that came along with all this, the high level needs guiding principles and instructions. It indicated in there that fragmentation would be addressed in the instructions, but I don't see it addressed in the instructions.
Actually, Elizabeth, it's in the second bullet. If you look at the second bullet there, it mentions understanding needs and plans to address access and fragmentation. We got a number of comments relative to fragmentation. So to provide kind of a holistic instruction related to those comments, that's what you see here.
That to me did not speak to the environmental connectivity. It spoke to the working, it kind of, unless I'm misinterpreting, but to me that seemed like the, what do you call it? Just the operations on working lands from the business perspective. I was hoping we could add something like either maintain and enhance or avoid fragmenting agricultural lands that are ecologically important, without there being implying that it's mandated by somebody else that landowners themselves couldn't operate or do what they need to do on their lands, but it's recognizing the importance in terms of the wildlife corridors and just generally seeing places in Florida that do not become intensively developed or urbanized.
Okay, so
yep. So we're getting we've had a few hands, and I think where Elizabeth is going is just to make sure we're getting the highlighting the environment part more specifically related to connectivity. If I'm shorthanding that a bit.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, great. So excuse me. So we had a few more people. I'm going to let them, as they come on, ask them to weigh in on everything that's been proposed as well as their comments. So Paul Gray and then Jason Larson. Paul?
Hi, yeah, just for clarification. In the second bullet in draft instructions, we specify Century Farms. What is Century Farms? And if that's a farm, why would we mention them but not other people? I just don't understand why that specific reference is in there.
I'll respond by saying we did get an input from a task force member to bring Century Farms just to the forefront and attention of the task force. I would encourage other task force members to comment on the importance of Century Farms.
If I might,
explain them.
What's that? Just heard someone speak.
if I might, since Mr. Ritter asked for me to share my opinion, I think the Century Farms is a reference, obviously, to an honorific designation, you know, to families that have had it. And frankly, there's very few of those farms, even within the corridor. There are certainly a few, but that's a designation of a farm that's been primarily in a family farm. And I guess while I have 10 seconds of the floor, while we're still under agricultural land use, our concern from the agricultural community is we're addressing things that pertain to agricultural land use. Certainly, you all have a number of other categories that talk about environmental connectivity. You know, from the agricultural community standpoint, we're concerned about what are those uses going to be in an agricultural community as people try to raise products, take products to market. So thank you very much.
Okay, so quickly, before we go to Jason, I'm going to go to Gary and then Paul again. I think you're looking to follow up, both of you. Gary? If you're not, that's...
Yes. First of all, with the Century Farms, there are actually 23 Century Farms in our corridor. And Ray is absolutely correct. That's an honorific designation, and so it's not anything historical. But I think what we're trying to emphasize here is if we have a corridor that ends up going through or getting close to a Century Farm, that there's good communication with those landowners that have been in that area, you know, for over a century. The other thing, as a follow-up, and I agree with Ray, I think the connectivity and environmental significance are represented in the draft guiding principles, and the environmental connectivity is also addressed in the environmental part as well. So, you know, I'm pretty comfortable with how we have it worded right now.
Yes, and I would just add, you know, once we get through this, we're going to be going to those environmental guiding principles. So you may also see language in conservation lands that perhaps might satisfy that request. So just wanted to note that as well.
Yes, I agree.
So Paul, you had originally asked the question, so we're back to you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm very happy with those answers. I didn't realize Century Farms was a designation of longevity, and I respect that, and I think that's good. I was thinking maybe some individual farm would be spelled out, but since it's a category, I think one that we should respect. I'm happy with that. So thank you very much. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yep, we're still learning and sharing. So Jason Flowerson, Wildlife Corridor.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to weigh in. I agree with the spirit of Elizabeth's request to find a way to acknowledge the value of ag lands, many of the working ranches, for the quality of the wildlife habitat that they occupy and maintain. And it doesn't matter to me whether it's in Principle 5 or Principle 7, but the idea to acknowledge somewhere, perhaps in draft instructions, but to acknowledge the value of these large contiguous blocks of habitat as providing both agricultural, food security, Florida livelihood, and conservation values would be a benefit. So I support the spirit of Elizabeth's request.
Thank you, Jason. Shannon, going to weigh in? You're self-muted.
Good grief, so sorry. I too want to support the spirit of what Elizabeth is requesting. And I think what she's trying to do is to simply carry through where you've got purpose under the ag guiding principle. One of the purposes is protect environment and natural resources. So I interpreted what Elizabeth was suggesting, to sort of carry that purpose through somehow in draft instructions. We may be able to do it though in conservation lands, but I think it's a commonly understood concept that one of the values of agriculture and agricultural lands includes environmental values as well. And, you know, and that's reflected in programs like rural and family lands programs. I mean, you know, that's a pretty commonly understood concept. So we may be able to do it more logically in the conservation lands, or even in habitat. Maybe the habitat guiding principle might be the place to try to achieve that.
Yes, and just to mention, when we do go to that, to those three environmental and wildlife related ones, we're going to look at those as a package, so that discussion might easily lend itself to, in doing that, where that instruction would go if it is in that location in one of those three.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
So Penny Taylor? You're self-muted.
There we go. Pardon me. I do agree with Shannon and Elizabeth's remarks regarding the environment. I think it's very easy to silo agriculture from the environment, but I don't think science would support that. And I think it's critical that we show the interrelatedness of the agriculture to the environment and also to actual water, maintenance of water, fresh water, for which basically the state of Florida lives on, and that is the aquifers. So without belaboring it too much, I think it is critical that we continue to weave those areas together in everything that we do. Thank you.
So Beth, I'm going to make a suggestion and see how this flies with the task force. A lot of, it seems like everyone's agrees with the spirit of Elizabeth's intent, and it's a matter of finding the right location to put additional draft instructions and possibly beefing up some guiding principles. But would everybody agree that we can discuss this in the 3 environmental principles and assume that the economic and environmental significance component of the first draft guiding principle covers it sufficiently for agriculture? And I'm asking that primarily of Elizabeth, since it was her suggestion, if she would accept that kind of, from what I'm hearing from folks, that would be what I would think would be an alternate amendment. And I don't mean to be putting words in here, but I am trying to move us along so that we can get to agreement.
Yeah, I agree with discussing it again when we get to the conservation focused guiding principle, but I do agree with not siloing it. And there is that purpose wording that, Shannon, and I'm not trying to divert or dilute. I'm trying to include. We all think agricultural lands are very, very important for many aspects. I just want to capture that in here.
So let me make one suggestion. Sure. Why don't we put in the draft guiding principles just a note for now that we're discussing how that interrelates with the environmental aspects. So
including connectivity.
Including connectivity, so that we capture that right now. And we can just do that as a note, Randy.
We have a few task force members that want to weigh in. So I'm going to let Bill McDaniel, since he hasn't spoken yet, Bill, and come back to Gary.
Hey, good morning. And you know, I don't think, and there again, just me personally, but I don't think there's a person on this task force that doesn't concur with the spirit of what Elizabeth is in fact sharing. And I don't concur with my colleague Commissioner Taylor with regard to the silo effect. There is suggestive language in the high-level needs that talks about economic drivers and the environmental sensitivity. There is in the draft principles, in the first draft principle, productive lands with economic and environmental significance. I think it's important that we remember this is all intertwined. There is no silo effect. I don't think it's necessary to change this language here. And if we're going to do anything, maybe we can add agriculture over into the guiding principles that are set aside for the environmentally sensitive lands, conservation lands, so on and so forth, because of the recognition of the environmental sensitivity of agricultural lands as habitat, as water recharge, and so on and so on. So I would really like us to leave alone what is in fact here, and then address, if it's not sufficiently addressed, we can always come back to it, but I would sooner think it would be better to, if we're going to do anything, drag agriculture as its necessity of importance to the environment into the environmental segments of our overall report, as opposed to emphasizing something that's already done in another part of our report. The environmental sections of the guiding principles specifically address connectivity, sheet flow, and avoidance of such as far as the negative impacts come along. So I would highly recommend that we leave the guiding principles as currently drafted alone.
LK would like to weigh in. LK?
Okay, great discussion, task force members. One thing that I do want to point out that, we got to understand that these lands are privately owned, right? Remember, we just talked about these century farms. So it's imperative that we understand that and then focus on how we can partner and how we can encourage and work with them to create what you all are talking about as it relates to the connectivity, sheet flow, etc. So one of the things that I would suggest is maybe go into the draft instruction side and similar to what we did, right, working with owners, operators of agricultural farms, or working with the owners to improve transportation connectivity and all as such. So maybe incorporate an instruction which kind of directs the department to say, okay, work with the property owners or the ag owners, right, to encourage them to improve connectivity, sheet flow, etc. That's one way of initiating those conversations.
So we still have Gary, and then maybe we can, Beth, come up with some, wrap this up. Gary, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, and I'll be real quick. I just want to remind everyone that one of the reasons why we have right now agriculture as a standalone, because it was first started out under the conservation and environmental, and we felt like, we're just kind of being real specific with it, looking at conservation lands and sheet flow and water quality. But there are other aspects to agriculture, and that's why we parsed it out into a single unit like that. And I agree, when you look at the conservation lands aspect, as we go to those sections, it becomes a partnership with, whether it be FDOT or the state of Florida, with the project property owner. So again, I think that's why we had a separate category for agriculture, to identify those other things outside of the conservation part of it, because they were listed up in the environment.
All right, John Ahern. I think you might be self-muted.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, I'll agree with Gary. I think that we need to keep the ag land use, separate. And I mean, I think our our farmers and ranchers are some of the greatest stewards of the land, and I think if we keep it there and then we address it in the other sections, I think we'll be the best, just keeping agricultural uses where they are.
All right.
Yes, and actually, you may even see ag lands show up in number 7 when we get there. So we'll have the ability to re-look at that as well. I believe it might even be the 6th bullet in instructions. So,
well, you want to leave the note here so we
yes.
make sure to review it based on what written comments we receive, and then we'll look at the other.
Yes, so I'd say let's leave the note. We also have some input on possible instructions if we need to go back related to working with landowners on these types of opportunities. So we've made note of that. So if it's okay to go with the note right now and then move to the big 3, environmental and wildlife, perhaps we can have some additional dialogue there.
I'm going to wait a couple seconds to see if we get any. So Paul Gray has Paul, I'm assuming you have want to say something before we.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we all know that fragmentation for wild areas is an issue for a variety of reasons, but it is also an issue for agricultural areas. And the first time I ever heard about that was planning around the Disney Wilderness Preserve. And, that's just south of the town of Kissimmee, and Royal Poinciana went in there and all these developments. And they were doing some modeling of future land uses, and they were predicting agricultural decline as more and more urbanization came in. And it was really a strange idea to me. Why would just, you build a city over there, I still got a farm here, but there get to be conflicts between urban and agricultural land uses. People complain about odors or noises or spraying or burning or whatever. And the roads get congested. And once you put in a city, the farmland that used to support the feed store that you go to suddenly is not supporting that feed store. So your support infrastructure might go downhill. And sure enough, that's kind of come to fruition. A lot of the people that got enveloped by the urban areas kind of just threw in their hat and said, I just can't successfully do my ag here, and neighborhood dogs chasing your animals or exotic plants getting out and getting on your property. So I think it is important to think about fragmentation of agricultural areas. And I think it's covered in the 2nd bullet in the draft instructions. It mentions fragmentation, and I think that's appropriate. It's fragmentation in the sense of trying to preserve agricultural landscapes that are successful and have a minimum of conflicts with other land uses. So to me, I think that it's in there. I think it's important, and I think we've covered it. So just some background.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So I think we can maybe proceed on. So now we have guiding principles 6, 7, and 8. 6 relates to conservation land, 7 wildlife and plant habitats, and 8 water resources. What I'd like to do is, what I'd like for us to maybe consider these as a package for now, because when you take a look at the guiding principles, we'll go through them quickly. For conservation lands, we have apply the following priority order for existing managed conservation lands, including conservation easements and mitigation lands. And you will see 3 prioritizations there. Numbers 1, 2, and 3, connect and enhance, avoid, minimize, and mitigate negative impacts to. I'd like to take a quick look at the other 2 just so you can see the similarities between those and the differences. So if we go to guiding principle number 7, encourage biodiversity by applying the following priority order to habitats for all federally and state protected species, including the panther, other wildlife, and endemic plants. And then you will see very similar prioritization there. Water resources. Apply the following priority order for water resources, and the very similar prioritization there as well. So within the spirit that we might have a prioritization discussion amongst all 3, we thought we would put this together in a package, but while also having the opportunity to address the introductory language to those priorities as well as related instructions.
And I would point out, we did receive comments that kind of intermingled, that looked at the order of 1 and 2.
Right.
Some wanted 2-1, some wanted 1-1-1. So any comments or discussion on that would be good as well. So Shannon?
Yes, thank you very much. So I've got several language recommendations here, but just as context and pretext, we are not discussing today, and I understand why, but we're not going back to the changes that were made in draft guiding principle number, I think it's number 1, or I'm sorry, number 2. You got that staff made some pretty significant edits to draft guiding principle number 2, and I just want to talk about it for a second because it bears on the recommendations I'm going to be making for a couple of these guiding principles. So the way draft guiding principle number 2 is currently structured is that the first priority is on existing corridors. So, and that's a change that I certainly support. The staff is being much clearer that in priority order, we're going to look to making safety, operational capacity improvements to existing transportation facilities and right of way. And then the second to that is develop new transportation facilities. So if we are going to take the guiding principles as a whole in this report, then going back to conservation lands, can we start with conservation lands maybe, which I think is guiding principle number 6?
Number 6, yes, we can, certainly.
Okay, so what I'd like to, first of all, the first language suggestion I'm making is that we include, after the word existing in the very first bullet, we include and proposed, managed, and I'm not actually even sure I understand what the word managed means, but maybe somebody could explain that to me. I think we could delete managed, but I think it should read, apply the following priority order for existing and proposed conservation lands. And the reason I say and proposed is because the way that state approaches conservation lands is through lists. There are these lists where that staff has spent the last 10 months at our request putting together these lists of lands that are targeted for acquisition, that are being or protection. So I think we ought to include the word and proposed. So that's my first recommended edit. And then when we're looking at existing and proposed conservation lands, I'd like to add as the first priority, reverse, so DOT's first priority would be to reverse the negative impacts of existing transportation facilities on existing and proposed conservation lands. So in other words, it would be a new number 1, and it's intended to reflect guiding principle number 2 that says that if our number 1 priority is going to be to look at existing corridors, then with respect to conservation lands, the department's number 1 priority should be looking for opportunities to reverse the current economic damage that's being done by existing corridors. And the example that I'll use is State Road 29, right? There's some opportunity there. That's an old road. It's been sitting on the ground for a long time. There may be some opportunities to do better job culverting that road. You know, maybe even to the extent of the work that we've done on Tamiami Trail to bridge Tamiami Trail. It's an existing 100-year-old road. We've reversed a lot of the damage, or in the process of reversing a lot of the damage of that road. So that's my second language change. And then we would go to avoid. So I'm one of those folks that wants to switch it. So I would put as your second priority, avoid. And then I would suggest, you know, adding that we would only impact or fragment areas like this if no reasonable alternative exists. I want my fellow task force members to know I did submit this language and all of you should have it. So I know it's a lot to hear my annoying voice kind of talk through it, but and then we would stick with connect and enhance conservation lands would become number 3. And then finally, number 4, I think we ought to add, and this is important, is that lands that are identified for acquisition need to be acquired prior to the commencement of construction of MCORs. And that belongs in a guiding principle, not in the draft instructions, because it is central. If you build a road, then try to buy conservation land after that, the road itself has completely changed the calculation of those lands. So Karen, I don't know what's reasonable. I've just thrown a lot of verbosity out at everyone. I don't expect everyone to be able to.
Well, I want to ask a clarifying question from you, and then maybe we'll take a piece at a time. You had talked about reverse negative impacts on existing roads, and that's just to confirm, or existing facilities. That's if a roadway is going on that is being parallel using that existing roadway, correct? Not
right.
Okay.
Yeah, not going out the corridor and finding existing roadways. Yeah, okay. Within the corridor. Right, exactly. Yeah. And with and we could add it, if that corridor, or I don't know what the right word is, if that facility is being altered through NCORS, then the first priority would be, can we reverse any existing damage that facility is causing?
So I see that Jason has joined us via video. Jason, you're our expert on the environmental engineering side. You've heard Shannon's points. Could you possibly respond or weigh in on that?
Sure, I'm happy to. Shannon, I think they're all very good ideas. I'd like to offer a couple of things just as suggestions. Sure. I too am one of the ones that would like to see avoid as the very first option when it comes to environmental impacts. I think for us, as we go through an ETDM and PD&E phase, our first goal is always to try to avoid any negative impact to any environmental item. So I understand where you're coming with the reverse old problems that may exist on the roadways, and I know that's a very easy way to say it for me, but if we have an existing roadway that has caused some environmental concern, clearly when we go in and look at it, we should look at rectifying that situation. I would suggest that I would still prefer to see avoid first. If we can choose a road that didn't have environmental issues with it, that would probably be where I would suggest us going first, is try to avoid any impact at all to the natural environment if possible. Understanding that that's very unlikely, and we would automatically probably jump to number 2 and say, okay, if we're going to co-locate, then let's try to rectify any past problems and also enhance the current environment as it exists. I would probably make reverse and enhance into the same bullet, because it's both. As we reverse old issues, we're also enhancing the current problem. The only other comment I would like to offer, Shannon, is you talked about adding the notion of, instead of just having current conservation lands, also having proposed conservation lands. That's a little difficult, only because there's a lot of proposed conservation lands in this area. And this goes to my notion that we're putting avoid first. Maybe there's another way to handle that, instead of adding proposed there, putting it in an instruction that if you're going to affect a proposed conservation land, you take every reasonable effort to purchase, fund, use the ability of the statute to enhance that proposal and enhance the ability for people to make it actual managed conservation lands currently. So that'd be my only suggestion.
Karen, may I respond to Jason's suggestions?
Please. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Jason, I'm totally open to what the right order is here. The biggest point I want to make today is that in the guiding principle, we include that reversing harm is something that should be a priority when we're looking at existing, at locating facilities. So if there's a way of structuring this that's different than what I've proposed, and I hope you have in front of you, then I'm open to seeing that again. What I would say about proposed is that we've spent months pulling together these lists of important conservation lands, including those that are actually on proposed protection lists. And I do have, there are some detailed instructions. I think 1,000 Friends of Florida sent out some recommended detailed instructions for which lands should fall under this guiding principle. And perhaps we can get to it that way, where we say there's a land on the, I mean, there's a parcel or piece of habitat that's on a acquisition list. It's not yet protected, but it's on a list that we all recognize as a legitimate list. It's gone through a process. It's been commented on by the public, and that we will include that list under this guiding principle. And I'm open to, but as long as we're specific about it in the detailed instructions.
And Shannon, I agree with what you said. I think the number we can talk about, personally, I again, as I said, I like avoid, and then followed by, well, exactly what you said, reverse old impacts and enhance new environment. I think that works really well. The second bullet on the instructions that talks about leveraging the statute in order to purchase conservation land to be utilized, I think if we add proposed into the draft guiding principle, actually in the principle, then what we're saying is we're going to try to avoid all proposed conservation lands. And I think if you look at the map, that becomes very difficult. If you look at the graphic, that becomes difficult.
Jason, at the risk of interrupting you, and I apologize for that,
Please.
clarify that I think I'm comfortable. I don't think I've suggested. What I'm saying is apply the following priority order for existing and proposed. In other words, I'm happy to try to address it in a different way. If we can try to address it in the detailed instructions, I'm comfortable with attempting to do that. But what I think we would need to be clear about is, for the purposes of this guiding principle, the following lists or existing and proposed lands are considered, they fall under this guiding principle. Do you get my drift here?
I do, and I think your point is coming across very clear, and we can take a look at trying to incorporate that either in the principle or in the instruction as we go forward.
And what do you guys think about, I've written the word acquire, perhaps I shouldn't have said acquire, perhaps I should have said just protect. But I do think it's important to have as a guiding principle that you have to protect conservation land before construction. So you can't protect lands in year 25 of this project. It has to come beforehand. And then when it comes time to talk about financial feasibility, it also has to be folded into financial feasibility as well. But we can get to that when it comes time to talk.
And the only thing I'll say to that, Shannon, and that's a wonderful point, but as we go through the PD&E process, any, for instance, for MCORs, any commitments that we make to acquire or protect conservation lands will be rolled into those documents. It'll happen before construction. It won't be an afterthought. We'll absolutely roll that in. Your guiding principles are going to be in part of our kind of guiding document for our PD&E studies on these projects. So that will happen just by the nature of what's going on here.
Well, then if that is the case, then I would imagine then it shouldn't be hard to put it into the guiding principle. If you're going to do it anyway, I think it would give the public, it certainly would give my organization comfort. If you can find a way, if that's what you're going to do anyway, let's put it in the guiding principles so that there's a measure of, if there's going to be an advisory group overseeing this and their guide star is going to be these guiding principles, then we've made it very clear. So I would say that we should be able to fold that concept into the guiding principles.
You need clarification? Yeah. We need some clarification here real quickly, just to make sure we understand what needs to be folded into the guiding.
Well, instructions, I think.
Instructions, yeah.
Shannon was referring to.
So you want me to clarify, or you want somebody else to clarify?
I'd like you to clarify if you don't mind.
So I either am proposing in the very beginning to say, apply the following priority order for existing and proposed conservation lands. That's my original edit. If that doesn't work, then the alternative approach would be to move to draft instructions. And to include a draft instruction, 1,000 Friends offered us something, I think, very close. You could go back to their document that they shared with the whole task force. Include in the draft instructions that for the purposes of this guiding principle, DOT should use lands and parcels that are on the following lists, or that have been identified through the following processes. Amendment 1, Carl, you know, all of the documents that the state uses to identify important conservation lands for protection for the purposes of this guiding principle. Those are the lands that DOT is going to look at, whether they've been protected yet or not. And the reason I'm saying that is because the state has already identified them in some other process as being important for conservation and protection.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we've got that down. If I can kind of bifurcate the two issues for a minute and talk about the priority to make sure we can get the task force, because this affects all three guiding principles. If we can kind of make sure we have others weighing in on those orders as kind of we've discussed now, and then we'll come back to the proposed discussion as needed. So Tom Grafe and then Matt Caldwell, they've been waiting a while. So Tom. Oh, Tom, you need to pin in. You need to enter your pin, and that was just sent to you, and then you'll be able to join us. Matt Caldwell, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Karen. I mean, you would say you want to bifurcate them. I was really going to talk about the whole proposed conversation and how we resolve that, or maybe not necessarily resolve it, but definitely what we need to be thinking about.
Okay, go ahead. I'll have other hands raised, so go ahead.
Sure. And so just for reminder for the task force, my professional background in real estate appraisal, we've dealt with acquisitions, both for private property owners and for the public sector, and seen it from both sides. I think there's a practical consideration, and then there's the bigger theoretical one. I think everybody agrees, you know, we don't want to have this be a replication of, you know, the Kissimmee Canal or the Cross Florida Barge Canal, where as soon as we start it, we regret it, right? We want to preserve these properties that are on the future list, but who is setting those proposals? You know, right now the draft instructions are limited to the Greenway Network priorities 1 and 2, as I read it. Maybe that's the acceptable list, and that's going to satisfy everybody. But I think we need to definitely put a limitation on it. And the practical application is what that means in the future for acquisition for the state and the cost of that. We worked on the Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed. It's still an ongoing project, South Florida, Lee County, Collier County acquisitions. From the time that it was proposed 20 years ago, the market prices, the value of those properties have been directly influenced by the potential and expected probable acquisition of them. And so to Jason's point, you know, there are proposals that cover the entire study area. If you take everyone out there who's ever said something, and what that means in terms of actually impacting the ability to construct this project or even consider the possibility of the project, it could just become an exponentially impossible task. And so I think it's really incumbent upon us, if we care about seeing lands acquired and the paradigm that I've been talking about all along, which is, you know, if this project is built, it should be accompanied by some serious environmental acquisition commitments. We need to, as a task force, put some defining boundaries on that and not just have it be open-ended to potentially acquire every single bit of land that's left from Lakeland to Immokalee.
Something on the second instruction bullet, that wasn't intended to be only Florida Ecological Greenway Network priorities 1 and 2. That just says including. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I wasn't meant to draw that out as a single and only.
Well, I still think then we definitely as a task force just need to be thoughtful about how wide we cast that net and make sure, you know, we're on the same page. We do have some really great layers that we've developed on that mapping. The existing conservation lands have been incorporated directly into it, and we saw that and how it influenced the presentation at the very beginning this morning with some of the ideas that are starting. But I really think we need some resolution on that, on this particular issue of proposed and what does proposed mean and what do we intend it to mean as a task force, rather than just leave it open-ended.
So let me ask a question of Jason. Jason, do you think we can take this back and maybe come up with some recommendations for the task force to consider in instructions?
I do. I think there's 2 points I'd like to point out. The first is that if we add the word proposed into the draft guiding principle, as Shannon suggested, understand that there's still a hierarchy with the numbers below, and it would read, we're going to try to avoid proposed, and then we're going to try to reverse and enhance the proposed, and minimize and mitigate negativity to their proposed. So you still have that hierarchy. The second thing is, it's been mentioned to include kind of the laundry list of all the different proposed language that's been, given to us from several different groups over there in that second bullet. I think the goal here was not to exclude anyone. And instead of putting a laundry list like we just heard, it was read that ecological greenway network priorities 1 and 2 was the only thing we were talking about. I would suggest that we're not only talking about that when we're talking about all different proposed conservation lands. I mean, there's lots of different opportunities we have under the statute to encourage, embolden, and acquire those conservation lands. So it seems like instead of a list, maybe more of an all-inclusive, we're going to look at everything kind of sentence on how we can help acquire lands. I'm up for either one when it comes to that instruction. I just wanted to point that out. And yeah, and Beth, to your question, we can absolutely, we hear the concern. You've heard my concern. I think we can look at how to incorporate that in there a little better.
So we can take that as, we've gotten a great input on that. We can take that and look at some revised language that we could put forward to the task force when it comes to instructions. And remember, we'll have even more discussion on instruction finalization in meeting 8. I know, Karen, you were talking about prioritization, because we have had a dialogue here about avoid first and then possible restoration to those that have already been disturbed. It sounds like that relates also to the other 2 guiding principles. I wonder if that's a good time to kind of look at the prioritization within the framework of the other 2 guiding principles as well.
We can do that too. We have two people that have been hanging out there a while that have wanted to talk. So Tom Grave, if you want to weigh in on anything you've heard, you've been there, Tom.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think Beth just asked the question. I was thinking this would be for, I believe it's principle 6, 7, and 8, that this reordering and the conversation we've had. So that was my question, and I'll wait and see what you guys come up with. But if this covers all 3, then that's along the lines I was thinking.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, task force members, I think I want to emphasize, bring a little bit of attention to what Matt brought up as it relates to identifying to what extent do we want to leverage the statute, as it relates acquiring lands to help with conservation, right? Of all those proposed conservation lands. So there's got to be some conversation and agreement with the task force and direction from the task force associated with that, because there's a lot of proposed lands out there. So we've got to make sure that you've got to pivot to how, while we are planning this corridor, and we cannot avoid, like Jason said, those proposed lands. What are the types of enhancements that we would want to look at, first thing, right? To meet the intent of those proposed lands. That could be an instruction item, but also kind of like to what extent do we go acquiring those proposed lands. So I would like to see some discussion about it. And the second thing that I'm going to request is, we've been, our county representatives and the NPO representatives have been very a little quiet related to these conversations. I think, we all know there's the push and pull side of it, the avoidance and the attraction side of it. So I would like to hear your thoughts as we are getting suggestions to changes to guiding principles, so that we get a good picture and a collective picture and a collective recommendation as it relates to changes to guiding principles and recommendations to instructions. Thank you, Karen.
Sure. And they were teed up already, but we have 2, Bill McDaniel and then Ken Doherty. So Bill, you want to weigh in on this discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would like to really, for the task force to give serious consideration to what Jason had to say. I agree with Shannon with regard to the definition of managed conservation lands. It brings in some things that might be problematic at some stage of the process. And I personally think, as Jason said, it is the department's effort. It's virtually everyone's effort along the line to prioritize our efforts to avoid first, then connect and enhance, and then minimize mitigation and negative impacts. I'm a little concerned with the specificity of reverse existing negative impacts, because that becomes to what extent are those reversals in fact effectuated? So I think if we renumbered these as was suggested by Shannon and Jason, and start off with avoid first, connect and enhance thereafter, and then minimize those negative impacts, it's going to take us a long way down the path. I am also concerned about Shannon's proposed language of proposed lands to be acquired, only because that laundry list becomes necessarily all inclusive. I've seen it in my short tenure as a county commissioner, and as Matt Caldwell so adeptly said, it's when your property comes up on the list, it becomes it becomes problematic from a pricing standpoint. So those are my thoughts.
All right. Thank you. Ken Doherty, you want to weigh in on those two? We're kind of getting some opinions on the two different points being discussed.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I'm going to focus primarily on the priorities. I agree with Jason. You know, in the world of environmental permitting, those are the steps you have to take anyways. My previous life, I think Karen and Beth, we talked about this in my one-on-one with y'all, that obviously we'll need to try to avoid impacts. And I do think we need to, this guiding principle needs to stay exclusively relative to existing conservation lands, not proposed. That needs to, we can probably discuss that over in the draft instructions somewhere, but as far as the guiding principle, I think it's appropriate the way it is. Of course, then it's avoid, then minimize impacts, and then you mitigate. But of course, if we're probably going to have to impact something, we should try to always minimize that. But when we look at existing facilities like 29 or some of the others, we certainly have the opportunity then to repair and enhance. So, but I do think we need to reorder those priorities, with obviously avoidance at the top spot. That's what's going to be required by the regulatory agencies on the alternatives analysis. I think, Jason, is where you are heading primarily. So that's it, Karen.
And Ken, just to clarify one more time, you're referring to all three of the guiding principles?
Correct.
Yes, we do have a few more hands. So we're talking about the priority of first avoid, second reverse negative impacts and enhance, and then the third would be minimize and mitigate.
Yes.
Is I think of the order that we're talking about, and then also the discussion of proposed or not proposed. Dealing with proposed, let me phrase it this way, dealing with proposed as part of draft instructions. So that's sort of, I think, Jason's recommendations. So I'm going to go to Wendy Matthews because she's not had an opportunity yet, and then Jason Sorensen. Wendy?
Hey, thank you. I too agree with Shannon. I like adding or bumping up avoidance as number one in the list under guiding principles. And then I'd also like to offer just a little maybe additional language related to the proposed lands. Each of the agencies that have the ability to acquire lands have work plans. And so I would maybe add some language to a draft instruction that would, during the FDOT staff development of the potential alignments, just consult with the different agencies on what lands are currently in their work plans. That kind of, it wouldn't include, of course, all proposed lands. It would just include a subset of those that are potentially being worked on over the next year or two. So I just wanted to offer that up as a potential addition to a draft instruction bullet. And then also, the bullet that's number 3 under draft instructions place a high priority on avoiding adverse impacts on conservation and recreational lands, CARL lands. P2000, CARL, and Florida Forever are all DEP's acquisition program, over the last 25 years. And so, the first bullet excludes CARL lands. The third bullet eliminates P2000 and Florida Forever lands. I'd like to see some consistency there and just including all of DEP acquisition lands or something like that. I can offer up some proposed language for that, but there's just some inconsistencies there.
Okay, yeah, I think we're starting to get some detailed instruction language that may be asking task force members to provide back in the written comments over the next week. Then we could take them and consolidate them together. That would be great. So I appreciate that. Okay, he's going to weigh in, and then we'll go back to task. No, he's changing his mind. So Shannon, no, Jason was next. Jason Lauritsen.
Yes, thank you. I want to just assent to the reordering. That's good with me. And I wanted to address the discussion LK opened up regarding how do we prioritize or guide some of the proposed land acquisitions. And Wendy mentioned the various programs, FDP and FDACs and others that have work plans and do prioritize. I want to note, however, that most of those programs focus on large contiguous blocks, which are absolutely important. I'd love to see more funding and acquisition conservation easements occur there. But often ignored are those not so attractive, not so extensive wild urban interfaces that are really critical connections for wildlife. And those are some of the thinnest, narrowest, most at-risk wildlife corridors. They're captured in the FEGN 1 and 2, but they are not the biggest, largest, highest ranking blocks. So when we approach this process, I just want to make an appeal that we look at not just the work plans that Florida Forever and Rural and Family Lands Protection Programs identify, but also look very carefully at those tortured little bottlenecks between our large blocks of conservation land that provide a real and meaningful benefit to the genetic health of wildlife populations in those areas that everybody recognizes is important. That's all.
Okay.
Jason, great point, right? The statute clearly talks about the need for us to focus on wildlife habitat and look at the need for acquisition of lands for state conservation and or as mitigation for project construction as it relates to wildlife habitat and corridors, right? So any suggestions that you task force members can make as we go through the guiding principles, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So then Shannon, and then Elizabeth, and then Paul Gray.
Karen, I'm happy to kind of let folks who haven't talked yet talk because they're making me smarter. So thank you.
Okay, great. Then Elizabeth. Glad you could raise your hand, Elizabeth. Yeah.
I'm not doing the hand raising thing well today at all. I tried to speak. I mean, I wanted to speak earlier, so this may come a little out of order. But what Shannon had proposed initially, I agree with all of the intention of it. I'm not too worried about the order. I kind of liked it the way it was, but I also understand I think avoid should be the first thing we do with any of this stuff. So I'm not so worried about the order as long as all of this is represented. The concept of proposed is important because as we look at a large project like this and we have the opportunity to plan well, as people have brought up, not only to plan for additional population and growth, but we need to plan for maintaining and enhancing connected undeveloped areas to support growth and to offset the impacts of growth and to have water for all of this growth, all those reasons. So it is a very important principle in good planning. And so I understand, I do support having that in here and proposed. It, and then as far as the lists go, this is not some random thing. For many decades, the state of Florida has, and counties, there's a very methodical approach to deciding what lands are important for conservation and recreation and for agricultural easements as well. So there are lists, and I suppose that would go in the instructions and talk about there being a way to do this methodically, utilizing the information that is available and list a few of them in the instructions. That seems like the best way to do that. When Shannon mentioned earlier about the word manage for conservation lands, that's important because if we're using, that comes from FNA, and managed conservation lands is a bucket for state parks, national wildlife refuges, federal, state, easement lands. So that is a term that means something. So again, when we get so general and overarching in guiding principles, I think sometimes the meaning gets lost, or if we change one word, then we lose a whole concept that was intended. So the editing can, that's difficult to do as a group, but just wanted to point out that's why that was a deliberate word back when we first started this. The concept of reversing damage is, I think, inextricably linked with the idea of enhancements. That is a solid component of this MCORS package. And so, and as an opportunity, I don't think it's not a requirement per se, but it's an opportunity. And there's language in this, in the MCORS statute that shows, or that, I'm not speaking well right now, it shows that possibility, and it implies that we should be thinking along those lines. So that's why I think it's important. And if there is something that was done 50 years ago before anybody really understood hydrology or wildlife movement, I mean, we are moving forward, and this is a large project which is thinking with modern concepts into the future. So I think that is a very valuable aspect of this whole thing. So I don't want to lose those concepts. I agree with the spirit in which the different comments have been made. And so the question becomes, we get specific in the instructions. Is that where we direct how this happens? And again, I just want to be clear that I support all of that, and it doesn't really matter to me as long as it's clear and written down in this document.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jason, I know you've been Watts. You wanted to weigh in. We still have a few more people that want to speak. I think you wanted to react to some comments or questions.
Sure. If you want to let the rest of the task force give comments first, and then I'll summarize kind of at the end what's been said, I think that'd be fine.
All right, that's fine. So Andrew Dickman has now joined us online. So Andrew, you're self-muted, I think. You can. You're a little garbled. Andrew, we're not hearing you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
I apologize. In a different computer, I had some issues earlier. I want to weigh in on this conservation guiding principles. I really think that pardon me if this has already been talked about, but I think there needs to be the highest priority in this list needs to be the acquisition of conservation lands. And there's so much public resources going into this project, then an equal amount needs to be added to actually acquiring these sensitive conservation lands, not just easements and avoidance and minimizing mitigation. So I'd like to hear what others think if they talk about this. But I do think that needs to be an absolute priority in this list, and not just connecting and enhancing, avoiding, minimizing. I don't see anywhere in there about actually acquiring sensitive properties. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Anyone else? Yeah, we do have a few more people that want to weigh in. Shannon again, and then Paul Gray. Shannon, you're still waiting, right? Okay, great. Paul, last one.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you did.
I can wait till after Paul. Sorry, I didn't mean to put my hand down. I still have my hand up, but I can go after Paul.
You're on, Shannon. So
Go ahead, go for it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank everybody for the great input. I do want to underscore a couple of things. I am fine with trying to deal with the concept of proposed in the detailed instructions. I am fine having staff go back and try to do that in a way that incorporates some of the feedback you've gotten from the task force. What I would say as a general matter, I want us to go back to the statute to read. The only way that you can read this statute, which talks about essentially an infrastructure program, one of the purposes of which is to protect the environment. It takes protecting a lot of land to protect the environment. And if we can't afford to do that, then we can't afford to do this program. So the only way you can read the statute is if we're going to, the program is going to use its authorities to do what is necessary to protect the environment and natural resources. I am not proposing that MCORDS would somehow establish a new list of conservation lands. I'm not, so that, you know, that there would be some kind of MCORDS conservation list. Quite the opposite. I'm suggesting, to some of the points that have already been made, that there already exist very good lists with a lot of science behind them, most of them with public processes behind them, public input behind them, that we should turn to. And I agree with whoever made the point that we should come to terms with what we mean by conservation lands, and it can be done in the draft instructions. Let me make another point that is extremely important to the Everglades Foundation. We are in the business of environmental restoration. Restoring the Everglades, that's the sole purpose of the mission of our organization. It is, I'm not comfortable with having reversal or restoration be inherent in the word avoid or even in the word enhance. I do think it needs to be in the guiding principles that the MCORS program has the authority and has the potentially the resources to, doesn't have to be reverse if there's a better word, I'm open to it, but this idea of correcting the damage done by previous facilities and old roads while we are modifying them. And I think you do, my experience with Tamiami Trail is that you actually really do need to be explicit that is something the department should be looking at opportunities. You have to be explicit about it. You can't let it be an implicit goal or objective.
And then, let's see. And then again, I just want to go back to Jason. If it is something you guys are going to do, the identifying lands to be protected in the PD&E, then I would once again ask prior to construction moving forward or prior to the project moving forward, I'd like to see that folded in either in the guiding principles or in the draft instructions, just to elevate that action, appropriately. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, and we're looking forward to a lot of instructions, draft instructions from task force members. So Paul Gray.
Hi, thank you. Paul Gray, Audubon. There's a lot of balls in the air, but I'll try to go fast. I agree with moving avoid up to the #1 position in the draft guiding principles. I think, that's the first thing we should do. On this idea of reversing damage, roads are famous for altering hydrology. By their nature, they have to be above the projected highest water levels. And so when water reaches them, it either gets dammed up somewhat or it gets diverted down to some other crossing, and the downstream areas where it got diverted from get dried out. So, I think that's a good idea to say, if the existing roadway has caused hydrological changes or impairments, that we should take an eye toward reversing that. So I think that's a good guiding principle. And going back to Wendy's comments about the list in draft instructions of things we should avoid, it is kind of inconsistent, because when I think about conservation and recreation lands, Carl, I also think about Save Our Rivers, which was a water management district program. And I think those lands are in a different hopper, and they may be germane here, but I don't know if they're listed, because a lot of them were bought with Florida Forever money or P2000 money. And I also don't see the wildlife management areas specifically listed, or the public use areas that FWC manages. And I don't see state and sovereign submerged lands listed specifically either. And so I know it's a confusing variety of properties, and I'm not a good enough expert on how to categorize state-owned lands, but maybe if we listed P2000 and Florida Forever lands, and then we'd put a bullet or asterisk and then make that long list of all the different things and categories it might be under. But yeah, I just agree that there's inconsistency in the way we're listing things in the draft instructions, and I hope we can talk with maybe the ARC committee and the trustees about how do we list these more efficiently. So, and I know that's just a housekeeping thing, but it is kind of a confusing list over there. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, great conversation. Couple of things. I would like Jason to summarize his understanding of what the suggestions are, because he's our expert here, so the team can take it back and kind of work on that, and you can provide your comments on the draft instructions as we go forward. That would be great. The one thing that I want to thank Wendy for her comment, because I kind of look at it as a starting point. It gives us a means and methods of figuring out what's out there and prioritization. But thank you, Wendy, for that. Jason, you want to summarize?
Yes, sir. So I heard a lot of different things, and I just want to go through them all. We're going to have to take them back and kind of rehash them and bring them back, but a couple of resounding points came out clear. There's a couple of different issues here, so I'm going to take them one at a time. The first being the guiding principles for 6, 7, and 8, and the order that they appear in. It sounds like we have everybody agrees that avoid will be the first one. It'll basically just say avoid them. For the second one, I tried to craft it in a way that incorporated a bunch of the different conversations with one caveat. I think it should say connect and enhance while continuing to minimize impacts. Because if you think about it, if we avoid, we don't avoid, then the next thing we should do is improve and still minimize. And then the last one would still say minimize and mitigate negative impacts to them. What it doesn't include right now is the explicit concern about fixing I'm going to say old problems that were caused by the roadway. Part of that is because of the way we do our work. When we say enhance, or when we say we're going to create a roadway, that's up to the current standards. Our current standards are considerably different than they were 50 years ago. But I do hear Shannon's point that, for instance, on Tamiami, sometimes we have to take a proactive approach to it. So I'd like to look at including that proactive approach, either in the guiding principle or in a draft instruction. I think we're going to have to take it back and look at it. So in general, the guiding principles absolutely would say avoid first, then if you can't avoid, enhance, connect while continuing to minimize. And then if you can't do that, then move on to the third one. The reality is most likely we're going to be in the second and third together at the same time. We're always going to try to minimize. We're always going to try to mitigate. And at the same time, we're going to enhance where possible. So we'll try to craft that language a little clearer so we can bring back to the team. The second issue that we all discussed was the idea of proposed and whether it's managed conservation land. So I think for the word managed, we're going to take that back. We're going to look at it. Our intent is that it's actual land right now that's being maintained as conservation land. It's purchased, it's owned, it's, I'm going to say fenced. Somebody looks at it as conservation lands, and that's what we meant by that. Maybe there's a better way we can say that. We'll take a look and see if we can be more clear on that. Proposed, we heard the gambit from many different people. I think the thing that we can absolutely take away is this idea of going to the different groups that maintain those lists and going to the different owners of mitigation lands and opening a dialogue and cooperating with them to utilize the statute in order to acquire where we can and where it's going to help move MCORS forward. That we can absolutely roll into the guiding principle in a better way, or I'm sorry, in the draft instructions in a better way. The only kind of concern I heard from the different task team members is there's two kind of schools of thought. One is we include a laundry list of all of the different lists of approved, potential proposed mitigation sites, or not mitigation sites, conservation lands. If we do that, I am afraid that we miss one, or one comes up. What we also heard a task member say is, well, what about the small ones? What about the ones that aren't on these big lists, but could have a real significant impact to a local community? I would rather us look, for me, take it back and hear what we've heard all the different groups say and see if we can craft that second bullet in more of an all-encompassing way to where it's clear that we're including the big list, but it's also clear that we're going to look for unique, smaller methods to acquire lands that may be a benefit to the local communities. I think that's my summary of what's said, Beth.
Thanks a lot, Jason. So normally we would put a summary on the screen. We don't have a whole lot of room for all of that, but we do have a record of it. So thank you, Jason, for going through that. So we've got a summary that addresses the notion of how to address proposed lands in the instructions. We've got to relook at the word manage and recraft that in a way that might be more indicative of the intent of what was there, as well as relooking at a prioritization for avoid, connect, and enhance while continuing to minimize impact. And then third, minimize and mitigate, and come back to you with revised language. So I think I did a really super quick, super summary of your summary, Jason, but I just wanted to reiterate it one more time since we're not putting it on the screen. Hopefully I did it justice. And these would apply to guiding principles 6, 7, and 8. Okay.
So I'm not seeing anyone wave their hands.
Great.
Everybody's learning. Oh, there's a Mike McCabe. Yeah.
Oh, we do have some comment.
Mike, did you
there
want
we
to
go.
begin that approach?
I'm unmuted, and I've been hesitant to speak because I'm not sure where what I'm going to say fits in, but I believe it fits in this area, because when you read like the final report document, it states that the statutes directs FDOT to convene a task force for each corridor as an inclusive consensus building mechanism. It goes on to say the task force should charge with providing recommendations and evaluations for a final report. It touches on, the study areas and how important the study areas are, which is what 6, 7, and 8 talk about. The eastern portion of the region being the inclusive of the Kissimmee River, Lake Okeechobee, the Everglades, the system of tropical wetlands that are found nowhere else on Earth. It goes on to talk about the green swamp is the heartland, is the heart of the Floridian aquifer and the headwaters of the rivers. Lake Wales Ridge supports the distinctive plant and wildlife species endemic to Florida. Talks about the coastal areas. It talks about the barrier islands. It talks about 12 threatened and endangered species, including the panther. It goes on further to address that the Florida statute charged this task force to evaluate the need for, and I want to stress the need for. And as I've listened to, we're in the 7th session. I've listened to and tried to understand that need for. And the economic feasibility and viability has come up several times. There has been several projects before that have come up that talk about, oh, you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate your thoughts and where you're going with this, but we are going to talk about the actual report at the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, but my point is bigger than the actual report. My point is that as the first time I've heard when Wei Wei was talking, she brought up the actual phrase, the no build option. And I think what we're trying to get to here, we're trying to get to the avoid, we're trying to get to the mitigate, we're trying to get to, minimize. And the best way to avoid is to do the no build. The best way to mitigate is to not have to mitigate. The best way to minimize is to not have to minimize. And as we look at and we see what we're looking at doing is building this concept. And as I said at the beginning, I've hesitated speaking because everything up to this point in these 7 has been, let's make sure we build out these guiding principles. Well, one guiding principle should be, and this getting to a consensus is the idea that we should have a conversation about all of the aspects of this, and all of the aspects of this would be inclusive of a no build. And I don't see that we have run past that one, and we've run past it quickly and said we're going to take it up later. Well, there is no later after today. And looking at the rest of the agenda today, it's not touched on and it's not talked about. And very specifically, 6, 7, and 8 have the reasons why we should be talking about the no build. Because we are, and someone said that this concept is to connect underdeveloped areas. Well, what is an underdeveloped area? An underdeveloped area is Florida. It is Florida in its natural state. It is Florida in the essence that it should function to make sure that we have the natural beauty, that we have the wildlife, that we have the filtration of these waters that are the pure essence of what Florida is. And I'm speaking, from Collier County. I'm speaking very specifically from the Naples perspective, because in Naples, we're the recipient of all of that comes down to us. And we in Naples right now, we're looking at impaired waterways. We're looking at tens of millions of dollars of money that needs to be spent. And it is because of projects such as this that have impacted over a great many years and decades to get to the point where I think someone said that, oh, it was one of the projects, but several projects, as soon as we start it, we will regret it, but we cannot go there. But we should go there, and that's what I think we need to have as part of the conversation today, is a real dialogue and a conversation that will entertain a no build to see what kind of impetus this task force has behind a no build concept. Because if we're aiming at ending at a consensus, the only way we can end at a consensus is if we have all understood the options and the areas that should have had intense vetting. And So I will wrap it up in saying I believe we need a no-build conversation sometime today. And that should be not just a mention, but it should be further than just one or two people. I think it should be really entertained. And with that, I'll get it back to you. Thank you.
So Wei Wei or Jason?
I just wanted to add that, I talked about the evaluation of the needs to consider a full range of alternatives, including a no-build option. Just keep in mind that the MCO statute does give us a broader range of needs that we can consider rather than only focused on transportation. So that's one point. And then this afternoon, when we talk about the needs evaluation language, that's where we can have this no-build discussion explicitly carried out. When we talk about the needs, high-level needs language, and then how we need to evaluate the no-build option, if that is okay. Or we could fold it into the guiding principle discussion.
Wei Wei, if I could offer a thought too, just because I think it was a great discussion that just got brought up, and I understand we'll talk about it later, but I think it needs to be said what happens after the process. We've said it a few times, a few different ways, but I want everyone to be clear that once we get through the task team, all of your guiding principles, all of the guidance that is offered to the department, as we go through PD&E, we will be looking at lots of different alternatives for the corridor. Those alternatives always include a no-build option. We always look at it and try to balance whether or not we can satisfy the need of the project with the impacts that the project's going to have. And it's not lip service. There are projects that we have no built before where we say the impacts are too great and we haven't proceeded. So it does get evaluated, but I'm all for the discussion today also. Thank you.
So with that, I think we had summed up where we were on this. We're right at about lunchtime. So Jason, did you have more to add? I'm looking at the screen. Jason?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So LK?
Great. Great. Let me bring up my video and put on my glasses. Okay. All right. So thank you, everyone, for your participation and great dialogue here this morning. I look forward to continuing this conversation with the remaining guiding principles when we get back together at 1:30. We ask you to keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 1:30. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 1:30 to ensure you are fully connected. We will have the program muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Bo. Enjoy your lunch and stretch your legs, and we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. All right, task force members, welcome back to the continued conversation on refining our guiding principles and instructions. I really appreciate the engaging conversations from this morning and the progress we made, particularly on some of our difficult and focused guiding principles. So, I want to see that continued conversations and robust input from everybody so that we can work on the collaborative, agreed upon language related to the guiding principles. If you are having, well, I missed, okay. Well, if you are having any technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. And I'm going to hand it back to Karen and Beth before I step on myself one more time. Thank you.
So thanks, LK. I did want to, before we get started again, I did want to make a reminder about the public comment period. It will start at about 5 o'clock today, or when the task force completes its work. Well, if you are going to be making comments virtually, those requests need to be received online by 4 p.m. today. And if you're going to the public, if you're at any of the either public viewing location in Sebring or Punta Gorda, you just have to ask for a speaker card. So for those of you that have not registered to do that, to provide public comment and wish to do so, you can sign up on the website. Or if you want the link emailed to you, just raise your hand now. This is the only time attendees other than task force members can raise their hand, and the staff will email that to you. All right, so then we will move into back into the guiding principles section. I did want to say while we're transitioning, going to transition back, that thank everyone for the great discussion this morning. We did have a few task force members that had provided some additional written comments on guiding principles 6, 7, and 8, the conservation lands, wildlife and plant habitats, and water resources. And we will be working with them and incorporating those as appropriate for the meeting 8 discussions going forward. So with that, we're going to kind of move back into the other discussion. Oh, you want to kick us off?
Sure.
Beth? Yeah, okay.
Okay, and welcome back from lunch, and thank you again, as LK said, for this great discussion. I wanted to just go over this slide very quickly. I want to make sure it's clear to everyone. What you see in green are guiding principles that have been discussed at some point prior to today. Just because they're highlighted green does not mean we're not going over them today. We do intend to go over the revisions to those today, so I want to make sure you're aware of that. What we're going to move into next is what we call our mobility set. So freight mobility and safety will be the next one. There is a guiding principle in there we've visited before, but they're somewhat related because they're all about mobility. So Brandy, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the guiding principle for freight mobility and safety. This would be number 9 for those of you that are following along on your own worksheets. Okay. We want to thank task force members for your inputs related to this. So here you see our draft. Improve connectivity and safety for major freight flows to support economic development. There is a short list of instructions here. We would like to also entertain instructions as part of this dialogue, but why don't we first talk about the guiding principle, and perhaps we have task force members that would like to comment on this.
Right now, Jerry Burr has his hand, but that might be a leftover. Jerry, did you have a comment on this guiding principle? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was leftover, sorry.
Okay, no problem. It appears as written, either everybody's in a lunch coma or everyone, oh, there we go. I say Bill McDaniel's going to weigh in. Bill?
Yes, good afternoon. I can't disavow the coma state. So I just wanted on over in the draft instructions portion, there's a very absolute statement that says do not place new corridor through airports. And I want a clarification if anything else, and that's just to reiterate that new corridor is through an airport. I mean, again, in a self-centric standpoint, we're looking at the Immokalee Airport, and if in fact this road goes through, an integral part of that will be to facilitate what we call the bypass of Immokalee to allow for the flow of traffic and still have access to our town. And a portion of the DOT's thoughts are through the along the western boundary of our airport out there. And so I don't want that draft instruction to be prohibitive for the potential of the Immokalee bypass to be accomplished.
Sure, and thank you, Bill. Let's clarify, because if you notice, the second instruction does address improved connectivity, which includes 2 airports. So the absolute is a little bit of a carryover, but that could be interpreted as plowing a road through the airport, whereas the second, a new corridor through the airport, whereas the second one would address improving the connectivity, whether it's through an adjacent new corridor or improving on existing roadway, for example, or existing transportation facilities. Does that help you?
Well, it does help. It isn't clear to the uninitiated. There is a portion of that bypass that is going to be consuming some of the airport land. So maybe an adjustment to that language. I can understand the rationale. You don't want to snatch a road down through the middle of an airport and be taking out runways and things, but I also, I wouldn't want someone reading this who then looked at the potential future plans to say, you said no new corridors through airports, and there we are doing it.
Thanks for your comment, Commissioner McDaniel. One suggested change that we may want to consider is instead of saying no new corridor to airports, we could say no new corridor that impacts airport operations, right? Something like that. Would that work?
That that's a fine suggestion. I hadn't actually, again, if you've listened to anything that I said, there are virtually no absolutes in our world these days, and that is a very specific absolute. So if there's an opportunity to adjust that language that better clarifies the department's intent, that would be fine.
That's great, and we can certainly do that.
Okay, so then we have Pat Steed and Gary Ritter, and then any of the freight-friendly folks on the task force if you want to weigh in as well. Pat?
Yes, I just really share Bill's concern, because airports in many instances own thousands of acres of land that are literally owned and shown as in airport. So the distinction between active airport operations, and that can go, depending on what goes on around it that's aviation related, can be massive and big footprint or small footprint. So that statement, do not place new corridor through airports, I think is problematic and requires lots of caveats, whereas the second bullet point, I fully support. The connectivity is really critical.
All right.
Thank you, Pat.
Gary Ritter?
Yes, good afternoon. I just have a question for clarification, because I don't want to be duplicating things, but we also have under agriculture improved transportation connectivity between working farms, and I don't know if it's necessary to under freight mobility to add agriculture in that second bullet down there under the draft instructions, or if that's duplicating what we've already said above there.
Let's see. I think, Gary, it is included in that instruction that you refer to with regard to ag, but if we could, it wouldn't hurt anything to add it here.
I know based on some of previous task force meetings that there's been conversation about just don't isolate ag as a use that would rely on freight. So maybe we would want to expand that. I'm looking for others that have raised that comment in the past to raise their hands.
Sure.
But there may be some additional comments that come in from task force members about other economic generators.
Okay.
So with that, it seems like we've received the comments that we have. I want to check that the language in the draft guiding principle as it stands is acceptable with the task force. We're moving on. Anyone that disagrees will raise their hand and let us know why, please. Okay, Wendy Matthews.
Hi, Karen. I don't have any comments on guiding principle number 9. I just didn't realize we were finished with 6 through 8. We gonna go back to those later, or?
Our intent is if we have time, we will go back to 6 through 8. We want to finish getting through all the other ones, but what we had proposed to do was to take the comments received from task force members and incorporate them with the comments that were discussed at this morning's meeting, and then bring them back to task force meeting number 8. And then staff would coordinate with the task force members that made those comments offline.
Okay.
Is that acceptable for moving forward?
I guess so. Yeah. So you're going to take comments. You didn't really comment on 7 or 8, but you're going to take the comments that were provided to you and work with folks offline on those?
Right. Well, we covered 6, 7, and 8 together in terms of the priorities and the proposed plans, which seem to be the most significant comments from people that received. But there were additional comments that we would then bring back in meeting number 8, working with the individual task force member that raised those comments.
Okay. I just want to get in the very glaring omission of Florida panther habitat and, figure out how we're going to address that.
What's that? Well, why don't we come back to that after we go through these and talk more about that later.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah, let us finish this kind of sequence and then we'll come back to it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Wendy, for your patience.
And Commissioner Taylor, was that the same type of comment, water resources?
No, it's more on whether we agree with the staff's grouping of 6, 7, and 8, or whether we need to address them separately. Understanding we're moving along and time is marching, but I'm not so sure I agree to the consolidation of those. I think they should stand alone, in my opinion. I'm not sure that there are I think they need to be addressed separately. So did we reach a consensus to the staff's direction on this?
Commissioner, we did ask that, but maybe we missed a few folks on that in terms of their feedback. But I think where we went through the prioritization and got agreement on that, it sounds like some of the additional language might be the introduction into the prioritization.
Okay, so at least when we see it the next time, we're going to see it in the format that it is right now. Is that correct?
The introductions are different. Yeah, you're not going to see one big guiding principle. No, that's not, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
The introductions are separate and different. Yeah. They are three different guiding principles, but the prioritization was so similar that we addressed the prioritization together to see if everyone was on the same page with how to prioritize, irrespective of the introductory language into that prioritization.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
So, task force members, this is your chair, right? We will step back and revisit those two after we are done with this set.
Okay, so 9, 10, and 11, and then we'll come back.
Yes. So
So one last chance on number 9. Everyone's comfortable with 9 for it to move forward into draft report? Okay, I think so. So
great. Thank you all. So now number 10, transportation modes. Support efficient and accessible transportation options and/or modes for people and goods. So we'd like you to take a look at the guiding principles as well. That we have 3 instructions based on feedback from task force members. So we would be open to comment on these.
we did have some task force members that in particular, especially when it comes to the instructions, probably have made some suggestions on the trail network and some of the others. So,
right, so we've incorporated those, hopefully to meet your intent.
so we're not seeing any comments. Does that generally mean folks are okay with this guiding principle? Any concerns that anyone wants to raise in terms of it moving forward? Generally comfortable? Okay, we can move on.
Great. Okay, number 11, connectivity to regional and local transportation network. Hopefully you recall seeing this before. So there have been modifications to both the guiding principle and the instructions on these. So hopefully you recall the comments that you made that led to where we are today. So just read the guiding principle again. Identify opportunities and improve transportation connections between communities and the regional roadway network. Any comments or feedback on the guiding principle and also the instructions? We have 3 instructions listed here. And again, there have been some modifications to these instructions based on direct feedback that we received from task force members, not just at prior meetings, but also via email.
So David Murphy is wanting to weigh in. David?
Thank you so much. I was just going to comment that FDOT should, out of their state program outside of MCOR, take a look at the state highways that are intersecting the MCOR where it ends up, and look at improving those corridors as part of their normal programming.
Okay, so that's something that could be considered in the instruction area.
Yeah, this is the one that does speak to that, to the connections with the community. So Chris Constance, I see you. Whoops, sorry, Chris.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize because I'm looking back at the one before, and I think that I would like to add the word safe. So support safe, efficient, and accessible transportation options and or modes for people and goods. Because I think when you start co-locating and you have rail and road and other things, that we have to look at the safety aspects to avoid any kind of collisions that otherwise wouldn't be happening. So I'd like to add the word safe.
So we'll go back to 10 very briefly. So we're going to try to keep these all in push-a-pop order. So Brandy, you went back to number 10. The suggestion is to add safe to this list. Elizabeth, I see you have your hands up. We'll get you for the number 11. I want to check to see if anyone else, if there are any concerns with adding safe to number 10. I'm going to assume that the task force essentially agrees with that unless there's any kind of additional discussion any wants to have. She was up before. So we're not seeing anybody disagree with that or raise their hands to disagree with that. So we will add safe to number 10.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Chris. So we will kind of slow down a little to be able to allow people to read. So number 11. I know, Elizabeth, you have your hand up for this one.
I think so. I have a question at this point. You know, I realize the objective of this is to improve connections between the communities. And I see that on the second instruction, there is discussion of appropriate land use and environmental resource protection. But it made me wonder about when we talked about limiting damage that roads, if roads spur development, or we're going to try and prevent that from happening. And this may not be the place for it. It's the place that reminded me about it, of where to put a draft instruction. We talked about limited access roads at one point in our other meetings. And I just want to flag that this probably wouldn't be the place if we're talking about connecting the communities. Or would it be? The communities are connected, but there wouldn't be lots of access in between those 2 points. Just asking, where is the appropriate place before we lose sight of that at some stage?
Yeah, I'm trying to think where we had limited access.
Why don't we discuss it here? And we'll take it down here since it's an instruction, and then we'll figure out where it should go.
Okay.
Since you brought the topic up, let's keep that topic going to see if there are additional thoughts on that. So you had a question. So did you also have a recommendation on an instruction or a comment that would lead to an instruction?
I think there should be an instruction somewhere in this document about utilizing limiting access as a tool to ensure that we achieve all those other conservation and water quality objectives by not inviting sprawl into otherwise undeveloped or rural or agricultural areas. Unplanned sprawl is what I'm talking about, not something planned.
Okay, so that we will probably pull back into 6, 7, and 8. Okay, yeah, just so that you know, Elizabeth, tied to the comprehensive plan work that the local governments may need to do with access. So thank you for the point.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll bring it back in, Elizabeth. Thank you.
And then I see Andrew Dickman and then Bill McDaniel. Andrew?
Thank you very much. On the draft instructions, there's discussion about interchanges. And of course, this is very much like the previous comment. Interchanges can dramatically change the character of nearby communities and towns. And I would like some type of instruction that the interchanges not be identified or built until a significant area around those interchanges can be placed under conservation or purchased or in some way to prevent a sprawling event that would draw your typical big box development and essentially kill small town Floridas in creating the sprawl. Last time I mentioned sustainable economy built on development, and I don't think that's what I meant by that, is that you can't just have an economy that's just based on construction. So I'd hate to see these small towns their unique character be harmed in any way by not having an interchange controlled and managed with easements or even purchasing lands to keep them under conservation.
So Andrew, I think this might be a good time for some of our other task force members to weigh in as well, based on comprehensive plans and regional visioning and whatnot.
Yeah, so I see Jerry Burr's on the line. Jerry, and Bill McDaniel after Jerry. Jerry, did you want to comment?
Yeah, the cities, have their own comprehensive plans, as you mentioned earlier, and land use planning, and they do it based on what the local needs are and local wants. I don't think they want somebody from the coast telling them what they should have or shouldn't have. I think they want to be able to plan those things themselves, and I think there would be some opposition probably to big boxes and some, and then others would probably welcome them, and that's a decision they should be able to make themselves. Being a city attorney for small cities myself, I know that is the framework. After almost 30 years of doing it, that's how they prefer to do it. And I think that the interchanges are important in order to allow the growth to come to the extent that they want it. And I think the way it's written right now is really appropriate. It talks about working with the local and regional governments to identify the opportunities to improve or create connections to communities. And I think, any of the cooperation with the communities, they're going to provide the resources for not just that area, but also for any rest stops that you put in and things like that. So I would leave it up to the local governments to make their own decisions rather than us saying, don't put any interchanges in this new road so we don't have any issues with the environment, and because it might hurt small town Florida.
Well, I just want to add one thing, because I know we did for the task force kind of a deep dive look at comprehensive plans, and currently all the county comprehensive plans do discourage sprawl. So it's just a point of reference.
So it's Bill McDaniel, and then I'm going to call on John Ahern and then Clinton Howerton. So Bill?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Karen. I just wanted to say to Elizabeth that I remember when this subject as a guiding principle came up, and we discussed it at length to try to provide for a limited access road so that there wasn't as many opportunities. One can certainly argue that the new construction will entice growth, but I also agree with what Gary said, and that needs to be left up to the local municipalities, and that the comprehensive growth management plans of the local municipalities, I don't know of one that doesn't address in some form or format the management and the disincentivization of sprawl. So the thought process here was, and I think it was Commissioner Constance that brought it up, when there are several roads that transact through from 17 over to 27 and 29 and the like, and the prioritization was, or the thought with this was to prioritize those interchanges in proximity to those east-west roads to maximize the capacity to move people back and forth. So, but I wanted to share that thought with Elizabeth. She got to speak first, and then there was 3 or 4 more, but the rationale wasn't to promote sprawl. That's already managed in our GMPs and such. It was more along the lines of prioritizing to the department, if in fact the road is built, where the interchanges should be in proximity to.
Okay, yeah, and I think the intent in the first instruction was existing roadway network, so we maybe lost, could enhance that. So John Ahern and then Clint.
Yes, I think it needs to be left up to our local government on that. In the area of Glades County where we have, the proposed road, we don't have any commercial or retail locations there at all. So I think it would give us an opportunity to maybe create some in the western part of Glades County. But I think we need to leave it up to the local to make decisions on where the interchanges should be.
All right, thank you. Clint, and then Andrew Dickman. Clinton Howerton.
Kind of echoing some of the same things from Highlands County, that we would like to just see it left up to the local. On there, a lot of this is going to depend greatly upon what kind of a path we end up using, if it ends up being a standalone roadway or if it ends up being a co-located. I think that kind of drives things a lot. It may affect how things want to be. And so I think to get on that level of micromanaging from this point is maybe a little bit too much of micromanaging. So I would say just leave it like we kind of like you have it, with let the local governments have some or a lot of input on that and work with that. And also echoing earlier comments about improving existing roadway networks such as east-west roadways and things like that. And so I just wanted to echo that sentiment as well.
Okay. Shannon Estenos.
Yeah, I thought I would just add a perspective on this point that's being discussed. I've said this a few times, I'll just say it again. The statute requires local governments to change their comp plans to make way for this road or these roads, these segments. So I don't want us to forget that this idea of local autonomy, while I think it's a great point, most of us agree with it, the legislature has written language in the statute that is going to come back to these local governments and force them to change their comp plans. And so what you end up talking about is a chicken or the egg kind of conversation, which says what comes first, our imagining of what we want our community to look like, and then we build the road to facilitate that vision, or we build roads and then hope for the best, because we have to, where the legislature is going to say, change your comp plan. So if the land that they're building the exchange on isn't currently zoned what it needs to be zoned, then the local government's going to have to do that. The other thing I would say, I guess the more specific point I want to make is that, and Andrew Dickman can speak for himself, but what I interpreted, and also based on what the language that 1,000 Friends sent to all of us, I think the major point is simply that these decisions have to be made before the road comes. So in other words, if local governments have decided they're going to develop a development zone, and they're going to plan for development, all of those decisions have to be made first before you build the road through. So if a local community wants to protect its downtown area and the road is coming through and there's going to be an exchange, then we have to make sure that the local government puts into whatever planning tools are needed prior to the road being decided. And I'm wondering if that, and this is a question, is that something that will unfold in the PD&E process? Like, for example, will DOT acknowledge that we want to revitalize local or rural communities, and then in the PD&E, will they identify what land use changes need to be made in order for the road to produce that outcome and not some unplanned for outcome? Because I'll tell you something, I'd love to invite you all to Broward County, where we too discourage sprawl. I'd like for you to all come and tell us how you think we've done. I would argue we haven't done very well.
So I see Wei Wei jumping on. So Wei Wei, do you want to speak to that?
Shannon, I appreciate your points, but I wanted to let the task force members know that we're currently already working with the regional planning councils for them to provide comp plan amendment assistance to the local governments. That way, their true vision and wishes can be reflected in anything that they do in the comp plan amendments. And also we're providing tools also for the local governments for interchange management best practices.
Okay, I mean, I think it's got to be real in order for communities, for this road to deliver to communities. I agree with the idea that communities should be able to define what they look like and what they want to be. But we've got to be honest and learn from the last 50 years that roads can completely hijack, it's probably the wrong word to use, but completely divert planning and change what we envision to what we actually see on the ground.
So we actually have 2 task force members that have suggested they'd like to speak, and they might be able to address some of this from a local perspective. Don Scott and then Jerry Burr again, and then Jason, we'll get to you in a minute. Don?
Well, I don't know if I actually addressed specifically that, but one of my questions is, what is or who is determining what the regional roads are? Is that a local comp plan? Is that an MPO plan? Is that the FTP?
Okay, is going to weigh in, I think.
So hey, Don, I think it's going to be a conversation with the MPOs, the local agencies, particularly our partners, right, in defining what the regional network is. We identified, I think, well, the task force identified regional roads because at one point the conversation was, let's try to limit these interchange locations to those significant east-west corridors, assuming the corridor is going north-south, and that's the reason why that language came into the instructions. But definitely we'll be conversing with the MPOs and the local agencies before finalizing what those regional roadway network is. Because you are the ones who work on the long-range transportation plans, identify what those regional roadway network is. So definitely take that into account.
Well, then we'll try to get ours more consistent with our neighbors then.
Thank you. Jerry Burr?
I just want to say that it would be an unusual move for the state to tell us to modify our comprehensive plans so that there's urban sprawl or to create urban sprawl because of the inch of the road. I mean, section 163.3177 regarding comprehensive plans states specifically that our plans are supposed to discourage urban sprawl. So I can't, they would have to be a total change of their point of view in order to do that. I think what they're really talking about doing is allowing for some development around the interchanges, gas stations and so on, restaurants and that sort of thing. Not we're now suddenly going to have a bunch of Sam's Clubs and BJ's and Costco's growing up in city. So I don't think that that's as much of a concern as it might appear to some. Thank you.
Thank you. So Andrew, you started this and I see your hands back up, so I assumed you wanted to comment.
Yes, in fact, this is laid out a little bit more in the document that we at 1,000 Friends of Florida sent around, but it's really goes to the statutory purpose of revitalizing rural communities. And I guess what I was getting at is that while I personally support home rule and local control, but if interchanges aren't planned out in advance and correctly, there won't be a home to rule because it will, I've seen it myself growing up, that these small towns and cities will change dramatically if the interchange isn't planned in advance. I don't want to go into a lot of details, and I'm very much not advocating, superseding any local powers or local control. And I acknowledge that local governments are doing their own growth management plans, and some are controlling sprawl better than others. But this is a statewide project. It's not a local project. So I believe one of the draft instructions needs to be a very strong one, that the interchanges are going to be planned out very, very carefully in terms of what lands are protected around them. And I believe that's in the statute. It's not me making that up. So I just wanted to finish up on that.
Okay, thank you. Jason Lauritsen's been out there a while. So Jason, I'd like to suggest you weigh in, and then Pat Steed.
Certainly, thank you. There's an example in the Wekiva Parkway model. Florida statute, there's a Wekiva Parkway and Protection Act, which has a recommendation that requires local governments that host an interchange to adopt an interchange land use plan within their comp plans. And I don't know how that has played out over time, what the receptivity has been from the local communities, but it seems like this approach could inform how we go about adopting language and putting it in our recommendations. So Wei, you talked a little bit about having some of this planning effort and these conversations already going on. So I'm just opening that up as a possible direction for us to go, and would love to hear feedback.
And Jason and others, as we're having this discussion, it might be appropriate to draw your attention to the third instruction. So if you look at that, develop interchange management plans, including appropriate land use and environmental resource protections for areas around proposed interchange locations. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that because that gets to some of what Andrew was referencing in his comments.
Thank you, yes.
I realize it's a lot of words there and they're a little smaller.
So I was going to have Pat Steed as well. Pat, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, I'd just like to very briefly back to the point of connectivity to what we've defined as regional roadway network. In the Heartland 2060 visioning effort, the 6 counties of this 9-county area are included in that, and we identify regional roadway networks. Those are also a part of the MPO process, and all 9 of our counties in the study area are in MPOs. And I understand what Don said. There might be some connectivity issues from county to county in the 3 that are not in the Heartland 2060 vision. But when we say regional roadway network, those are consistent both with MPO plans for long range transportation plans. They're also consistent with our general roadway network that's identified in the vision.
Thank you, Pat, for helping bring that definition forward. Penny Taylor and then Ken Doherty.
Yes, thank you. Just a comment on what we're discussing. I too believe in local control and local empowerment in terms of zoning. But as we know, and as a political wag once told me many years ago, zoning is from election to election. And I do think we need very clear guidance on what we expect these interchange to produce. And I think it needs to be done right from the beginning of the process. I think sprawl, Florida is an example of sprawl. As much as on the county commission, the Collier County Commission, we can agree we don't want it. It's always a vote of 3. So I hope that we can weave some regulation into that, into what we do, especially with the interchanges. Thank you.
Okay. Ken Doherty.
Thank you, Karen. I was just going to comment that although I agree there's going to be challenges for local government once the preliminary interchange locations are identified, I still believe, though, that the draft guiding principles and the draft instructions you've got before us today are sufficient for this point in the process. I just wanted to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jerry Burr is back really quick. Jerry?
Yeah, just one agree. I think the way the draft instructions are done right now is the way they should stay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, we appreciate all the input on the instructions. We will take some of those back and bring them back in meeting number 8. And there was no suggested modifications to the guiding principle. So I would like to just check one last time with the task force as the guiding principle as it is worded now. Is that everyone generally comfortable with that? Or any concerns with the guiding principle for now? Give it a minute. I'm not seeing any hands raised as concerns, so we'll move forward with that. So we are actually going to do guiding principle number 12, resilience, because that's our last one that we have not touched on, and then we will go back to guiding principles 6, 7, and 8. So real quickly, if we may do resilience, Beth.
Okay, great. So let's take a look at this one. We haven't seen it before. Plan and develop community and infrastructure development that is resilient, sustainable, and adaptable. And if you take a look, there are 3 instructions there. Again, this is all based on your inputs. You will see some specific references to sea level rise, high-risk coastal zones, etc., population migration. So if you could look at that as a package and let us know your thoughts.
Yep, we already have 2 task force members.
Okay.
So Chris Constance.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I looked at the principle and I thought maybe it would sound better to say plan and coordinate community development and infrastructure asset creation and management that is resilient, sustainable, and adaptable. Because I'm not really understanding. It seems it's conflated because you say develop twice. So I'm thinking if we're trying to plan and coordinate community development and infrastructure asset creation and management, that might make more sense.
Yeah, we're trying to get this down to make sure we.
I'm trying to memorize that, Commissioner.
I can say it more slowly.
One more time, and I think I'll have it.
Sure. Plan and coordinate community development and infrastructure asset creation and management.
And then continue on with that is resilient.
Right, that is exactly, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I think as other task force members come on, if you want to respond to that proposed revision, that would be good. Shannon, Espinoza, your own comments plus the revision?
Yeah, I'm totally comfortable with that change that Commissioner Constance has recommended. My recommended change is to the second half, and it's just an attempt to strengthen it a little bit. So rather than saying those things should be resilient, sustainable, and adaptable, I'm suggesting, and I didn't write down Mr. Constance's language, but Mr. Constance's language, and then that improves and maintains resilience, sustainability, and adaptability. In other words, the MCOR, I'm really trying to take the legislature at their word that they want this program to be forward-looking. This is a new way of planning our infrastructure, and it's all about our future. So what I'm thinking is that the investments we make under this program should improve and maintain resilience, sustainability, and adaptability.
Okay, so you want to try reading that all out, Beth?
Okay,
So
you
the whole
ready?
task force knows.
I think I got it. So let's see what everyone thinks of this. Plan and coordinate community development and infrastructure asset creation and management that improves and maintains resiliency, sustainability, and adaptability. So that would incorporate both of our task force member comments that we just heard.
So before we actually kind of take a vote on that, or not take a vote, but take hands, is there any comments on the instructions that would maybe reflect back to the principal? Or are we just to want to make sure that people kind of look at those in parallel? Okay, so then I'm gonna suggest that the task force is in general agreement with the two changes made by Chris Constance and Shannon Estenos. And then, so please let me know if anybody is not comfortable or has some concerns with those changes. So Beth, you can start writing it out to
Yes,
see.
let's go ahead and put this, and forgive me, everyone, I'm going to be saying this again for Brandy's benefit as she does this. So we're starting over. Okay. Oh, I missed, I'm on the wrong page. Excuse me one second, get to the right page in my notes here. All right. We will just, let's just start it over, Brandy. It'll be easier. Okay. Ready? It's okay. Okay. All right. Plan and coordinate community development and infrastructure asset creation and management that improves and maintains resiliency, comma, sustainability, comma, and adaptability, period. And there we have it.
Okay, so I think we have a revised guiding principle.
I think we do.
And appreciate those suggestions.
And we will delete the one above it, just to be clear. Okay.
So with that, then we promise to go back to guiding principles. Yeah, well, 7 and 8 or 6, 7 and 8. 7.
Well, I think 7 and 8 is what the request was, since we did spend time on 6 specifically. And again, kind of the premise in starting on these is a revisiting of the prioritization, a la how we did number 6. So let's look at wildlife and plant habitats, number 7. There is some introductory language to the priorities. There has been significant modification to this based on inputs from our task force members, from you.
So Wendy, she was also one of the ones that asked to come back to this, Wendy Matthews.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Karen. Yeah, so I just kind of want to make a point. Really unique to the Southwest to Central Florida corridor is the fact that the only population of the federally endangered Florida panther lives within this project area. Many of you may not know, but really just a short 30 years ago, the Florida panther was nearly extinct. Due to a lot of work and coordination among all of our state and federal agencies and private partners, we do now have a larger number of panthers today, but the Florida panther is still considered to be one of the most endangered species in North America. Excuse me. But to date, our task force really hasn't heard from any experts on Florida panther biology. We haven't really discussed wildlife crossing design features. We haven't talked about how much habitat is needed to maintain the current population, or even how the development from a new toll road or enhancement of existing roads, as we've talked about. We haven't talked about how that will impact the Florida panther population. And so going back to the MCORS statute, it specifically asks that the task force address the impacts of the construction of a project on the panther and other critical wildlife habitat, and to evaluate the need for acquisition of lands for state conservation, etc. So TNC would very much like to recommend that the final report and this guiding principle contain language where we avoid primary, secondary, and dispersal zone panther habitat. I mean, those areas are essential to their survival of the Florida panther. And it just really isn't captured, I don't feel, well enough.
All right. Thank you for that thought. I'm sure other task force members will weigh in. There are a few lined up. Shannon was next, and then Andrew Dickman.
Yes, thank you. I strongly support the recommendation that was just made. Panther is enumerated specifically in the statute, the draft instructions at the very least, but preferably the principle as well, should include language to protect the panther, and it should be as specific as possible. In Will's presentation today, there was an example of a new corridor. I think, I kind of lost it. I should have taken a photo so I could go back and reference it, but it looks like a new corridor, potentially up from Immokalee toward the river. And you know, these draft instructions need to be protecting panther habitat. So that's an important thing. I have a quick, I think pretty easy recommendation for language. In the introductory, instead of encourage, I would delete encourage and instead replace that with protect and enhance biodiversity. Again, just trying to strengthen these things, protect and enhance biodiversity. And then all of the feedback that I gave on number 6 about restoring, about reversing, and all of that, all of those points still hold, and I'll wait until staff comes back with some additional recommendations.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. I think Andrew was next.
Right, thank you. You know, as we've been going along with all these meetings, I've been trying to compare it with the actual bill, the statute that came across, because that's really what's guiding me in my thought process. And it's really more of a maybe a global statement. Is there any way that those provisions in the bill, the statute now, can be referenced on these pages? Because I really feel like we need to track what we're supposed to be doing and what's required under the law. And to that end, you know, I think it's a lot stronger in the bill about protecting habitats. And, you know, throughout all these pages, if you could, I don't know if it's under purpose or at the top of the, you know, guiding principle part, if somebody could go through, you know, FDOT's council can identify what sections in the bill apply to these, because I think it would help at least me and some other members be able to scan back to the law and say, okay, is this lining up with what was what we were directed to do? So that's just my comment on this, because I'm kind of juggling back and forth between the actual law and these very nice graphics. And I appreciate all the work you're doing, but that's something I'd like to see.
Hey, Andrew, thank you for that. Thank you everyone for your comments. Couple of things. First of all, Shannon, I think this was being viewed within the context of the prioritization that you revisited. I do want to mention that the coverage area for the panther habitat is quite vast. So if you recall that, but we actually have subject matter expertise available to us. And Chris Daly, could you please turn on your camera for us and your microphone?
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Daly with RSNH. I'm a senior environmental scientist, and I'm helping out the department with sorting out some of the environmental issues that this project brings up. And we are looking at several enhancement opportunities, whether those enhancements are conservation lands or specific wildlife crossing locations. And we'd like to get a dialogue going with task force members about these enhancements. And when a project moves from a planning phase like this is into PD&E and then into design, generally when we get into design is when we have enough information to really putting enough data together to recommend a specific crossing design. But really now is the time that that we can start looking at locations of crossings. The along a corridor where a crossing can be, we really want to take a note of planning the proper location where we have protected lands on either side. And a lot of the task force members that you hear talk about that, that's very important. That protection of land on either side is important. And I want to bring up that a lot of times in a PD&E process, when a project even goes from PD&E and into design, we also spend a lot of time improving that project. Case in point would be State Road 29 in Hendry County, where the PD&E recommended 2 wildlife crossings. And right now we're going through design process for 3 alternatives. And so that's trying to make it better. And that third alternative that I talked about was only brought up because we had enough survey information at that time to take a very closer look at it and see where an additional crossing could go. And so that's putting that puzzle together for that crossings. But back into the conservation side, now is probably the time to start talking about specifics about lands for conservation. And I'll take any more questions we have.
So Wendy, your hand is still up. Did you want to continue your questions, or can I move on to others?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the discussion on crossings. I have great experience on the State Road 80 crossing, and FDOT did a great job on that. But the crossings are wonderful, but they don't address the cumulative impacts of the induced development that the interchanges and such are going to bring. So, and the statute asks us to evaluate the need for acquisition of lands, and we haven't done that, and we haven't addressed the impacts of the construction on the project, or the construction of the project. So still feel like there's some missing components.
All right, Jason, did you want to weigh in there? We saw you pop up.
I do. Let me make a couple of points, because I think Chris offered a couple of really good points, and Wendy, I appreciate your concern here. I'm going to offer a suggestion that I think what we've tried to do up to this point is include the panther as a specific item within the wildlife and plant habitats and the other guiding principles. Based on the statute and where we're coming from, I think we may want to consider breaking it out as a separate guiding principle. And let me make a couple of suggestions on how we would go about doing that, because it's a unique item for this corridor. It has some things that may be handled differently than other wildlife and plant habitats and species. For instance, what Chris is talking about is when we locate and determine where we're going to put panther crossings or other wildlife crossings in general, we look at a whole bunch of data. That usually happens later on. What the task force could come up with, and this is a suggestion as an instruction, is when we come up with wildlife crossings, we can prioritize connecting panther habitat. That would be an instruction that we could actually, use in PD&E and design in the future. As opposed to making a wildlife crossing that is good for all wildlife, we could prioritize the panther if we chose to. Those are kind of some things that I think that if we broke it out, it would be more apparent to the group and easier to discern how the task team met those statutory requirements as it concerns the panther.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the task force members as they come on now to actually speak to that. Shannon, you still have your hand raised. Are you?
Yeah, no, I do want to add something here. I think breaking it out is a good idea. I support that, having its own guiding principle. Jason, your example, I think works. It would be the third priority though, right? Because I think Wendy's point, your number one priority would be avoid, just like we're doing with the rest of these, avoid, and then very specific areas of panther habitat and dispersal. You know, the thing about panthers is that unlike many other animals, they really can't, there's really no alternative to their conservation other than protecting lands pretty close to or in their natural state. Panthers can't hang out in the suburbs like some birds can. So it's important that that we look, and not only that, there's just tons of science on panthers. I mean, good grief, we've been trying to protect these animals for a long time. So those areas of habitat are very, very well known. And if MCORs can't, at a minimum, protect the panther, then again, that's one of those deal breakers for some of these corridors. If you can't do it without fragmenting those habitats, then those corridors may not be feasible.
I don't disagree with your statement that in the long run, everything is a stepping stone. We attempt to avoid in every way possible. And then if it takes, and I'm throwing out things, if we can't avoid elevating, completely the entire roadway. Not that we'll get there, but there's always options if we can't avoid, or we don't build in that area. But laying out kind of that framework of the thought process that we should take during PD&E and design, I think is what the goals of the guiding principles should be. They're kind of an instruction booklet for how we should look at the project going forward, which is why I think it's a suggestion to pulling out it as its own guiding principle will help, because as it relates to the panther, we'll have a clear guidelines. Clearly, we read all the guiding principles together. None of them stand on their own. And that's the nature of PD&E. It's a balancing act. It is juggling a lot of hard decisions and trying to come up with a project that's reasonable, feasible, and benefits everyone.
So I'm going to ask Jason Lauritsen, then Brian Starford, and then Elizabeth Fleming. So Jason Lauritsen.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to highlight one area that I would say is a need that maybe we don't recognize. A lot of the co-location roads that are highlighted on the GIS mapping tools in Hendry, Lee, and Collier counties, County Road 846, 29, 27, 82, those have varying traffic loads, and if we don't do something in that road network, and traffic loads continue to increase, then the impact on the panthers is going to be great, even greater than it is, and the fragmentation, even without additional road building, will occur. So I support absolutely breaking this out and looking closely at the study area and seeing where we would prioritize those crossings, but I would also want to take a look at the existing network of roads, and if the FDOT can help provide traffic load projections over time and what areas are already at capacity, this would be important information for us at the Florida Wildlife Corridor to help make recommendations on where you need to put in crossings and fencing and protect the panther population that we currently have. So if there's a way to do that, I know the interagency team focuses a lot on this, and I'm sure they have a lot of good guidance that we can tap into as well.
Thanks, Jason. I think one of the other things I wanted to mention was that in talking about enhancements, if an area is avoided, then the enhancements are a little bit tougher to incorporate. And I think I'm stepping on Jason Watt's toes by saying that. But so Jason, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think our goal is always to avoid any sensitive area. That should be the first goal, is to avoid it. And then, as we've talked about before, if we can't avoid it, then we should do everything we should to connect it and enhance it, and potentially try to rectify some of the situations the facility may have caused in the past. Karen, I think you're absolutely right that should be our goal. In a perfect world, if we could build it and never affect any panther habitat at all, even a little bit, that'd be our first kind of goal to try to improve things. Only going forward would we try to make some enhancements and improvements and fix some connectivity issues that may exist out there now. if the corridor was co-located.
So Brian Starford, you're next, and then Elizabeth.
Yes, good afternoon. This morning we had our governing board meeting, so I was unable to attend. So let me just ask a question because it may shorten my comments. I thought I heard one of the task force members just a few minutes ago, and I think Jason was just talking about this, that has the guiding principle priority order for 6, 7, and 8 been changed from moving 2 up to number 1?
Yes.
Yes, we kind of rewrote it this morning, and I think we got general consensus that avoid is going to be the number 1 shot. And then afterwards, we'll connect, enhance, and minimize impacts. And then third, we'll minimize and mitigate any negative impacts.
That's my question. That's my question. That answers that is the end of my comments. Thank you.
All right. Elizabeth Fleming.
Okay. I submitted comments yesterday with some language about the Panther and language about other things, but this particular area, our study area for the Southwest Central Corridor, is some of the highest priority large connected rural landscapes and wildlife corridors in Florida. The whole area is really important. And in particular, it is the only place where the Florida panther lives. And we can talk about wildlife crossings, and we need to have big discussions, but the future of the panther is dependent on the protection of large blocks of functionally connected habitat in this specific region, and they will go extinct without large-scale habitat protection and management through a large portion of this study area. So any new highway or expanded existing highway connecting the southern and northern parts of this region will have significant negative impacts on the likelihood of a viable future for the panther, and we have to deal with that. And I've had a trouble with the whole process. That doesn't seem like a instructions or a guiding principle. That is the underpinnings of what we're doing. It is in the legislation, but this is big. And I have talked about elevating most of State Road 29 from I-75 to State Road 80. People can roll their eyes and that is expensive. It's going to take big innovative thinking to build this road in this region in a way that is not going to really harm the panther. It is exactly where they are. It is exactly planned for where they are expanding to and where they need to go in the future. And so how do we do this? And I know we need to compromise and all that. If we compromise too much, the panther is going to lose. So I don't know if the politicians who wanted this road in Tallahassee knew what they were asking for of what the panther requires, but this road is a direct conflict to the future viability of the panther. And unless we address that realistically, this road, I don't see how it can happen. And I've tried to say that every way I know how. We're trying to find every way to work with this process. And I serve on the Florida Panther Recovery Team, and there are many experts who could come and talk specifically about what panther recovery requires, or even about what panther survival requires. But I think we need to really think big and put a lot of money towards it if we're serious about this construction.
Elizabeth, this is okay. Great points. And since we are separating this as a new guiding principle, right? These are some of the things that you could instructions to the department as it relates to what are the things that need to be done to protect the Florida panther, which includes some of the conversations that we've had over the few past task force meetings, is leveraging existing corridors, ensuring that we focus on a limited access highway, which has fencing that ensures that crossings don't happen other than at certain locations, making sure that the wildlife corridor is preserved, and looking at bold features like you talked about, which is elevating some portion of the roadway at key locations. So these are the types of things that you want to include in the instructions portion of the guiding principle for wildlife corridors. I'm sorry, for panthers. Thank you.
Yeah, and okay, we have two other subject matter experts on panther that we can bring on board to speak to different parts of this. So if Mark Easley and Brent Seschel want to join us.
Good afternoon. Elizabeth is right in respect to we need lands for the panther. All of the lands within the primary, secondary, and dispersal areas are not necessarily high quality lands for the panther. However, putting a corridor in, compensating for habitat losses through the acquisition of large tracts, through the identification and acquisition and development of corridors connecting large tracts of land, use of wildlife crossings and things of this type to connect the corridors to the large tracts would be very important. Other things we need to consider too is not just lands for the panther proper. We're also going to have to look into the primary food sources of the panther, such as deer. Typically, deer utilize improved pasture, semi-improved pasture areas as well. So when you develop these large tracts of land, you have to do so in such a way as you provide resources for those prey items as well as resources for the panther proper. I think, mitigative acts of that type are going to be very important as we move forward developing alternative corridors. Can we do it? How do we do it? What's the net benefit of it?
So Mark, I forgot to ask you to introduce yourself and explain your background related to panthers, if you wouldn't mind. Same for Brent.
Okay, I'm Mark Easley. I'm with Hardesty and Hanover in Tampa. It's a consulting firm for the DOT. I've worked in District 1 and Southwest Florida for probably over 35 years doing environmental work for District 1. And I've worked down in Collier and Lee County doing work on that as well in there.
This is from Chris. And I'm Brent Setchell. I'm the district drainage design engineer and kind of a self-proclaimed panther guru. So I'm here to answer any questions that you guys may have. I think this corridor can be done well. We've learned a lot in the last decade on the past and what we can do better. And I think we've got the tools in place to be able to make this roadway so or this corridor, I should say, so that it won't impact the panther. I think the key is going to be those adjacent land uses and making sure we get those conservation lands and protect those, make sure those comprehensive plans match the ambitions of this statute.
So Jason, you want to weigh in? Yeah.
Yeah, Karen, if I could just say one other thing, because I think the experts here have all said something, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page with this. Elizabeth is a very good point, and she brings up a very good point that if there were no roads at all in South Florida and we were going to build a brand new road, it would have a significant impact on the panther. No one disagrees with that. The thing that we can't lose sight of and we can't miss is that it is completely possible that we can build an M-course corridor, and with proper usage of crossings and proper usage of buying conservation land and setting it aside, we can put the panther in a better place at the end of the project than they are today. Will it impact? Yes. Will it be in a better impact? I absolutely think we can. It's going to take some good draft instructions and a solid guiding principle, but the statute allows it. Not only does it allow it, it mandates it, and I think we can get to that point.
All right, thanks, Jason. We had Elizabeth, your hand is still up. I didn't know if you were still wanting to weigh in, and then Paul Gray and Shannon. Elizabeth, you're on mute.
Just wanted to add to the broader comment and Mark, you make a good point, but the areas that are designated, the primary, secondary dispersal, added to that should be the north area, which is part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services focus area. That is, those are entities that should be included if we're going to mention them. My question this morning, which I didn't answer at the right place, was going to ask about the PD&E and how all of this science and Panther information and how that will be dealt with through the regular FDOT process of a PD&E, knowing that this whole project is being fast tracked. So I don't know how that PD&E can go forward so quickly. I had a question about that, which we can follow up with as appropriate. To remind everybody, the Florida Panther Recovery Team has a Panther hotspot document, which has on a map where the most dangerous areas are in Southwest Florida, where Panthers get killed now. I hope we're going to use that in the planning. And that the recovery team has a transportation sub-team. Brent is on there, I'm on there, because transportation is such an enormous factor in what happens to panther habitat and what happens to panthers when they try to move through their habitat. So this is huge. It's really intersecting, and I'm glad the panther was mentioned in the legislation, but we have to do more than just mention it here and there. We have to make a commitment, and I'm struggling with ensuring that this document with the guiding principles and instructions is going to do the trick. That's all.
Karen, if I could, there's a couple of good points that were made there that I think are worth talking about. The first being the fast tracking or shortening of PD&E. That hasn't been mentioned, not on our staff, not internally, not by management. PD&E is going to take the time it takes, and we're going to get the project done. We're going to look at it just like we would any other project, which is in-depth with a lot of detail and a lot of science supporting our decision. So I understand we may overlap some things. We do that on projects typically, but we're going to do the PD&E correctly, and we're not going to shortcut it. The second thing is, as we go through any project, especially in District 1, we look at all the endangered species. We work with both the federal fish and wildlife and the state fish and wildlife in order to ensure that we minimize, mitigate, and do the things that are necessary. We take a hard look at the panther, and Brent, I'm glad he's on the call. We take a hard look at the panther in the District 1, and we try to make sure that we do no harm and improve the habitat of the panther as we do projects. Sometimes we're more successful than others, but it's always the goal.
So thank you, Jason, for that. Thank you all our subject matter experts and task force members for this great discussion. I believe, just to kind of summarize of what we have discussed, is that we will be re-looking at this and breaking out a separate guiding principle related to the panther, and we will also incorporate some instructions relative to the discussion today to bring back to the task force. I know that we also want to get to the water resources discussion, and we'd like to get to that before we break. So it would be great if we could kind of encapsulate some of this language and get it back to task force members related to the panther.
Right, so we have two people that have still left, had wanted to speak. So Paul and Shannon, if you could just weigh in. Remember, we will be asking you to send in your comments by September 1st or after, and then if you need to speak with us, speak with Marlone, by all means. That can be arranged as well, if that's an easier way to provide comments at first. So Shannon, you still have your hand up. Is there one last thought before we kind of?
No, my hand is up for water resources.
Okay. Paul's hand is back up. Paul, are you still up on wildlife and plant? Do we have anybody else for wildlife and plant? No, Paul's is back down too. Okay, who's ready to go?
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I had a new topic too. I support this panther stuff, but I was gonna move on when we're ready.
Okay, on water, wildlife and plant, or water?
wildlife and plants.
Okay, go ahead. Now's the time.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree that the panther should have its own guiding principle because it's so iconic. It's designated as our official Florida state animal, and if they can live in a future Florida, a lot of things can. But I was looking at the draft instructions, and this is especially for endangered plants, and it says, do not place new corridor through national wildlife refuges. The first bullet, the last bullet says avoiding wildlife management areas. And maybe we would just combine those two bullets and say, do not place the corridor through the conservation lands identified in guiding principle number 6. Remember, we talked this morning about how to identify all the state lands and sovereign submerged lands, and and we could just refer to that list and say avoid them. And then down at the bottom it says minimize corridor lighting impacts on nearby wildlife habitats and communities. And I'm really happy you guys have that in there. A lot of these endangered plants are pollinated by night flying insects like moths, and they are really affected by lights. And so, especially for some of these very sensitive plants, we want to minimize impacts. And in a similar category, I would recommend we add one more bullet that says minimize proximity to smoke sheds of the properties identified in Guiding Principle 6. And the thinking there is a lot of these plants, Florida is very much a fire ecology type state, and a lot of these plants are absolutely dependent on fire. And if we put a road right next to some patch that has some endangered plant, you get into smoke management issues. And at some point, if we couldn't burn right, we may actually have that plant go extinct because they're dependent on fire for their future. So if we could just, minimize proximity to smoke shed corridors on these properties, that would really help us with especially plant conservation in the future.
All right, good instruction suggestions. Wendy's hand is up. Wendy, are you for water or for wildlife and plant, number 7?
Wildlife and plant, please.
Okay, I feel like Jeopardy host. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to thank Jason for his suggestion of making the Panther its own guiding principle. I really appreciate that. Back in meeting, I think it was task force meeting number 4, 3 or 4, I asked Will Watts why there were certain conservation lands missing from the avoidance area map. And I don't really think I got a great answer on that, but there are some very important conservation lands that were purchased for panther protection that are missing from the avoidance area map. And I'm wondering if we could revisit that map and potentially suggest adding a few, such as Ocallaway Coochie Slough State Forest.
There's Will.
I'm going to lessen the population up here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're probably better experts on the Panther. You can turn off your cameras now.
Okay. Sorry. So great question, Wendy. So the avoidance maps that the pink and magenta were kind of unveiled in task force meeting number 5 as a way for DOT to kind of set the baseline. But certainly the task force can add any feature, any conservation, anything you want to that map, but it's just a baseline or a starting point.
Okay, great. Thank you, Will.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make some suggestions on adding a few things if that's okay.
Sure. And then those would be reflected in the guiding principles, which is, so that's just a kind of a graphic to get the discussion started.
Right,
Yes.
so go ahead.
I was just going to say, and with that being more detailed, we would probably try to parlay those, excuse me, into instructions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was just going to add in meeting number 8, we're going to
Yes.
discuss more about instructions. So let us bring that list back then, and then we can have that discussion then, if that works with everyone. Okay. So Bill McDaniel, wildlife and plant, or water?
Yes. No. Wildlife and plant. And again, it goes back to my continuing comment that there are not very many absolutes in our world. And the first bullet point over in draft instructions is do not place a new corridor through the National Wildlife Refuges. And there's another one in there about Everglades National Park. And I think Jason shared it best. There's a misunderstanding that often transpires about an absolute like that. And in that if in fact the road goes forward, the first choice is to avoid, but then to enhance and create better benefits is probably a best way to say that. But when we start off by straight up saying no new corridors through the National Wildlife Refuge, 29 trans exit right out of the OK Slough and over into the preserve. And that becomes, I think, misleading to some. And in that we all know there's an enormous amount of enhancements that can be done to that stretch of road, both in water, we'll get to that next, and also the wildlife crossings. So maybe some language adjustments with that absolute about do not place.
I appreciate the thought. I wanted to bring up how we got to the do not place language. And it's what Will just said a minute ago. The department took a really hard look at what we were either going to color pink or magenta, and whether we were going to say we're not going to touch it. And when we made that commitment, we were absolute, and we meant it to be absolute. If we are not going to build a new corridor, that was an absolute statement. We chose as a department not to build a new corridor. But if you notice, that says no new corridor, which means we can still go on existing corridors and make improvements and enhancements on that existing corridors. It basically just means we're not going to cut a greenfield path through the trees, but we still are reserving the right to make improvements on existing roadways in certain places.
You said it way better than I could have, Jason. I just wanted that clarification again. For you and I understand that, but for others, they say do not, thou shalt not, and therefore then it's not at all. And so thank you.
All right, so we've had a lot of discussion. Well, do you want to summarize, Beth, or do you want me to? I mean, we're gonna create a brand new Panther principle. The priority from this morning applies here, and then we'll look at a bunch of other instructions.
Correct. We're going to come back with a set of instructions based on the dialogue that we've had today and the interchange with our subject matter experts and Jason. So
Beth and Karen, if I could add, I think this is the time also, everyone has the opportunity to submit language for the next, I think you said 10 days. This would be a perfect opportunity, 7 days. If you have instructions concerning the Panther, this would be the time to send those in so we can try to include them or at least bring them up for discussion for the next meeting.
Thank you, Jason, for emphasizing that again. Yes, so please do that if this is an area of focus for you. All right, well, we have a few minutes before our break. We'd really like to look at the water resources. We know that there were some additional comments on that. And again, based on our prior discussions, the priority order would carry over here unless there is some additional discussion relative to that. So perhaps we could begin by looking at that introductory language. And of course, we've got a set of instructions here as well.
And Shannon would like to weigh in. Shannon?
Right.
Yes, thank you. So in the introduction, I'm recommending that we be explicit by the fact that we mean both surface water and groundwater. So apply the following priority order for surface and groundwater resources is my recommendation. Certainly in our neck of the woods, the lower West Coast has both. And so public water supply, for example, is, groundwater resources. Also, I've been sitting here now for several hours listening to the great discussion, and it's really crystallized a thought in my head that applies to this guiding principle as well. And that is this idea that as a state, we have yet to come to terms with the damage and the impacts, the unintended consequences of last generation's infrastructure. So we're investing a lot of money in mitigating for that and in restoring those impacts and in fixing those impacts. And so here we are now with an order to build billions of dollars worth of new infrastructure. without having come to terms with all of the ills that we're trying to fix now. This is true, and I think this was how Elizabeth's point about Panthers crystallized in my head. We haven't come to terms with the condition of the Panther that we've put it in, and here we are going to build new infrastructure. So I really liked where Jason brought us to, where he said, you know, what we really need to be thinking about is how does this opportunity for this new infrastructure, how can things get better in that case? Same thing with water resources. So in the case of Lake Okeechobee, in the case of C43 Reservoir, you know, we really, in the area of avoid, and this could come as a draft instruction perhaps, but we'd also like to avoid increased water supply demands and increased water quality impacts to freshwater, coastal, and estuarine environments. So, and that doesn't just mean the road, it means induced development. So if you're going to be looking at an attraction zone where you're going to put a new population center, then we can't do it in a way that increases water supply demands, for example, on Lake Okeechobee or on the superficial aquifer system, particularly, you know, that are covered by the Lower West Coast Water Supply Plan. So I think what I'll do is submit that language as draft instructions in the next 7 days, very specific to these particular waters in the Lower West Coast, water bodies in the Lower West Coast. But I would like to add surface and groundwater to the introductory language.
So, Shannon, this is Jason, and I know it seems like it's me and you having a conversation back and forth a lot today, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Groundwater and surface water, I think we talked about your language a little bit internally about what we do when we build roads, and we look at surface water a lot. And it's because most of the runoff of the road is supposed to be contained in drainage ponds, and we're supposed to deal with that runoff and not really have an effect on groundwater. So it's not something that we look at routinely. I would suggest an instruction that tells us to look at it and make some assessment in order to minimize the effect on groundwater as a very specific item in the instructions to the department.
I'm not sure I'm agreeing with you on that one. Because this whole idea, I mean, everything we've been talking about is not just the narrow construction of the action of constructing a road. I mean, for example, we've just spent the last couple of hours talking about how 29, State Road 29 fragments hydrology. So you got, you know, Tamiami Trail impounded water. It's an actual sort of acted as a levee for a very long time. It's a water management feature in some ways. So I think that I don't know. I'm gonna request that surface and groundwater be included together in the guiding principle. I mean, I will submit. I'm going to submit groundwater detailed instructions, but I think that DOT should use the same priority in terms of connecting and enhancing, avoiding, and including not just the road, but the induced development of the road. That's the key.
I understand, and I don't want you to take, I was arguing, I was just trying to offer a suggestion. I think that what you're talking about is long-term development surrounding the road, and it goes back to this morning's conversation about giving guidance to the locals on what kind of land use they should have. But it's a task force, how you guys want to suggest that to us. That's great.
And I see Bill McDaniel weighing in. Bill?
Yes, just one quick comment there again on the first bullet point. Unlike the other ones where Jason was quite helpful in saying it better than I did, it's a do not impact Spring Hedge Lakes, Everglades National Park. Maybe if we insert the word do not negatively impact Spring Hedge Lakes and Everglades National Park, that's a little more explicit as to what our processes are in the reprioritization of the guiding principle and avoid, then connect, enhance, minimize, and mitigate, and add that not negatively impact.
Okay, and if others can also weigh in on Shannon's suggestion about surface and groundwater as we go forward, that would be helpful as well. So, okay.
Yeah, Karen, I was going to say the same thing. So obviously Shannon brought up the impacts of induced development because of the linear corridor, right? So it would be good for other task force members, particularly on the local government side and the MPO side, kind of give their feedback on how that can be achieved so that it can help us with the instructions.
So Pat, Steve, Pat?
Yes, I just wanted to agree with what Jason's point was, that every local government in Florida has a water supply plan as part of their adopted comprehensive plan that's updated every 5 years. It has to be consistent with the water management district, district-wide water supply plan. So in essence, when they're looking at that issue, there's frequently a set amount of water that's available, and they're having to make a decision on where those are going to be supplied and how that's going to balance with population and where it's going to balance. So I agree that's much more on the planning side of that than what DOT would be looking at from the constructability side of it. So that seems to be an appropriate place to look at that issue to me.
And Pat, your thought was something similar to an instruction that encapsulates that or refers to that?
Yes, and that would occur back related to the land use or planning issue discussion and not here necessarily in the water resource. It could have a cross reference, but I think it more appropriately belongs in the other location.
Okay. All right, Penny Taylor.
Yes, thank you. I just to weigh in, I agree with Shannon's recommendation. Water's water. It doesn't have a home, and I think we need to include both surface and aquifer water. So I would agree to that.
Shannon, you have your hand raised still?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to just give a specific example because I had to shuffle through my papers to find it. But for example, we're having this issue over on the 836 expressway expansion over in Miami-Dade County, where we've got an actual road that could impact or negatively impact the 30-day contour zones for primary and secondary drinking water wells, right? There's an example of a road, and it's attendant development that could impact groundwater resources in recharge areas. The other thing is that we can't devolve. I strongly recommend that we not devolve what are major regional resource protection issues to local planning discussions. Somebody said it today, local sovereignty is really important, and I certainly support it, but this is a statewide project. And something like water and habitat and endangered species, those are regional, statewide resources that are shared. And so we really, if the DOT is the State Department of Transportation, it's planning on behalf of all of us. And water resources are a classic resource that are shared. It's a shared resource. Water that is in is in one county 1 minute, 5 days later could be in another county. And so because of the way water moves, particularly groundwater. So I don't think we can devolve every single thing to local planning decisions. I think a draft instruction at the very least that makes it clear that it's not just local government water supply plans, it's South Florida water. The Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan, for example, points out the fact that the Lake Okeechobee is not meeting its current level of service and is not going to until the Corps of Engineers does something with the dike and a new operations manual is developed, which is something that is of high controversy right now. This is something that is being debated, openly debated right now, is what water is going to be available in Lake Okeechobee, just to give you one example. So I would encourage us to at the very least, try to craft some draft instructions on water resources related to groundwater and related to long-term impacts to surface and groundwater.
Okay, Jason, did you want to weigh in at all, or were you just, no, you're good? Either way. What I
No,
was
I'm fine either way. I think what Shannon's just described is an instruction that the task team can look at and make determinations, because I think there's two sides of that coin. I agree with what she said. There's some leadership to be offered, and there's also some keeping the locals empowered to be offered, and those are two things that the task force will have to weigh.
Yeah, so what I'm going to suggest is that we take this guiding principle, that the staff take this guiding principle back, if that's acceptable to the task force, and then rework, get input through the 1 week comment period from specific members that have interest in this, and then that can come back to the task force in task force meeting number 8. Is that acceptable to the task force? Anybody not comfortable with that approach? Okay, I think everybody is fine with that. So, okay, I think we are ready for a break.
All right, let me find my notes. Okay, task force members, that was great conversations, and we made a lot of progress today, so thank you for that. Thank you for the thoughtful conversation on our guiding principles and instructions, and we will now take a 15-minute break before we continue with our conversation. Like the previous breaks, we ask you to keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 3:30. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 3:30 to ensure you are fully connected. We will have the program muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during the break, please contact Tommy Bo. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will now continue refining our guiding principles and instructions. This time it's the guiding principles that we've already discussed in previous meetings. Task force members, again, if you have any technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. Now I'll hand it back to our excellent team here, Karen and Beth.
Right, so before we get started with the other guiding principles, I wanted to do another public comment period sign up reminder. Requests need to be made online to provide comments virtually today. Those must be received by 4 p.m. So if you've not, you can go to the website to do that, or if you have decided you wish to participate and you need that link emailed to you, please use the raise hand function now, and then that we'll be able to have that information emailed to you. For people participating at the in-person locations, just submit a card to at the registration area. So also, I want to remind everyone that comments can be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. So with that, Beth?
Great. So now we can take a look one more time at our list of 15 guiding principle topics. So if we can transition over to our local note taker, that would be wonderful. Terrific. Well, some of these may look familiar from today so far. We've made tremendous progress. All of those that are in the black text could now actually be turned into green text because we have covered them. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go down to guiding principle number 14 and 15. We're going to start with broadband because we haven't discussed those two in a bit. So broadband and other utilities. So let's review these. We actually didn't get any comments for revision on this, but let's take a look at it again. Support expansion of rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer to enhance quality of life, and plan and design enhanced or new corridors to enable co-location of utility and broadband infrastructure and right-of-way. We do have a set of about 5 instructions, and some of those did come in since our last task force meeting. So let's take a look at the guiding principle. Again, these had been revised before, but since our last task force meeting, we did not get any comments to revise these guiding principle statements here.
So the question is to the task force, do these guiding principles still look acceptable? Are you comfortable with them, or do you have any concerns? And I see Bill Ferry has raised his hand. Bill? Okay. Bill, I think you're self-muted. Oh, you're.
There we go. I'm sorry. Yes, the draft guiding principles look good. I do have a comment on one of the instructions, and I can wait till you get there.
Now you can make that comment now, Bill.
Sure. Second one, maximize co-location opportunities, add conduit or dig once. That's good. That's acceptable. We need to say something a little bit more about what the companies have said here on co-locate and how we look at co-locate, and that is putting the utilities, the internet providers, in a dedicated rights of way, allowing them to be able to run their own lines if they so choose. And when you say add conduit or dig once, that's in my mind, it could be a little restrictive. You need to expand that a little bit to ensure that they have the room to build their own lines and to essentially manage and or own point A to point B.
So Bill, I just want to make sure I understand. So basically it's allowing the option of a provider to do their own digging and putting
Absolutely.
in your conduit.
Absolutely. Either allow their own digging, utilize existing conduit, but in practicality, that always doesn't work. You may put in conduit in year 1, the need may not be there to year 5. it may make sense for a company to come back and have that option at year 5 to do that. And sometimes we want to have access to our own conduit. That is the best way that you're going to maximize these companies to look at these as possible routes.
Thank you for that comment, Bill.
Jerry Brewer, do you have some comments on this?
All right. I was looking at the draft instructions also, and I'm fine with the maximized co-location opportunities, but then the third one there, it says ensured broadband provider access to FDOT right of way is non-discriminatory and competitively neutral. I think I'd mentioned that I'd like to see that also available for water and wastewater utility usage, especially reclaimed water. Potentially being used for irrigation on the right of way is a possibility, but if nothing else, then certainly it does make a good corridor to run water lines and potentially even to one of your rest areas. So I'd like that change to ensure utility provider access to FDOT right of way, as opposed to being specific as to broadband.
Okay, so change broadband to utility.
Yes, thank you.
All right, are there other recommendations or instructions or comments from other task force members? So I'll come to the conclusion that the task force is generally comfortable with the draft guiding principles as they're written now. Any concern with that? That's great. No hands raised. So we'll move on to
technology. Okay, terrific. So this, we did have some comments on the guiding principles. So we've made edits to that. We've also had some additions to the instructions. So guiding principle states implement infrastructure that supports current and emerging state-of-the-art vehicles, materials, data, and methodology. And again, just based on a comment or two that came in, I think the technology is not strictly limited to mobility per se or vehicles per se. There are other opportunities to leverage technology within the program. So this might be a bit broader than some may have expected at some point in time. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So does any of the task force members have comments? We have spent quite a bit of time on technology in different forms. So,
and please on the instructions as well, because you're looking through the instructions.
And we'll continue to take comments this week up to September 1st on this. So seeing no comments, I'm once again assuming that the task force is comfortable with the draft guiding principle as it is for it to go forward to the report. Elizabeth Fleming. Okay, Elizabeth? You're self-muted, Elizabeth.
All right. The last draft instruction about employing technologies for effective corridor management, such as avoiding wildlife collisions. I agree with that in the spirit, but so far the technologies we have not been effective in Florida. So I don't know if we'd want to employ them. It might be explore the use of or something like that. Because the ones that we've used so far for avoiding wildlife collisions have not been effective. So why would we encourage to use ineffective methods?
Yes, so Elizabeth, maybe we could relook at that wording. I think the intent is, you know, technology moves at exponential rates, and there could be new technologies that come up that address that particular challenge that we know we've got in the study area. So I believe that was the intent as opposed to looking backward. We could take your input on maybe exploring the use of.
Yes. I would support it if it would work. So,
Well, it just brings out the importance of addressing wildlife collisions, and if there is technology that comes on the scene, that would direct FDOT to be looking at it.
yes.
So we've had Tom Grafe with his hand raised. Tom, I'm not sure you're connected via phone. Appears you can hear us. Okay, I think he's just hitting the button accidentally. Gary Ritter, you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a suggestion on that last bullet. I think it was Elizabeth that made the point. Maybe look at develop or evaluate new technologies for effective corridor management. Just a suggestion. I don't know if you all would maybe evaluate new technologies.
That's something that I was going to suggest, Gary, is I'm not sure develop, but we could
maybe wait or something like that.
Explore and evaluate.
Yes.
So let us consider a new draft instruction on that. Thank you for that.
Okay, now I think Tom is with us. Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I need to study up on my phone use a little bit. But hey, just real quick, I've heard you can provide comments at any time, and then I thought I understood maybe that the guiding principle comments needed to be in by the 1st. Is that correct?
We're looking to get comments on the guiding principles and the instructions by September 1st. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, to the extent possible. That helps us to be able to incorporate them in the next version so that we can get that to you sooner. Elizabeth, your hand is still up.
Just a question about what you just said. To get, and I ask because I'll be out of the office starting Friday for 2 weeks. So I want to engage on this thoroughly, but I also need to take a vacation in a couple days. So but the focus, the big focus now is guiding principles. And will you be getting revisions to us in this meantime, or that's at the next meeting to look at what we talked about?
We are going to look to get you revisions before the next meeting and earlier than this time before the next meeting so that you have that time to actually review it more thoroughly than you might have had.
But until September 1st, we can submit comments or underscore what we've said, and also on the guiding principles and also on the instructions.
Yes, ma'am.
But the next meeting, we're still working on the instructions if we didn't get it all done by September 1st. Is that correct?
Oh, right. Next meeting, you'll see it all come back to you, and we're going to definitely spend time on the instructions in next meeting. So, and even if you send your comments late, we'll look at them and try to incorporate them. They just may not make it in the package that goes back out to the task force members, but we'll have them for the meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or comments on technology? Oh, this is another one where I think that means we haven't, I'm going to assume that means we have agreement by the task force that is generally acceptable as is. Anyone that is not comfortable with the language, please raise your hand. You all know the drill by now. All right, so we're done with technology.
Terrific. So now we're going back to some that we reviewed last time. We're going to start with guiding principle number 3, the social and community context. So here is our draft guiding principle, and this is based on comments that we got in. You'll notice there are a number of instructions here. maintain and enhance community character and quality of life consistent with local and regional plans. So there we have our language. Feel free to comment on that. Also, if you have any comments about these draft instructions, since we have been through this before.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, this is one of the cross-cutting. No, it's not.
No, not this one.
Not this one. No.
But those are coming
I heard
soon.
local and regional plans, and I jumped in.
That's okay. Those are coming soon.
I apologize.
No problem.
So any comments or thoughts or additional draft instructions on this one? Okay, we're not seeing any task force members' hands go up, so we'll once again assume that this is acceptable. Anybody that has concerns, raise your hands now. Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
All right. So number 4, economic development. Again, we had robust discussion about this. So we did have quite a bit of comment during task force meeting number 6. We also had some similar comments come through via email. You can see the summary on your worksheet. So here is what we have now. Advanced economic development, business retention and expansion, job creation, and community development with emphasis on rural areas of opportunity. If you recall, that was a change to use consistent language, rural areas of opportunity. You'll see 4 specific instructions there, so we're ready for comments.
So any additional thoughts, particularly from any of the economic development folks or local governments? Yeah, Tamara Sakagawa from one of the colleges. Go ahead. We see you unmuted, Tamara, but can't hear you. Still can't hear you, Tamara. So we'll go to Donna Doubleday and then come back. Donna?
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm wondering if it's possible to add something under the instructions to also work with workforce development organizations for opportunities for access to jobs and workforce training.
Sure, good suggestion.
Thank you.
Pam Johnson, did you want to weigh in?
Well, actually, Donna covered it, but yes, I will definitely echo that, working with the workforce development organizations.
Okay, great. Tamara, we want to try again? So you're self-muted right now. Okay, so Tamara, Tommy will work with you to see if we get you on going forward. So, and we'll take your comment if and when you jump in. Chris Constance, you need to pin in, since you're now on the phone, you need to enter the pin that's been sent to you. Donna? Nope, Donna's gone. Okay. So what I suggest is, Chris is gone. Tamara, one last time. All right, so we'll have to, I'm assuming people are having some connectivity issues.
Karen,
There we go. Chris, there you go.
I was wondering if maybe we should also put in the draft instructions, coordinate with the Department of Economic Opportunity.
We could, I think that could be considered under an economic development organization, but if we feel the need for a specific call out, we could do that.
And Pam is on, so Pam, I don't know if you want to, Pam was the one that mentioned the workforce one, so from DEO. Yeah, so go ahead, Pam.
I'm fine with that. We're covered either way through the economic development organizations or specifically spelled out with economic through the agency itself.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll try one last time for Tamara. There she is, Tamara. Okay, we're not sure why we were not hearing you. So we will kind of move forward on this. I'm assuming Tamara will probably have some draft instructions, but Tamara, if you put your hand down, I'm going to ask folks if they are comfortable with the guiding principles as is. And if they are, we'll move them forward to go into their report. Anyone have any concerns with the draft guiding principles? And we will discuss instructions next. So, all right, we'll move this one forward as well. And Tamara, if you get your microphone working, we'll accommodate that in a minute.
Okay, now we have our two cross-cutting principles. There has been quite a bit of revision to this language, both in the guiding principles themselves as well as the instructions. So we're going to go with number 1 first, which is the consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions. Had a lot of discussion about local plans today already. So as what Wei Wei had stated earlier in her presentation, you'll see an addition here to include statutorily required in the language. So be consistent with statutorily required statewide, regional, and local plans. You can see we have, 4 pretty extensive instructions. There has been some modification in there. We have specific language that calls out pertinent statutes here. Any additional comments on this one?
So I see Shannon. Shannon's hands up. Shannon?
Yes, I'm just glancing to see if I've missed it. I think we need to put regional water supply plans. And I think we need to put regional, state and federal ecosystem restoration plans.
Can you say that one again for me, please, Shannon?
State and federal ecosystem restoration plans.
So just so that I'm clear on what you're asking that that the draft guiding principles be also consistent.
No, I'm so sorry.
In the instructions. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, in the instructions.
One thing that I know is a key focus on this one, Shannon, and I am not the expert to know what is included in it, so we may have other task force members that are. There is a major focus here to keep this entire guiding principle and instructions with a focus on the statutory requirements.
Yes.
So
regional water supply plans are part of statute, required by statute, and Florida state statutes, for example, Everglades restoration is very, significantly integrated into Florida statute. So.
Okay. And thanks for that. I just needed to bring that up.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, and then Pat Steed, did you want to weigh in, Pat?
Yes, and I would agree with Shannon on the regional water supply plans, because that really helps take care of the issue we discussed earlier when we're in other guiding principles. My question is just a little clarification, because there's nuances of related to regional plans and which ones fit into which categories and which ones don't. In the case of, for instance, Heartland 2060, our regional vision doesn't have the same geography as a strategic regional policy plan. So therefore, it is not statutorily part of that. Although there are policies in all the local government plans that refer to that vision. So I'm wondering if we have a way of including vision so it doesn't infer that it's part of like strategic regional policy plans, because it may or may not be in certain instances, depending on how the geography either co-locates or doesn't with other geography.
So you have a recommendation to the first bullet, to the first instruction?
I'd probably need to look at it and see, but I can send you something.
Okay.
Yep, Pat will also take a look at it too and see if we can also come up with a modification.
Thanks.
Gary Ritter, you have some thoughts on this one?
Yeah, and I guess this is a follow-up to what Shannon was talking about. Maybe my question's to Shannon, but when she talks about Everglades ecosystem restoration, you know, the first thing that comes to my mind in terms of Florida statutes is the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, which is 373.4595. I'm kind of wondering, is that what she was referring to?
Shannon, you want to reply? You're way on beyond my.
Yeah, sorry, I was clicking the unmute, but it wasn't working. I mean, I think that's an example, Gary, of a remedial plan. You know, my theme today has been that I'm wrestling with the fact that we have, again, we haven't wrestled our current problems to the ground yet, and there are a lot of statewide, regional. Forget looking at the future. We haven't corrected the past. So I think that NEEP is an example. I think SERP is an example, certainly to the extent the C43 basin, for example, might be affected in some ways. The Western Everglades SERP project, I don't know if it can be affected or not, but that would be another example. To the extent that the feds are trying to restore hydrologic flow through the Big Cypress to reduce the tens of millions of dollars the public spends fighting fires in that area because it's so poorly hydrated. To the extent that those plans exist, this project should be coordinated with them. So yeah, I think there are a lot of plans out there that MCORS could on the one hand augment and benefit, and on the other hand, if they're not well coordinated, could really conflict with.
Okay, so I think we'll look for some instructions from task force members to give us those plans that may be, to give the staff plans that may be statutorily or federally required.
Karen, can I just be a bit more specific? I'm not necessarily suggesting we have to enumerate them. So okay. I'm not saying we have to, unless Gary, I mean, my fellow task force members may disagree with me on this, but I think we could be a little bit general. I'll give it some thought though over the next 6 days.
Well, and I think Shannon, what would be helpful too, is by way of example. And here's Jason. Yep.
Go ahead, Beth. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No, we welcome your participation.
No, I think there's a lot of good points that have been brought up, and I definitely think this is something that we should agree to take back and take a look at and look at the draft instructions as provided by the task team. I think Shannon said it perfectly just now. that there are plans out there from environmental groups, either legislative mandated plans or plans that communities have just come up with, that we should look to trying to do the best we can to coincide with. There's also other plans that we may completely disrupt or cause issues with. I think the commitment should absolutely be to look at all of those different environmental plans, especially the ones that are statutorily mandated, and doing everything we can to be consistent and to be complementary to. And I think if we can do that in such a way that is, and I'm going to say all encompassing, because I'd really like to take a broader look at the overall plans in the region than trying to enumerate and leave people off. That's kind of been my key throughout the whole thing, is make sure we include everything we can in the guiding principle, because it gives us a better foundation to look at going forward. The takeaway really is send in the draft instructions. Let us take a look at them. Let's see, and even if you send in a specific draft instruction and we attempt to make it broader, it's not that we're trying to dismiss it, we're trying to be more inclusive in that instruction. So I think we'll look at what they have to send and go from there.
Great, thanks, Jason. Shannon, hopefully that works for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll enumerate some of those and to get your take on them, some of the more specific ones, and I'll try to focus on those that are statutorily mandated or otherwise framed by statute, state or federal.
Terrific. And Gary Ritter, back?
Yeah, and I wanted to follow up on what Jason said, because when you start looking at some of the statutes that I think, like NEEP, you have basin management action plans that not only impact well, they impact local communities, they involve local communities, and they involve agriculture. So it covers the whole spectrum. And you want to certainly be in coordination with those, because the local communities too are mandated to, do specific things under those basin management action plans.
Great, thanks, Gary.
So I want to confirm with the task force, with these discussions about the instructions, they're effectively illuminating what is meant by the guiding principle. So is everyone still comfortable with the guiding principle, with these expanded instructions included with them? Any comments or changes or thoughts? Everyone still comfortable? Let me know if you are not comfortable. Shannon wants to cut. Shannon?
I'm not, it's not that I'm uncomfortable. I do wonder if we don't need to say federal. I'm trying to think. I would look to others to help me with this, but I don't know if every single thing we're doing environmentally in Florida is delegated to the state. I'm trying to rack my brains, but I just, as a placeholder there, we may also want to include federal, statewide, regional, and local plans.
So why don't we put a note to consider if federal should be added to this guiding principle?
Yeah, that's what I recommend. Yeah.
Okay. So let's put a note, and that way when we look at potential instructions and we consult with our experts, we can make that conclusion one way or the other to bring back to you.
And then Andrew Dickman.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm not necessarily uncomfortable, but to the question about the federal, I was just thinking, because reading the statute, there is a reference to lands that have federal regulations associated with it. So I think putting a footnote or asterisk in there to go take a look at that and see if it's an appropriate place to put it, because I do think there is a reference to maybe not federal plans, but federal regulations, and there, ergo, wherever there are regulations, there's usually plans. Thank you.
Well, here's Jason.
Hi, I just want to offer one other comment, and I think it has to do with the need for this guiding principle and what we're trying to do here. I don't think we need, and this is really up to you all, but just a suggestion, we don't really need a guiding principle that says follow all laws and statutes. we're going to follow all laws and statutes and regulations as we proceed through the development process. We're required to, so we will be doing that. Really, I thought, and maybe I'm the one mistaken, but it seemed like this guiding principle was telling the department for plans that are out there that are different than infrastructure, that deal with the environment or other areas that are statutorily required, we should do everything we can to be consistent with those plans and not negatively impact them. And I think, like I like what Shannon said with federal. I want to take that back and look at it and see. First blush, it seems like that's absolutely appropriate, but let us look at it. But I wanted to make sure that we don't devolve into a laundry list of follow this reg or this statute or this rule. We have to do that anyway. This should be more kind of outside of the box things.
Jason, if I could respond to that.
Please.
Jason, I wasn't intending follow every rule and law, but I was basically making the connection between the reference to the federal terminology in the statute, which corresponds to plans that are out there. Like there's recovery plans for various endangered species. So those are plans, that federal plans that need to be taken into consideration. There's no way I'm asking to have a total enumeration of every single law that you have to follow. I know you'll follow it.
Then you and I are on the same page, and thank you for that explanation. I don't think that's too far of a stretch, but let us look at it and see if we can come up with good language for it.
Thanks, Jason.
Great. All right, any other thoughts with this federal change investigation? I want to make sure the task force is comfortable. Any hands raised for people that have concerns? Okay, we can go to our last one.
Wow, we have one more. Okay. Our second of the cross-cutting, maximize use of existing facilities. We did have a lot of discussion about this earlier today as well. So there's been quite a bit of change to this based on task force member comments, both from meeting 6 and follow-up via email. So let's look at it. Evaluate potential alternatives for addressing statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs in this priority order. If you recall, we were asked to condense. We had a few bullets here before. So we have number 1, make safety, operational, and capacity improvements to existing transportation facilities and right-of-way. And secondly, develop new transportation facilities. And then, of course, there are 5 instructions based on inputs that have also been modified. So any comments on the revised draft guiding principle statement here?
Right, so did this capture the discussion or what the task force had anticipated it coming back as? I think we marked it up, but or any guiding principles, any draft instruction changes. Elizabeth?
A question. Talking before about using existing right-of-way where it already is FDOT right-of-way along transportation corridors. I was going to mention that under the environmental section, but it seems like it would be useful here.
Yes, and I think you see that under, first of all, in the guiding principle itself, under number 1 as a priority. Utilize existing transportation facilities and right-of-way as a priority.
That may not have been interpreted as co-location.
Oh.
So, I mean, I can.
So that's not.
I'm just asking if, I mean, the point is to use existing facilities, and if FDOT already has right-of-way, obviously FDOT would use that. Does it need to be spelled out beyond, do you feel that spells, it makes safety, operational capacity improvements and right-of-way?
Yes, and let me draw your attention to something else, Elizabeth. There is a draft instruction, the 3rd one, which says, just bear with me, I'll read it because there's a lot there. Evaluate opportunities for co-location of transportation facilities within or adjacent to existing disturbed right-of-way and other approaches for transforming existing facilities and right-of-way to accommodate additional modes, uses, and functions, including their impact on the surrounding environmental resources, land uses, and communities. There's a lot in there, but perhaps it has what you're looking for there.
All right, let me mull that over.
Okay, it's a lot. I recognize that.
Shannon, Espinoza again, Shannon?
Well, I was going to make a suggestion, maybe, I don't know if this is what Elizabeth is talking about, but in that bullet, could we say evaluate opportunities for co-location of transportation and actually, and co-located facilities? So for example, if as part of MCORS, we're going to build a new hurricane shelter, or we're going to build something that's not a transportation facility, but that's meeting one of the MCORS needs, that it too, those two would be prioritized on existing rights of way, which is I think what you're trying to get here, is that, I don't know if that's what Elizabeth was trying to get to, but that might be a way to do it.
Elizabeth, do you want to weigh in anymore? Does that get to what you were thinking?
What I was thinking was, rather than have to use land that isn't already right of way, using the right of way for whatever would be needed. So let me just, I brought it up, but I need to think about it more. This is a complicated one, so.
Okay. Yeah, so if you want to sleep on it and think about it and submit a suggestion,
yes,
that means your intent, please do.
Wendy Matthews?
Hey, thanks, Karen. Just real quickly, and we had submitted some comments prior to the meeting, but just seems like under number 2, the draft guiding principle, develop new transportation facilities, it just seems like it needs to be quantified somehow. Maybe, you know, something like new transportation facilities only where necessary, or something like that, to address documented statewide interregional mobility connectivity needs, something to quantify it instead of just develop new transportation facilities willy-nilly.
It's okay.
Maybe, Wendy, maybe in response to Elizabeth's comment, this could be modified to say, develop new transportation facilities while giving priority to utilizing existing right-of-way or existing corridors, right? That's basically what Elizabeth wants. And that's what something that you that all the task force members mentioned in another guiding principle.
Well, and I don't want to speak for Wendy, but Wendy, you may want to also clarify it. I think you were wanting to also quantify that a bit more.
Yeah, it just seems like it's so broad, and I just feel like we should tie it to a documented need or as necessary instead of just wide open as it's written now.
Well, it does say in the intro, Wendy, it says alternatives for addressing statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs. It does say, it does quantify it that way.
Yep, I see it now. Thank you, Beth.
Oh, you're most welcome. Took me a while to see it myself.
So Shannon, your hand is still up. Are you okay? Yep, it went down. All right. So any other thoughts? Obviously there's some more instructions in that guiding principles that task force members will want to submit. But in terms of the guiding principle right now, is that everybody generally comfortable with moving forward with that? Understanding that we will revisit it again. It's not, you can't make changes when it's in the DAC report, but we did want to make sure it was substantially, set. Any concerns with moving it forward? Please raise your hand. I don't see any, so we'll.
Great. So Elizabeth, we'll look forward to what you might want to submit and any others related to the instructions. You will see guiding principles next time in the form of the draft report, which is a great segue to the next portion of our day.
And I would just, I just want to let you know that Tamara had mentioned that she will email her comments, so we caught up with her. So.
Oh, great. Okay.
So now it's up to the report section. So our goal here, do you want to introduce the report? You want me to talk about it?
I can introduce it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and we actually have the report. We can put the draft sections up on the screen. But just to kind of lead into this, we know that the bulk of the discussion really for today is surrounding the high level needs section. We do have the introductory sections that include just the basic introduction, the task force overview, and the study area overview. We recognize that you're going to have requested modifications. We've seen some of those already, some of which is wordsmithing, some of which is, hey, by the way, you left out this very important part of the study area. We'd like to make sure that's included. So for that portion of the report, is there anything that doesn't involve maybe an ad that could be submitted to us via email or a wordsmithing, so to speak, that we need to cover there? Because we know we've got high level needs to review, which also includes the needs evaluation discussion, which we know is very important to many of you.
So if I may, before we go to task force members, I did want to remind everybody, this has been the fruition of many, many meetings of the task force coming together to discuss and learn about the different topics that are here. You're starting to see the true results of the task force effort, and to see it now in this written format helps give you an idea of where your recommendations, how your recommendations will look and be structured going forward. So as Beth said, just we want to make sure we're getting big picture comments, areas of concern, and then we'll continue to and edit it going forward.
Thank you for that, Karen. So task force members, are we good to go right to the recommendations section and the high level needs and the needs evaluation section? What are you seeing, Karen?
I'm seeing Shannon. Shannon
Okay.
knows, so Shannon's ready to go.
Hi. Okay. I think that the section of the report, the biggest hole in the report that I'm hoping we can give some attention to is really related to financial feasibility. And I had submitted some language on a guiding principle related to financial feasibility, and I haven't talked about it yet because it would be a new guiding principle, and I'm willing to consider that maybe it doesn't need to be a guiding principle. It could be discussed in the report, but I understand that financial feasibility is a process that the department goes through on a regular basis, and the department might consider it something of a kind of a process issue. But I think MCORS is different, and the public deserves an explanation as to how the department is going to deal with financial feasibility, specifically in the context of MCORS. And we talked a little bit about that with Will this morning when, for example, I can't remember who asked it first, but for example, is the financial feasibility of all three of these corridors? How is the department going to do, how are we going to deal with the financial feasibility of not one corridor, but three? since the way the statute is written, you know, these corridors can draw on existing transportation funds, including the turnpike system. So it has an impact throughout the state. So that's one dimension, it's one example. Secondly, doesn't the public, I would argue that the public deserves a preliminary financial feasibility study. So for example, early in the process, you guys did a presentation for us on the Wekiwa Parkway, and I think throughout the process, the department has brought, you know, cost per mile averages and estimates. You guys are really good at building transportation corridors. You know a lot about cost per mile, and it seems to me like, I mean, even Tax Watch did it, taking some just existing knowledge about various scenarios of cost per mile, and then what would have to be generated in terms of toll revenue per mile to meet the statutory requirements. And is it in the realm of doability? In other words, what is the likely budget for this thing, for lack of a better word, right? Given what we know about building roads in this area, or building transportation facilities, I should say. So it just seems to me like the report is missing a lot on financial feasibility. And then finally, there's a third dimension that I didn't even think of until Will said it today. And that is that when you get to the investment grade, the final financial feasibility analysis, he mentioned the possibility that there will be segments of this thing that are not feasible, and that therefore certain segments would have to be prioritized, or would be prioritized. What does that process look like? Which priorities are going to weigh over the others? So in other words, segments, is that where, will it be existing road segments that kick in, that become the highest priority? Will it be those segments that enhance the environment that are the highest priority? Will it be those segments that improve the economy? How will those things be weighed? I guess what I'm trying to say is that the weird thing about MCORS is it's not necessarily one big road. This could be a bunch of, you know, smaller segments. How is all of that going to be calculated? And then how is it going to be analyzed in the larger MCORS for the entire state? I think the report needs to talk about that.
So Shannon, let me start with this, and then I know LK would like to weigh in also. Just first of all, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the needs evaluation process portion of the report, where the discussion of financial feasibility and evaluation of need for the corridor with forecasting comes in. So I just want to make sure we're focused on that part of the report. And then LK, is there something that you would like to add?
Yes.
Great.
Hey, Shannon, great points. I know we all want to figure out the financial feasibility side, and we want to know upfront before we get into the journey of the planning and the P&E process. I have like a few points that I want to bring up. First, let me take off my earring back here. So the first thing is, you know, each corridor, you talked about the department has got vast knowledge about the cost per mile. I understand that you do, but it varies by corridor and the type of infrastructure that we need to incorporate. You remember we talked about Wekiwa, you know, we presented Wekiwa versus Suncoast, right? You know, there were two projects that were presented, and Wekiwa was like a very high per lane mile cost versus the Suncoast, because of the fact that there were a lot of bridges that were needed to be built in Wekiwa in that smaller segment, whereas the Suncoast, right? So that big variability can cause a issue with, as it relates to what the cost of the corridor could be. On top of it, you know, the other thing that we are also looking at, and you saw that in the presentation today, based on the guiding principles that you know, this task force has provided, there's going to be leveraging existing corridors, right? You know, so what are those improvements going to be, and the lineage going to be on those existing corridors, in addition to potential new alignment that could come out from this planning study, right? So all those factors kind of come into the picture as it relates to defining the cost of the corridor. So Bill's presentation this morning about the financial feasibility kind of mentioned that, you know, if you break them up into segments, as an example, you take an existing corridor, you break it into a segment, and then you take another part of the corridor, you break it into a segment, and based on the travel demand, based on the financial feasibility, based on the termini point, you know, from an aspect of you know, does it make sense to terminate from here to here for that particular segment to give that connectivity between the east-west roads and this new or existing potential alignment that's going to be used for the M-Course corridor or for the Southwest Central Florida corridor also come into the picture. So that's the reason why, you know, we're very specific about, particularly when it comes to turnpike facilities, right? Because this corridor is supposed to be part of the turnpike system. We wait till a certain percent design for us to come up with what that actual cost is, because that level of design, when we finalize the PD&E study and get into a particular phase of the design, will give us all those details so that we can come up with the appropriate numbers for us to define the financial feasibility and what type of resources are needed to be used and the priority of the segments. And it's a very typical process of the department. And I'm afraid, you know, if we take that step to defining a cost and trying to figure out the financial feasibility, it may not be an accurate picture.
Will, are you wanting to weigh in, contribute to that as well?
You are muted, Will.
I've got 2 mutes just to make sure. Sorry about that. Appreciate those comments, okay, and that's right on. So I know everybody wants to know where and how much it's going to cost. So I know that's on the question of many people. But just kind of, you know, just to kind of share a vision, everybody thinks we're going to build this ultimate facility day one. And just like any transportation facility, it could come in phases, can't come in phases. So, you know, just think about what we do in the north part of the corridor might happen earlier than what happens in the southern part of the corridor. So we would price out at some point when we start the planning process and the PD&E process and the segmentation, we'll have construction estimates, but not for the full corridor because not everything's needed right this minute. So it's still going to follow a very systematic DOT process when it comes to segmentation, planning, what the corridor looks like, what the needs are, you know, in typical sections and all those details. So those are forthcoming still. So to give an estimate now, you know, I know there's been a lot of folks using Wekiva and just applying the simple lane mile or length of project to Wekiva. I mean, that's kind of throwing darts at it because you don't really know if that's what the final configuration is going to be for the full length. Some of the early phases could be improving existing corridors without any toll facility. I mean, there's certainly certain steps that can be made now to improve not only the environmental concerns, traffic safety, before it gets to that full build out. So just kind of, you have to think about it a little differently. And M-Cores, I think, sets a great foundation for doing all those extra things up front to make sure we do it the right way.
Shannon's hand is still raised. So Shannon, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, and I apologize for not being clearer on this. I'm not suggesting, well, I mean, it would be wonderful to have a cost estimate now, but I'm not even really suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that the report needs to explain the department's approach to financial feasibility in the context of M-Cores. M-Cores is something new. And so, for example, the language that I would like to see as a guiding principle includes preliminary and final financial feasibility will include a full cost accounting of all costs, including the cost of conservation land acquisition and secured funding sources required to ensure that the construction and long-term maintenance and operation of each M-Course facility and co-located facility will fully achieve each of the guiding principles and comply with task force instructions. So there you have a concept here, right, that says in your financial feasibility study, you're going to include the full cost of delivering on the task force's recommendations. So if we, the task force, in order to comply with our Panther guiding principle, the cost is going to be another $100 million, then that needs to be incorporated in the financial feasibility calculations. Just one example for, one example. And then the other reason I think your process needs to be, I don't think stay tuned to the PD&E study is either fair to the public at this stage of the game, or wise, because the MCOR's process is it's like you just said, Will, you have to think differently, right? We have to think differently. So I think the department needs to explain what its thinking is with respect to financial feasibility, especially since we're literally planning corridors from, the entire length of the state. The other thing I wanted to ask that you just said, Will, to clarify for me, please. You just said that some of these corridors will not be tolled. Is that, but from an overarching perspective, the statute requires that the corridors generate a certain percentage by a certain year of at least the debt service. So there has to be some percentage that is covered by the toll generation.
Yep. So there's a couple parts to that, Shannon. So if we do bond part of the construction or the whole construction with a revenue source like tolls, then yes, there's statutory requirements on payback. But it can be funded through the MCOR allocation, or it can be funded through turnpike cash or trust fund cash if it gets paid back. So there's other mechanisms. But what I'm just envisioning is there'll be early phases that may not have the full build out, and the full build out is still need based. So it just allows us to kind of think differently on the first phases of how we implement MCORs. Now, to price out something that we don't even know exactly what it looks like is early, and it's unfortunate. It's fortunate and unfortunate. We're getting early in the process, allow us to provide guiding principles so we can start the PD&E. But the unfortunate is we don't have the details to provide the detailed analysis. So it is a stay tuned scenario, because we are starting in the pre-planning stage, pre-MPO stage, pre-everything, so we can set the groundwork for a great program.
Is your financial feasibility going to be completely all-inclusive of everything that the task force is recommending? So that's a principle. That's not a number. I'm not asking for a number.
Yeah, LK and I have talked about that very principle in this corridor, about how it does have to be all-inclusive, because those commitments on conservation have to be part of the project cost.
Okay, so then I would like to propose a guiding principle then that makes that explicit. Then financial feasibility will include all costs associated with achieving task force recommendations and detailed instructions.
So Shannon, would it make sense to make it a guiding principle, or like you suggested, we reflect in the report about, stating the same, right, and kind of like explaining the process that we would go through to determine financial feasibility, like you explained. I like the way you put it. And I apologize, I thought you were looking for some kind of an analysis to be reflected in the report. But if you're just trying to ensure that we clearly identify the process that we go through in the report, that's something that we can look into, right, Bill?
Oh, yeah, I agree with the statement, Shannon. We've got to include all costs. Even a normal corridor or normal construction project like Wakaiva, all the commitments are part of the financial plan. We've got a couple different components and we kind of commingle terms, but the cost estimate for all the features, including right-of-way, conservation lands, mitigation, is real cost. And we have to have fund sources and a plan for that. So when we financial feasibility, because we tend to commingle that term, that kind of gets into the higher end financial feasibility of what is a toll going to generate from the corridor. So, I think what you're using as financial feasibility is can we afford the project? And I think that is a basis for any project with the department, and does it displace other projects? So once we kind of determine the needs, the limits, the segments, what it looks like, what features are in it, that cost estimate is then determined. And then you source the funding. And then you have to move a little further down design to do the model to determine revenue feasibility from it, though.
So, well, okay, could I suggest, I just asked Brandy to scroll through to line 397, which is part of the needs evaluation portion of the report, which addresses economic and financial feasibility. Would that be an area within the report where we could build that out a little bit more? If we were to place something in the report?
Do we add it there, Will, or make it a separate section to discuss how we go about financial feasibility?
Well, I think we need to build up to financial feasibility, because we've got to determine limits, features, scope, cost, construction cost, and then lead up how we finally determine financial feasibility, because that is the piece of the puzzle.
Karen, may I just, so I think I'm doubling back on myself now, and I'm going to go back to, I appreciate that. I think this is great. I really do think the public will appreciate an explanation of that process. I do think, though, the all-inclusive cost, tying it back to the task force report, probably deserves to be a guiding principle. That's my recommendation. I'd be interested in my fellow task force members' thoughts on that. But it's specific to the recommendations of the task force. So I think that's why it's important to be a guiding principle. I'm not saying I got the language right. I probably didn't, but I do think it requires that. And then in addition, in the report, I think there has to be this discussion, and I appreciate your staff's willingness to build out that discussion.
Okay, Shannon, thank you for those thoughts. We can look at in the report as a guiding principle. It could be, the sections of the report that relate to high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions are the key components of the recommendations, but the report itself is actually coming from the task force. So what it's presented is your guidance as well. So it may not need to be a guiding principle, but we'll take that back and look what staff will take that back and look for ways to put that. And I'll let the other task force members, as they weigh in, address that subject as well that Shannon's raised. It's how they would propose that be handled. So Bill McDaniel's been waiting a while, and then Andrew Dickman. Bill?
Yes, thank you. And I agree with what Shannon had to say. It's important that we explain to the public how the analysis is come up with to ascertain the total project cost, and how we go through that system to get to that cost, and then determine what's called here as financial feasibility. I also know and understand with what Will and LK have said that it's very, very difficult at this time just because of the DOT's processes and systems. But I think if we assure the public that the total project, we call it the TPC, the total project cost is going to be brought into that analysis, and then the timing of when those numbers are going to be ascertained, we'll be able to better inform the folks as to why and what we're doing with regard to this. I also like her thought, and this is twice now, so be careful there, Shannon, of tying it back to the task force specific principles. It's we by statute have been created to go through this process, and it's important that this task force has some weight going forward if in fact the task force accepts this report and recommends the construction of the road. I think we also, Shannon brought up another point in and I don't know if it's an actual measurable in the department's systems of the benefits that are associated. She was on the theme today with regard to a reversal of not so happy circumstances that are prevalent from existing highway systems. And a cost benefit analysis needs to be at least somewhat attributable to the improvements that can come about by following existing road right-of-ways and the enhancements for wildlife corridors, water transference, both superficial and subsurface, all the way across the board. So I would like to see something along that line in this report. I had two little kind of sort of questions and or thoughts. On page 5, there was some projections of population estimations for the different areas that are impacted by this, and there was a reference underneath to the Bieber numbers that were utilized for the projections and the increase. I wanted to know which one of the three, because there's a low, medium, and high estimation. I couldn't find it in the documentation of the population increases, which one of those three Bieber projections we were actually using.
Hi, Bill.
And then
I was going to answer it for you. I believe that was the medium.
Okay. Traditionally, that. No, I just wanted to know that maybe we could reference that underneath. You did say that it was the Bieber projections for those population estimations, but actually delineate that median number was in fact used. And then on page number 6, there was several references to other state roads that were part of the potential corridor, and I didn't see where State Road 29 was actually mentioned there on page number 6. So,
excuse me, Bill, do you have are you looking at the report right now? If you are, could you just guide us towards the general line number?
192.
Thank you, Karen. 192.
And no, Beth, I reviewed this last night, and I'm relying upon your technology to get us to where it was on page 5 and page 6.
Well, Karen was great. She was our technology on that one, so we got to the right line.
It was in that one right there. There was a mention of 27, 17, 60, 70, and 80, but not State Road 29, and State Road 29 is part of that process. So I just wanted to make sure it was mentioned in there.
Thank you for that.
So Bill, you raised a good point. This is along with the guiding principles and instructions. If any of the task force members want to provide comments on the draft report sections, you're welcome to do that as well in the next week. So Andrew Dickman, you've been waiting a while.
Thank you. I provided a little bit more detail in some document that I emailed to you all earlier today, but I do think this is a very valuable discussion, and LKA and Will seem to be cringing because of the amount of expert knowledge they have when you ask them about cost estimates, because they're probably thinking this is impossible to put into a report. But I think what Commissioner McDaniels and Shannon were referring to, I agree with, is that it would be, I think, somewhat irresponsible not to at least give some type of explanation on the cost aspect, the financial aspect, even if it's an explanation on how that's going to be determined, because everyone knows construction or concrete costs now might be different a year from now. Things change, we get that. The landscape is very different, but I do think that it's worth thinking about having some aspect, even if it's a guiding principle, about explaining to the folks that are going to read this report about how it's going to be paid for and what are the
the models used to pay for it. Now, the other piece of this obviously is before you get to paying for it is whether there's a need for it. And the need, I know we've also included the no build option, and that's been a theme throughout. And this goes to the population projections. So each local government has their own future land use element in their comprehensive plan, including their future land use map, and it's all based on data and analysis, which should be the estimated population growth. So it kind of ties back to the discussion we were having before with taking into consideration the local plans. If those local plans are based on the data and analysis, and I think if I recall right, it's from Bieber, that those needs, the need for transportation of this kind should be based on that population projections, which should also be the same population projections that are being used in the growth management plans that each local government has. So that being said, I think project need and feasibility are tied together, but they're also separate. And I would like to see some type of maybe high level explanation or description of the financial part. And I think if you took what LK and them said in a very detailed, they spoke very detailed about it, but if they were to somehow bring it together in a more layman's terms, I think that would really help a lot, because I know it's a difficult, very precise technical way of calculating that, but I don't think that's what is being asked for. So thank you.
Yes, and Andrew, so appreciate that and others who have commented on that. So we are looking at coming back with more of a build out of that, whether it's another section within the report or guiding principle related. I just wanted to point out something else too. Want to thank you you did provide us, I haven't seen today's input, but prior to today, you provide us with significant amount of input that had to do with evaluation of need. I just wanted to show you one section of the needs evaluation section, because you mentioned population, economic growth projections and whatnot. So hopefully when you look at this, you'll see a lot of what you have submitted prior to today being encompassed in the needs evaluation portion.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew, thanks for your comments. But I do have to say one thing though. It's very difficult for engineers to put things in layman terms.
That's why they have me, Andrew.
Thank you.
I know.
But I can't put them in legal terms, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Mike McCabe and then Paul Gray and Ken Doherty, and then we'll be bumping up against the end of our time. So Mike.
There we go. Am I unmuted? Yep.
You are.
Okay, great. I would just weigh in and support Shannon's concept of making sure it's a guiding principle. I think that the way she even phrased it and put it together had strength and took us to, I think, a level that is absolutely necessary. As you look at what we've done, I mean, this task force now, we're in the 56th hour of just meeting, let alone having conversations afterwards. The direction has been strong. The guiding principles that are built out are there. I think adding that additional one will really round out and take some of those needs and enshrine them in a great analysis of it. I do want to push back on this idea that financial or economic feasibility is difficult to come up with, because as I was told, there's been 2 other projects of similar nature that were taken off the table earlier than what this initiative has been taken off the table based upon the financial feasibility. So somehow that was calculated earlier than what we're talking about, and conclusions made. I know in the business world, when you come up with a concept like this, well, first, the concept is based upon a need that's been identified, not legislature that's been handed to. When you devise what this need is, then you begin to build it out. But you do for worst case scenario, a back of the napkin kind of analysis financially to understand if the idea has the strength with which it will be able to move forward with. Because if we wait till the financials are done, much farther down the road, we will have spent millions and millions of dollars to come up with a conclusion that we could have worked out quickly. And if the analysis that can be done by average mile costs, et cetera, prove that yes, this makes sense, then by all means we should proceed. But there should be a gate, and the gate shouldn't be farther down the road. It should be about now, given the way that this project has been instilled from the beginning, given that the legislature initiated versus the needs initiated it. And I do feel very firmly that the public deserves a much greater view of what this is, what it costs, and where this will be going much earlier than farther down this road. And as I said earlier, the no-build concept, as I just said, we're 56 hours into this. And the whole discussion about no build has been maybe 5 minutes out of 56 hours. And I do think that is way out of proportion for what it would be, which no build should be an option inside of this. And that no build should be one of the guiding principles that delivers it too. So there needs to be much more conversations. And I know at this point, at the end of this, which is, we've got 8 minutes before public comments. With 8 minutes, we won't have time to talk about it, but it will not be talked about in meeting 8 or 9 because that's simply going over what we've already agreed on. So I will just reinforce my puzzle in my mind as to what it is that we haven't talked about versus what we have talked about. So thank you.
All right, so with that, I'm going to move to Paul and then Ken, and we'll wrap it up. Paul Gray.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, just a comment on no build. I think we need to get a better definition of that, because I think if you ask, what do you think you want to build a brand new roadway, a brand new connector, and the no build would say we're not going to build any new roads. I think there'd be a lot of people that would support that would support, we're not going to build any more new roads. We're just going to. But if you said no build means we're not even going to work on existing roads, MCOR's just not going to recommend any roads, I think you wouldn't get a lot of support for that, because there's probably sections on 27 where if we added a new lane that's in the existing right of way and it fixed a traffic problem, I don't think many people would object to that. It's not really a major new impact. It's helping with traffic problems. And so if the no build means we wouldn't do that either, I think that's a different question than are we going to build new corridors? And so I hope we can kind of make a distinction between no build meaning, does it mean nothing's going to be done, or is it just mean we don't want to do new corridors? And I think that's an important question. And I think a lot of people, depending on how we define that, are going to support or not support what we're coming up with.
Dr. Gray, good point. And that's one of the reasons why one of the guiding principles was developed, which actually talked about improvements to existing facilities, safety and operational improvements, and then getting to the new transportation corridors in order of priority, right? And then the instructions kind of expand on that to give us specific direction on how to go about it when we are going through the planning and PD&E study. So your guiding principle actually requires the department to follow that process, which is typically our project development process anyway. In my opinion, the task team already placed things in the guiding principles that re-emphasizes for the department to go through that process. On top of it, I want to emphasize that this report that you're seeing here is your report, right? You know, or not your report, our report, because I'm the task force chair. So we got, it's our report. We, you know, all of us together have developed the guiding principles, the high level needs, the guiding principles, and the instructions. And what we're doing is we are documenting all the things that we talked about in the report, and it's going to be the task force report. So that means, you know, it's our report that we are submitting to the legislature. I just want to make sure that we all understand that, because I've heard a couple of comments that may allude to that this report is probably not generated by task force. So I want to emphasize that this is our report.
And then we have one final comment from Ken Doherty before we move to next steps. Ken?
Thank you, Karen. A little suggestion to LK and to Will. You know, obviously the accuracy of financial feasibility is totally dependent on how far we get down in the process on design. I think it would be helpful, and I do support there being a section in the report that identifies, I guess the best term I can come up with, the methodology that will be utilized by the department at different stages to get to different levels of accuracy of the financial feasibility. And I think that's very important, because most folks just don't understand the process. And I think that'd be very, very helpful if we have something in narrative form, obviously no numbers at this point, but explaining so the public, their expectations as to when they'll see numbers can be identified. I think that would be very helpful. Appreciate it, Karen.
All right, thanks, Ken.
Well, that was great. Okay, so wonderful suggestions. There will be some additional narrative that will be worked on based on those suggestions. We also got one or two with questions about statistics. Please, as Karen said, you have the opportunity to provide more input within the next week. So please consider that, including if there's some wordsmithing changes that you would like to see. So are we ready for next steps?
We're ready for next steps. Wei is going to join us first. Okay, so Wei.
Thank you for a very robust conversation today about the guiding principles and instructions. I want to provide an update about what staff is going to provide with regard to guiding principles before the next meeting. So what we're going to do, we're going to update guiding principles instructions based on what we heard today. And then we're going to come and what we received in your written comments, and we will compile the guiding principles and instructions into the draft report format. So you would have that before our September meeting. We're also going to provide a crosswalk of the report topics with statutory requirement. So when we do that crosswalk, it would remind us as to what we've talked about, what we haven't talked about. So make sure that we don't have any gaps in our report. Staff, it has been capturing discussion points throughout the day today. So we will use a lot of the discussion points in our report text. The financial feasibility discussion is a great one. I would think that the text narrative about financial feasibility is going to live in multiple places in the draft report, in the needs evaluation, and also in action plans. So staff would also take an initial stab at formulating some action items for the report. A lot of the items that we've heard so far are the needs evaluation, feasibility analysis, and how to organize the advisory group moving forward. We'll bring some ideas back for you to comment at our next meeting. And also I would ask the task force to give the staff members some flexibility in organizing the instructions. We've all looked at the instructions today. We try to reflect what we've heard from task force members, but now we've gotten more and more input, and give us a little bit of flexibility in kind of organizing these in a more logical way. And then we're gonna show what we have at our next meeting. So Karen, that's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you, very great summary. All right, so I'd like to recap a few of the next steps before we begin the public comment period. First, today's presentation and the task force meeting number 7 recording will be posted on the website. Second, the team will record the revisions to the guiding principles and instructions discussed today and provided an updated draft for circulation in advance to your September meeting. As discussed, if you have any additional comments, particularly some of the editorial changes we did not get to discuss today, please send them to Marlon Becerra by September 1 so we can incorporate into the next version. Third, we will continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout this process. Finally, we will be in touch as soon as we have solidified the timing and format of the September meeting. Let's now hear comments from members of the public. Yeah.
Thank you, LK. So as always, we encourage task force members and everyone to stay engaged during this portion of the meeting, which will take about an hour. Wei, did you want to, oh, you're just joining us. Okay. Stay engaged during this portion, which will take, like I said, about an hour. We'll hear from people participating virtually, and then we'll go to the remote locations at the Charlotte County Event and Civic Center in Punta Gorda and the Burt Harris Civic Center Auditorium in Sebring. Requests made online to provide comments by 4 p.m. today or via speaker card will be addressed during this period. The comments will be made in the order of the request received. So if you do not respond when your name is called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. So the way this will work is when your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comment within your allotted time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for the tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration. And you can send any comments at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, the address on the screen. And like I said, after the virtual public comments, we'll move to the public viewing locations. And then as we get started here, I'm going to call the first person, which is Lindsay Cross from St. Pete. So bear with us as we get the clock up and get Lindsay unmuted.
All right, good afternoon. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. Task force members, today I'm asking you to not sign on to a consensus report unless it includes no build. Many decisions will be riding on this document. If DOT and legislative leaders do respect its findings, it will shape the future of our state. If it is just a rubber stamping exercise, then it will support the idea that this whole process has been a sham. I appreciate how direct some of you have been in your concerns about this process and its underlying assumptions. You've raised important considerations about the investments that need to be made to protect our water, wildlife, and our identity as a state. Those are things that Floridians care deeply about. Commissioner McCabe, thank you for so clearly articulating the need for no build, because sometimes it really is that simple. Will Watts stated this morning that the task force report is the foundation for this project. Yet the very foundation for this project is not solid. MCORS was developed as a political pet project. The legislation is so expertly crafted that the funding cannot be undone without essentially an act of God or future legislation. It plays upon our emotions by highlighting fears like hurricanes or scarcity in our rural communities. We've heard today that a piecemeal approach may be taken if we can't afford to build all the roads. But if we can't afford the roads, how likely is it that local communities would get broadband or sewer? Despite lip service about letting locals maintain power, the statute, as Shannon Estenos points out, requires local communities to change their comp plans to be consistent with this, not the other way around. DOT has been quite forthright that MCORS does not follow its typical planning process. It has an aggressive timeline and goes beyond what they are generally tasked to do. DOT has still not demonstrated the need, and you have been actively encouraged not to ask too many questions about it. It is always pushed off to the PD&E phase. DOT has not demonstrated that this project is financially viable, and we know from multiple reports, including Florida Tax Watch report for the Suncoast Corridor, that the total project cost could be between $20 to $30 billion. That's a whole lot of money. Pat Steed noted that a statewide regional hurricane evacuation study has not been conducted for more than 10 years. It would be foolish to invest in new roads until there is the data to support the need. A prudent person looks first for a strong and secure foundation upon which to build a house. This process is attempting to slap together a McMansion on a sinkhole. DOT has not demonstrated that the roads are needed, nor that we can pay for them. Floridians overwhelmingly are against the roads to ruin. Do not sign a consensus report unless it includes no bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cross. Up next, Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
I have been a professional environmental scientist for over 40 years. I'm an activist, not a lobbyist or consultant. My comments will address the guiding principles. Social and community context. This project must be crafted to make it an innovative smart growth development showcase that will pave the way for more environmentally successful projects in the future, creating truly visionary green communities. All buildings and designs should be up to LEED standards with exemplary 21st century development. Multimodalism. Neighborhoods must be developed with interconnected open spaces so kids and adults can walk or ride their bicycles to visit their friends, commute to school or work. Although narrower streets are preferable to reduce speed and preserve neighborhood character, where transit is anticipated, the lanes must be 11 feet wide at a minimum. Water resources. Stormwater treatment ponds can become highly polluted with trash and toxic pathogens. Under those conditions, they must not be considered environmental amenities or for open space credit, unless the water going into them is treated first to remove pollutants and have demonstrable ecological value. Frequent inspections and maintenance should be incorporated as part of the condition for stormwater facility work plan and permitting. The stormwater control design must include runoff prevention. The use of pretreatment methods would clean the runoff before it flows into off-site water bodies. There will be developments associated with this project. It's critical there be open space areas and very compact development closer to the central towns, which will help to maintain rural character. This would include forest buffers between the rural and environmentally preserved areas and urban densities. Compact divisions generate fewer vehicle miles, therefore less air pollution than sprawling conventional subdivisions. Wildlife and plant habitats. There must be no net loss of trees. Whenever possible, design around strands of old growth trees instead of just plowing through them. If removing trees, fund an aggressive native tree replacement and maintenance program. It's an important component of reaching our carbon neutrality goal. Conservation lands. Areas of this project have been or will be legally recorded conservation easements. No connector roads should be allowed to go through those easement areas, disturbing their conservation value. Underpasses must be included if land is. All development requires utility services. I strongly recommend that no natural gas hookups be provided. Natural gas is a dying industry and will be obsolete as an energy source by the time this project is operational. It requires pipelines that may leak and many millions of dollars per mile to install and uninstall. Requiring renewable green electric energy sources is the path to plan for the future. Technology, make vehicle charging stations solar powered and portable to accommodate future needs and emergencies.
Thank you, Mrs. Datz. Up next, Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted. Michael, you're self-muted.
Here we are. Good evening. My name is Mike McGrath, organizer for the Sierra Club. We are now approaching the anniversary of this task force process with little to show for it. There's been no thorough data-driven analysis to determine whether this project is environmentally, economically, or fiscally feasible. FDOT has blatantly disregarded the statutory obligations required by Senate Bill 7068. FDOT has wasted an enormous amount of taxpayer money and adding insult to injury, FDOT has failed to track internal costs associated with MCORs. Indeed, the public will never know just how much taxpayer money has already been misspent on the MCORs project. Task force members, you are running out of time. The public has spoken out vehemently against the sham of a process and has been overwhelmingly opposed to MCORs. Don't be complicit in the sham. Do be disruptive. Demand that the dissension on this task force be represented. Please do not sign on to any consensus report unless it recommends the no build option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath, for your comment. Up next is Matthew Schwartz. Matthew, you're self-muted.
Now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so good evening. This is Matthew Schwartz representing the South Florida Wildlands Association. And I guess let me start out with the document I'm looking at right now. This was sent to me by you, Brandy, and it's the latest avoid and attract areas for Southwest Florida. And as I look at this map, what I see is the Big Cypress National Preserve is off limits. The Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge is off limits. Fakahatchee and Picayune Strands, Dinner Island, and pieces of the OK Slough State Forest. So that's what's off limits in Southwest Florida. Everything else is fine. Everything else is fine. What this map tells me is there's absolutely no consultation whatsoever with any of the many, many panther scientists in our state who have studied. And remember, the panther is our state animal, probably the best studied animal in their entire wildlife species within the state. And they know where panthers are, and we know where panthers are because we know where they're killed. And I can see that this map includes all those areas where both panthers are and where they're being killed by cars. I want to read, I have a few minutes, I'm going to read two statements written by wildlife biologists on the panther, and it talks about the habitat. So this is from the latest one, Fracas et al., Landscape Analysis of the Adult Florida Panther, written in 2015. And it simply says, because there is less panther habitat remaining than previously thought, we recommend that all remaining breeding habitat in South Florida should be maintained. Maintained, not built up, not brought sprawl to. And the current panther range should be expanded into South Central Florida, where MCORS is going as well. I'll stop there. The other one, Kautz et al., that's the famous article written in 2005 that actually determined and established the primary, dispersal, and secondary zones for the panther. It says those zones comprise essential components of a landscape scale conservation plan for the protection of a viable Florida panther population in South Florida. They made clear that panthers use a mosaic of habitats. And by the way, that goes for black bear, that goes for the Florida fox squirrel, Big Cypress fox squirrel, and numerous other wildlife, listed wildlife in this area. They use a mosaic of habitats, not just the forested areas, not just the public lands, and you can see it on the telemetry. The FWC does telemetry of panthers. We know where they are. So you can't expect us to take your work seriously when you've had no consultation, formal consultation with any wildlife biologist that would tell you that the recommended alternative is the no-build alternative if you want to maintain wildlife. And by the way, to Mr. Gray, people know what no-build means. It means no-build the MCORs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Up next is Jessica Bisba from St. Petersburg, Florida. Jessica, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
Good, thank you for that. Hi, this is Jessica Bibza from National Wildlife Federation in St. Petersburg, Florida. With a long-standing presence here in Florida, we're deeply committed to restoring habitats of the region. Our supporters include not just gardeners and wildlife watchers, but also sportsmen such as anglers and hunters, and I'm going to get back to that in a minute. I really appreciated today's discussion and the guiding principles. I still can't help but feel as though this roadway is a solution looking for a problem. Two major elements of the guiding principles that still are missing to me are that the road demonstrates that it's going to be addressing a documented transportation need, and also a guiding principle that it needs to be the most fiscally responsible. It needs to be fiscally responsible. I was really glad to hear the conversation at the end of today's meeting about ensuring that the roads are financially feasible and solvent. I'm going to focus the remainder of my comments on guiding principles 6, 7, and 8. I was very glad to see that the draft principles were reordered. I'd actually prefer to see that the first priority to be avoid, as you now have, but then have minimize, and then mitigate, and then connect and enhance. Because as I've mentioned in previous meetings when I've given comment, I just don't see how roads can enhance wildlife or public lands or recreation or any of that. I support the proposal for guiding principle 6 that Shannon Esteno's made about adding Florida Forever proposed conservation areas. As we know, Amendment 1 funds have not funded Florida Forever the way we thought, and so there's a lot of really important conservation lands that are on the list. They haven't been acquired yet, but we really don't want the road to go through those areas. Also in guiding principle 6, the supporting coral lands, I don't know why that wasn't included with the list of do not place corridor. Also, I noticed that wildlife management areas were not included in the list of places in the list of do not place. Wildlife management areas are extremely important to our sportsmen, and they do need to be included in the list of areas to do not place corridors. That was under guiding principle number 7. Similarly, want to make sure that preserves and water management district conservation areas are also captured in the list of do not place under guiding principles 6, 7, and 8. I know it's going to be tough to come up with an all-encompassing list of all the conservation lands, but with a talented staff and the task force members and the public, I'm confident that everything will be captured. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment, Ms. Bisba. Up next is Herman Younger from Gainesville, Florida. Herman, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Herman Younger, and I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club based in Gainesville, Florida. Task force members, FDOT has failed to show need, provide information required by SB 7068, and implement a decision-making process that is consistent with the Florida Constitution. To sign on to any consensus agreement is to validate and be complicit in the sham process. Remember, you are tasked to represent the public and the vast majority of Floridians who have commented publicly and are vehemently opposed to MCORS. And what meaning do the guiding principles hold when FDOT has fabricated reasoning for this multi-billion-dollar project? You should know that encouraging Floridians to try and outrun a hurricane is contrary to the state's emergency management guidelines. This is just one of many examples of how FDOT has continued to deceive you and the public with fallacies meant to protect a project curated by private interests. I believe your hearts are in the right place and you wish to perform your duties as task force members with your constituencies in mind. But the only ethical, financial, and environmentally sound thing to do is recommend no build. I urge you, please do not sign to any consensus agreement. Your stamp of approval on a disastrous and overwhelmingly unpopular multi-billion-dollar toll road project will forever be written in history. Choose to be on the right side of history and reject any consensus agreement on MCORS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next is Eddie Dreest from Punta Gorda, Florida. Eddie, you are unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon. As a native Floridian born and raised in Miami, but now living in Charlotte County, I have witnessed the destruction and pollution of our fragile state over the last 50 plus years, and am deeply saddened that our governments continue to allow this. What is being proposed now will do nothing but drive that final nail into the state's coffin. As it is now, our state is suffering from polluted springs, canals, and coastlines, loss of wetlands due to development, a dried up, dying Everglades, red tide issues, a dying Lake Okeechobee, a dying Indian River Lagoon, sewage and septic tank leaks, fertilizer runoff from residents and farms, reclaimed water runoff loaded with nitrogen that contributes to algae blooms, dying seagrass, which normally helps clean water and provides fish habitat, climate change that is heating up our waters, making them ripe for algae blooms, traffic congestion, endangered species running the risk of extinction. For one, think the panther. They're getting killed on a regular basis due to vehicle collisions. 14 out of 17 fatalities reported this year have been caused by vehicle collisions. More roads equates to more fatalities. It's not rocket science that if these roads are allowed to come in, more people will move here and more people will compound the problems we have already. Bringing in the roads will not alleviate traffic congestion as it has been touted, but instead will ultimately make it worse. Also, what's been touted is the roads will stimulate the economy. How can we have a healthy economy if we do not have a healthy environment? Will the tourists come here if we're polluted? Will people move here? Will property values go down, equating to fewer tax revenues? And what about the expense of correcting our wrongs? How do they help the economy? Imagine the damage that has taken place over the last 50 years, and then think what the damage will be during the next 50 years. Without caring for our environment, we are killing our economy. Some feel the roads will stimulate economic development, but clearly they will have the opposite effect. Keeping Florida's economy healthy means protecting the goose that lays the golden egg. I implore you to do the right thing and say no to these proposed toll roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dreist. Up next, Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Vivian Young, and I'm representing 1,000 Friends of Florida. Last week, we sent you a series of 4 PD&E recommendations, and I do want to thank you. I saw that at least one of them, number 3, related to using comp plan population and economic growth projections to calculate demand, has been included in the report, and we do appreciate that. I did want to back up a little bit, though. And one of the fundamental issues with MCORS, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with this, is the fact that it does not follow Florida's corridor planning process, which was established under Governor Jeb Bush in the early 2000s and adopted by DOT, and it's still on your website. And it's a 3-step process, the first of which is to do a preliminary determination of need and financial feasibility. And I think this is what is so frustrating to people, is that that preliminary level of evaluation was not conducted, and you are relying on the PD&E process to take care of that. However, based on the assumption that if this project goes through, we want it to be as effective as possible, we did submit a series of 4 recommendations, as I noted. Legally, MCORS sets a much higher standard for the task force than regular transportation projects. It specifically states in the statute that you'll protect natural resources, revitalize rural communities, and other things to that effect. So recommendations to minimize impact or support revitalization fall short of the statutory requirement. Because of this, one of our major concerns as 1,000 Friends is the possibility and impacts of sprawl in these rural areas. You're starting to get some good provisions in terms of protecting environmental resources, but preventing sprawl or curtailing sprawl is a very important, critical part of it. So we have a series of recommendations. 1, to protect the environmental and natural resources in the corridor. From the direct and indirect impact of MCORs, we urge that the lands within 10 miles of each planned interchange shall be protected through acquisition, easement, or other legal instrument. These lands include clip 1, 2, or 3, priorities on the Florida Natural Areas all lands identified for purchase by Florida Forever, and other programs like that. Second of all, for revitalized communities, we recommend that businesses, and to protect businesses in rural communities, we urge you to protect lands within 5-mile radius by conservation, easement, purchase, development rights, and other means like that. We only feel that through this acquisition of land at the beginning of the process will these natural lands be protected in rural areas.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Harriet Jones from Williston, Florida. Harriet, you're unmuted.
Hello, Harriet, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. I've been having a little bit of trouble. I would like to thank you. This meeting started out on our local Florida channel, but our local public radio station went out after an hour. So, but I managed to get back on. I'd like to state that I'm from Levy County. You may be aware that our county commissioners sent a resolution to FDOT for no build, and they have not received any acknowledgement last time I heard about that. And Alachua County has also sent a resolution for no build, and I have friends in Columbia County trying to get their county commissioners to support them to fight this. I, as a taxpayer, I've been trying to keep track of all of the roads. And once again, one of the situations or excuses they have for this road is evacuation for hurricanes. And I'd like to remind you that our hurricane planning has not been updated in 10 years. And the last time I heard anything was when our former governor said, everybody just get out. That's what the planning was. I think once again, Senator Lee and his legislature buddies would not listen to the people. One of our school board members told me they went up for tally days last year and told our state representative Stone and state Senator Bradley that they were against this project, and they just ignored them. And Miss Lily Rooks and our Levy County commissioners, once again, I said, sent that a resolution. And the online meetings have left most of us feeling that we're just out of the loop. Once again, I have a friend, George Sibley. I sent a couple of documentaries to my county commissioners. He did a short documentary on the Suncoast Parkway, and it interviewed the commissioner of the FDOT while he was much younger, and a biologist and some out-of-state engineers that were consulted. The out-of-state engineer, his boss was consulted, and he reported on the video that he asked his boss, did FDOT do any of the things you recommended? He said, no, they just threw the papers away. And they interviewed biologists and wildlife overpasses, and they said they just ignored them. They actually built one that opened up against a chain link fence and a rock quarry, I think it was, with trucks running up and down. So once again, us people upstate, we are against this bill, and we're working hard to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Adrian Barman from Hollywood, Florida. Adrian, you're unmuted.
Thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm from the Broward Sierra Club, and I am saying that please do not sign up for the consensus report regarding the MCOR's Road to Ruin. We have enough pavement in this state, and I don't know if you all noticed how hot it's been this summer. We've had high into the hundreds on multiple days. here in South Florida. I'm sure it was just as bad in Central Florida as well, and upstate. So the less pavement, the better. I do appreciate the task force members' comments today. I listened to most of the meeting as much as I could, and I did hear some really great experts speak on their thoughts about the wildlife and water and areas to burn. So I completely feel that having this road will just cause more issues on overusing our resources. Our aquifer is already compromised. We cannot afford to lose any more wetlands. Carbon emissions are off the charts, and we really need to start thinking about less carbon and going more with clean energy. This is not a time to be building a highway across our beautiful state. I really enjoyed hearing certain words spoken earlier today on the guiding principles about planning and coordinating community development, creation, management, resiliency, sustainability, and adaptability. We need to protect Florida's resources. As you see, so many places in Florida are now under concern because of the water qualities, like what happened here in Biscayne Bay, and the springs are full of algae, and less diverse species here in the state. We need to stop the building. We need to really try and to save what is left. As in the Sierra Club, preserve and protect. And I appreciate the recommendations regarding the panthers. We need to preserve our panthers. That's what we're all about. That's the animal in our state. So thank you, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our virtual comments. Now we'll go to our in-person locations.
Right, so we will start with the Bert Harris Agricultural Center Auditorium in Sebring, Florida, with our host, Walt Brueggemann. I really am a game show host. Walt?
Hi, we have one person who has signed up to speak today, Ray Royce. Never mind, we do not have anyone to speak today. Back.
If we can. So we'll go back to Walt.
Hi, Karen. Can you see me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. This has been a very thoughtful discussion today. We have no members of the public from this location that have asked to speak. So back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Charlotte Harbor Event Center and Event and Conference Center in Punta Gorda with Casey Taylor. Oh, I had them reversed? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, I had them in reverse. So now we're going to the Bert Harris Agricultural Center Auditorium in Sebring. Casey?
Thank you for that thoughtful discussion. We have no members of the public from this location who have asked to speak. Thank you.
So LK, that appears to close our public comment period.
All right, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Walt and Casey from the remote locations. This concludes the public comment segment of this meeting, and thank you all commenters for taking the time and speaking about this very important topic. Public input is vital to the M-Course process. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. I'd like to thank the task force members for participating and receiving public comments today. And I would like to thank the task force members for the engaging conversations and thoughtful comments made today. Thank you again for joining us today, and this concludes our meeting.